Chapter 610, Essadrakil. I have to deal with this as quickly as possible before it unveils its full body, Endrik said internally as his eyes glowed a bright bluish color. He stretched out both his hands towards the side and joined his index and middle fingers together before swiping downwards. Psh tilde. A sharp wave of telekinetic energy slashed downwards, hacking into the blackish tentacle. A fountain of black blood jetted out as the tentacle below was smoothly cleaved off, freeing Endrik from the grasp of the creature. As Endrik fell through the air after getting freed, he quickly clasped both hands together, forming a telekinetic board below. Bam! He landed on it in a kneeling format and controlled it to move forward. It darted across the air at a very fast speed, moving away from the location of the sinking spiraling sands as quickly as possible. The black blood jetting out of the severed tentacle had already covered a large area across the spiraling sands, but it suddenly stopped bleeding. Grew. A weird sound was heard next as it slowly started to regenerate while the spiral on the ground increased in fierceness. Suddenly another tentacle shot out of the spiraling sands towards Endrik, who was speed away up ahead. Unlike before, Endrik had his guard up and had escaped a farther distance, so he was able to quickly react to this attack. He suddenly turned around while standing on the telekinetic board and stretched out his hand. Bang! The tentacle slammed into a telekinetic barrier he conjured the moment it arrived in front of him. Even with this, the force ended up sending Endrik flying across the place as his legs separated from the board. The tentacle shot forward again after the telekinetic barrier disappeared. Endrik swung both arms out in AX format while in mid-air, causing two more sharp telekinetic waves to be sent forward, dividing the tentacles into three different parts. A shriek was heard from the position of the spiraling sands as the first tentacle, which already healed up, was already shooting forward with ferocious speed. Endrik was unable to react properly to this as he had just landed on the ground when it slammed into his chest area, sending him flying with blood spilling out his mouth. The tentacle reached out to his flying body and wrapped around his left leg again in a bid to drag him back to the location of the spiraling sands. Endrik's face turned dark as he stretched out his hand to use a telekinesis attack again, but suddenly another tentacle shot out, wrapping around his right arm. Before he could even react to that, another one had shot out again towards his left and held him in place, preventing him from making use of any of his limbs. He started getting dragged back across the air at a faster speed. Endrik gritted his teeth and turned his face to the back to stare at the weird structure behind. Spotting the massive ball of rock sitting atop it, Endrik's eyes glowed brighter, and in the next moment it began floating upwards. "I can do this with just my mind," Endrik voiced out with a decisive look as the rock began breaking into bits, taking a different form. The rock broke apart, forming three massive stalagmite-looking pieces. "Hiya!" Endrik screamed out as he turned his head forward, causing all three sharp pieces of rocks to start hurling towards his direction. With the speed at which they traveled forward, all three tenkalis were impaled in a matter of seconds. The shriek was heard again as Endrik was freed once more. He quickly darted forward as quickly as possible upon landing, using his telekinesis to increase his speed. Meanwhile, the tentacles behind couldn't recover like before, due to being impaled by the stalactite-like rocks. The wounds wouldn't close up since the rocks were still lodged into their body. Endrik arrived in front of the weird-looking structure while seemed like a square-shaped half-armless body and quickly leaped in through the eyes. As he disappeared into the structure, another tentacle shot out of the spiraling sands again before reaching out to pull all the rocks out of the other tentacles. Loud screeches reverberated across the place as the tentacles waved around the air repeatedly. As it couldn't sense the presence of anyone in the vicinity anymore, the tentacles slowly descended back into the sands. In a few moments the area went back to being normal like before. Lineage City. It was currently 2 hours past noon and Gustav had just gotten feedback on the objective he gave Fiona and the rest. According to her, due to tight security and other precautionary measures that had been taken to prevent the technological drones from working effectively, they were not able to gather a lot of information. However, it was confirmed that the location given by Armin was truly a certified one. The amount of red jackets present over there was one of the proofs. There was also confirmation of spotting a person that looked like Sahil since Gustav had given them an image earlier. Fiona also mentioned that they spotted a small group of them leaving in hover cars and they seemed to move like there was an emergency. Gustav saw this as a cue to finally leave this location as it seemed that they would be arriving here or at Region 17 soon. Either ways he was sure Jabal would want to understand why he hadn't gotten feedback from 2 of the strongest 6 henchmen. Gustav instructed them to lay low after inspecting that location and wait for his arrival. Now that it had been confirmed that this location was where the allot of supplies were and also where Jabal was situated, Gustav wouldn't let the 3 of them handle it by themselves. Armin, thank you for your service, Gustav voiced out with a smile as he approached Armin, who was still strapped to the pillar. Chapter 6:11. Are you finally gonna let me go? Armin asked with an excited look. Yes, I'm letting you go, Gustav responded as a milky-colored 4-feet-long blade appeared in his right hand. Letting you go to the afterlife, Gustav added as he slashed towards Armin's neck. Screeve tilde, plop. Armin's head was smoothly separated from his neck with a look of disbelief in his eyes as his vision swayed repeatedly before everything turned black. It flew across the air and fell several feet away before rolling across the floor, staining it with a trail of blood. Even in death, Armin's lifeless eyes still had a look of fear and betrayal in them, but Gustav wasn't in any way concerned as the atomic blade disappeared from his hand. Darkil and Mill behind weren't surprised after seeing how this ended. They knew there was no way Gustav would leave Armin alive. Raise this place to the ground, Gustav instructed as he turned to leave the vicinity. Mill and Darkil brought out some of their mini-explosive devices and dropped it in several areas before moving out as well. Gustav got into one of the hover cars parked outside and waited for both of them to get in as well. Darkil and Mill got in a few seconds later and Darkil drove them out of the vicinity. As they traveled away, a loud explosion rocked their initial location, bringing the already decimated building further down into the grounds. There would be no traces left behind. Everything around there had been totally decimated. Gustav initially wanted to make use of one of his orbs, but he felt it would be an overkill. This was already enough. Gustav calculated how much time it would take them to get to Region 22 and realized they would spend no less than 1.5 hours on the roads. Swoosha tilde the hover car moved at a very fast speed, causing dust particles to spread across the air whenever they passed by an area that was already decimated due to war. Squad leader, how did you learn to be so ruthless? Darkil asked as he remained focused on the road. Ruthless? I don't think I qualify for that title, Gustav responded. Well, compared to your teacher, I think you're still a little hatchling, Darkil chuckled as he voiced out. Oh, I am. She's definitely not one to mess with, Gustav replied. There's my answer. She must be the reason why you're this way, Darkil stated. She's a part of it, yes. I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for her, Gustav added, but he didn't want to mention the other part that was the main reason he turned out this way. Mill, who was listening from behind, was about to say something when missile lock on alert. The AI within the hover car suddenly voiced along with a loud emergency beeping sound. Open the roof hatch, Gustav instructed quickly. Sprint has been activated. The instant he activated Sprint, everything slowed down as he spotted the missile coming from up ahead. Pew! Darkil tapped on the roofing hatch button quickly and Gustav leaped through the opening above. He landed on the bonnet of the hover car as a milky-colored blade appeared in his hand. Gustav raised both hands up as he lifted the atomic blade and slashed downwards as the missile arrived in front of them. Screeve! The blade cleaved through the missile, bisecting it and causing the 2 halves to separate. The hover car bolted forward as the 2 halves exploded behind, missing them completely. Both of them within the hover car were once again astonished seeing the feat Gustav pulled. Gustav gestured at Darkil behind the cockpit to keep moving forward before proceeding to squat on the bonnet area of the hover car. He activated God Eyes as they kept moving forward. God Eyes has been activated. His vision turned red as his sight traveled several hundred feet forward unhindered. Gustav tapped the communication device beside his left ear and began speaking. There's a battle going on up ahead. I see 2 of the power groups here. Turn to the side. We'll have to take an alternate route. Gustav added while gesturing at the southeast. Darkill did as instructed, turning towards the southeast to keep moving. But this would mean we'd spend at least 1 more hour traveling to Region 22, Mill voiced out from within. It's better than getting dragged into their scuffle and losing our mode of transport. You slowpokes will make us spend a longer time than that on the road, Gustav responded. Mill couldn't refute that statement, knowing they weren't as fast as Gustav in terms of speed. Missile lock on alert. Another alarm went off as a whoosing sound was heard coming from behind them. Since they hadn't completely left the area of battle, projectiles were still being sent all across the place. Gustav turned around and jumped towards the back as he sensed it. Slash. He slashed out again, cleaving this one in half as well and preventing their ride from getting tampered with. As Gustav turned around to leap back towards the bonnet area again, he spotted something up ahead. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav activated God Eyes and scanned the area up ahead. There's another battle ongoing here too with some the same groups, Gustav alerted them. Both of them had speechless looks upon hearing that. Turn around, let's take the other route, Gustav once again instructed, not wanting to get them involved in this right now. It seemed like these battles were coordinated but just broke off at some point because the troops seemed to be scattered across a wide distance. Darkill once again turned around and started heading southwest now. He zoomed across the decimated area quickly while Gustav scanned using God Eyes. Several more missiles flew towards them, but he was able to destroy every single one of them before they hit while they traveled across the place. Stop, there's another battle going on up ahead. And it's still the same 2 groups, Gustav voiced out as he retracted God Eyes with a look of disturbance. Chapter 612, S-Stop. There's another battle going on up ahead. And it's still the same 2 groups, Gustav voiced out as he retracted God Eyes with a look of disturbance. Darkill quickly controlled the hover car to decelerate as they came to a stop in a matter of seconds. They were at loss as to what they were going to do at the moment. The original and alternative routes they could take had all been blocked due to battles ongoing at different points up front. Gustav reckoned that if they turned around now and decided to go past another alternative route, the time spent on their journey would multiply by 2, making it 4 hours spent traveling. This was because they'd have to pass through 1 more region before getting to Region 22. It was now a big dilemma right now. Gustav, who had been squatting atop the bonnet area for the last 30 seconds, finally stood up and turned around. We're going in, Gustav stated as he pointed at the direction where he wanted them to head in. Darkill noticed that this meant they were going with the original route. Squad leader, you sure? He asked with a look of uncertainty. Just activate the hover car weapon system and let Mill control of that, Gustav commanded. Darkill nodded in understanding as Mill moved from the back seat to the seat besides the mini cockpit area. Some cannon-like weapons protruded from the sides of the hover car as Darkill restarted the engine of the hover car. We're storming through their battlefield, Gustav stated as he turned around to look forward once again while another atomic blade appeared in his left hand. The hover car turned towards the side and zoomed into the distance. As they closed in on the area where the battle was ongoing, the sounds of explosion and wails reverberated across the entire place. The air reeked of destruction and clouds of debris could be seen covering different positions up ahead. Gustav stabilized his feet on the bonnet area of the hover car as he squatted a little in preparation for the upcoming challenge while they zoomed towards these dangerous areas. A red beam was the first Gustav noticed headed for them from the southwest area. His head transformed into that of the demonic bunny, turning blackish with long ram horns and 8 fangs in his mouth. Opening his mouth, sonic waves shot out of them with intensity, ripping the red beam into nothingness. Gustav's head transformed back as he quickly turned to the side to dodge an attack aimed from a mechanical-looking device positioned at one part of the battlefield. Mill, who was within the hover car, aimed one of the cannon-like weapons at this mechanical device and fired at it before it could send out another attack towards Gustav. Boom! It exploded into smithereens, scattering many metallic parts all across the place. They closed in on an area where about 60 troops were battling one another with different advanced firearms in their possession. One side had troops clad in scarlet and blue outfits while the other side was clad in brown and silver. Each side attacked the other viciously, making use of both their weapons and bloodlines as well. Only attack the ones in scarlet and blue, Gustav commanded as they zommed through the battle area. Thwui tilde thui tilde thui tilde bam. Several projectiles were being shot towards them from different directions as they forced their way through this place. Gustav began swerving and dashing across the place as he deflected these projectiles one after the other, preventing them from making contact with the hover car. He would jump from back to front and from front to back repeatedly, even standing atop the roofing of the hover car at times. Some of the troops battling across the area who spotted the hover car had awestruck expressions, witnessing what seemed to look like a phantom dashing across the car. Gustav's movement was blurry like to a lot of them because of his high speed. Fwy tilde Gustav threw out his atomic blade, which ended up stabbing through the chest of 3 people clad in scarlet and blue. One of the troops clad in the brown and silver jumped onto the back of the hover car with swirling red energy rings surrounding his figure. However, the moment he landed on it, Gustav did a flip from up front. His body traveled across the air speedily towards the back of the hover car with his left foot outstretched. Bam! The sole of his foot slammed into the face of this troop, sending him flying across the air and slamming to the ground behind. Darkill and Mill had looks of confusion on their faces after seeing what had just happened from the monitor within the hover car. Didn't he say only to attack the ones in scarlet and green? This was the thoughts in both their minds. Idiot! Can't you see we on your side? Gustav didn't even mind that he had just attacked a troop from one of the good groups. He didn't want anything compromising their trip at all. Gustav jumped towards the front once again and resumed deflecting attacks coming from both the troops in scarlet and green and the ones in brown and silver. Boom! 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 Darkill also made sure to steer the hover car, expertly avoiding some traps that had already been put in place, which making contact with triggered explosions. After crossing this area, they still came across another divide unit up ahead where another crazy battle was ongoing. A massive 13 feet tall humanoid-looking mechanical bot chased after their hover car, sending its gigantic fist hurling down at the moment it got within range of close proximity. Gustav hacked upwards for the incoming fist with force. Bam! A massive sound of collision rang out as the atomic blade only cut a few inches into the fist, but the force caused Gustav's feet to press down against the hover car, sending it blasting forward. Chapter 6:13. Gustav leaped away from the hover car as it tumbled repeatedly across the air. His body ascending up to 1,000 feet in the air, allowing him to stare at the ground of the battlefield from above like a deity as he descended. He knew just what to do if he wanted to decimate the entire vicinity and destroy everyone within, but knowing that his squad members would be affected and it would also be going against the objective, he discarded the thought. Gustav locked his eyes on the menacing-look humanoid bot with square-shaped head and blue-charged eyes. Fwiwi. Fruhuu tilde he began spinning furiously like a curved ball with the atomic blade stretched out. It looked like a massive spinning fan, glowing with milky-colored energy, was descending from above. Koh tilde Gustav divided the mechanical bot into 2 halves from head to bottom as he landed on the ground, causing a loud blasting sound. Boom! Shockwaves spread across the vicinity, causing a lot of the troops to back away in fear as they wondered why someone so powerful was on this battlefield. Gustav turned around and dashed forward. Whoosh! He arrived behind the hover car, which had just started to move again after stopping when it received the hit earlier. Gustav leaped upwards and landed on the bonnet area again as Darkill sped off. "Everything good in there?" Gustav asked through the communication link. "Yeah, except the weapon system. It's gone offline," Daryl responded while Mill kept tapping on the weapons fire button. Mill shook his head after trying repeatedly and it still didn't work. "It's fine. We made it through," Gustav responded as he retracted God eyes. They were arriving at a bridge area where there was a big river flowing beneath depression on the ground ahead. This area was up to 600 feet deep and over 3,000 feet gap to the other side. However, there happened to be a pickup point where people would step on, activated the switch by the side and get transported to the other side. If this hovercar was the advanced type, they wouldn't need to drive towards the pickup point, but this type was designed to only be stationed a few inches above surface level. They couldn't fly over it because it would descend towards the river the moment they tried moving farther than the ledge. Darkil moved towards the pickup point and they activated the switch quickly. Zwerii tilde the ground spilt from the edge and began moving across the air towards the other side while carrying them along. An hour later, Gustav and the other arrived at Region 22 safely after their problematic endeavor on the way. The hover car happened to run out of energy and break down the moment they arrived in the region. Fortunately for them, they didn't have to travel too far before reaching the location where Fiona and the others were holed up waiting for them. This was a 47-story lounge. They contacted Fiona and decided to all meet on the rooftop of the lounge. All 6 of them made their way to the rooftop using different means. Gustav just used another invisibility chip, turning invisible for about 10 seconds before leaping straight upwards. A small vibration rocked the vicinity as his body violently blasted forth from the ground and ascended a few feet above the rooftop before landing on it. Gustav walked across the massive rooftop towards the part where he saw a small rectangular extension on it. He proceeded to sit there and waited for the rest. Squad leader, officers Fiona, Ilden and Felgro were the first to arrive at the rooftop. They came through the door that led here. They were surprised to see that Gustav had arrived here first. "Hey," Gustav responded to them with a nod. "Oh my, how did you get here before we did?" Fiona quickly posed with an expression of disbelief. "I jumped," Gustav answered bluntly. "Jumped?" Ilden voiced out with a confused look. "Yeah, it was faster to get up this way," Gustav responded. "You can jump that high without wings?" Felgro asked. "You can't?" Gustav questioned back. All 3 of them had looks of disbelief on their faces as they turned to stare at each other. Darkil and Mill arrived on the rooftop as well at this point and were also surprised to see Gustav sitting here. They didn't know where he disappeared to earlier, and seeing him sitting here, they were sure he must have arrived some time ago. "Darkil, where have you been?" Fiona inquired with a light chuckle. "It's our first time here, don't blame us for coming in last," Darkil responded with a light laughter as well. He and Fiona shared a fist bump as he arrived in front of her. They all gathered around Gustav, who remained seated in place, and waited for him to address them. "I'll go straight to the point," Gustav began speaking. "We're raiding and destroying that place by midnight," he added. All of them had strong looks of readiness as they heard that. Jabal, the look-alike of the leader who used to control this weapon supply group, must have caught on by now that things are off, Gustav explained. "The more time we waste, the more things might get even more difficult, so we end this charade tonight and turn everything and everyone existing within that place to ash. We're not taking any prisoners, neither is there anyone there that needs to live," Gustav added. "Once Jabal and the other 4 are gone, the group will truly turn headless and it will make it easier to run the other storage locations to the ground." As Gustav got to this point, Fiona decided to ask, "Squad leader, what is the plan?" "Good thing you asked. I brought more costumes for the rest of you," Gustav stated as he activated his storage ring. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde 3 red jackets appeared in front. "I'm sure you know who uses these costumes," Gustav voiced out. "We're infiltrating with these disguises, but remember this." Chapter 614. We're infiltrating with these disguises, but remember this. Gustav paused at this point before resuming. Jabal is able to sense the presence of any form of energy activation in the vicinity. The moment we begin using our abilities, he will sense that something is going down already, so every action has to be quick and precise. "Every encounter with an opponent, go for the kill," Gustav stated. "I want to make sure Jabal doesn't escape, so until I give the go-ahead, every one of you must remain in disguise. You can begin planting the mini-explosives all across different places in the building till you get the go-ahead," Gustav added. He wanted to go for Jabal first and incapacitate him so he wouldn't be able to escape. If anyone tried attacking or activating their bloodlines before Gustav got hold of Jabal, he might escape and that would make things drag on for longer. The moment Jabal was out of the picture, there would be no one to control the group anymore. The red jackets securing the other locations also wouldn't be alerted about the impending doom. A map of the structure was displayed from a device in Fiona's hand. "The place is quite big. Fiona, you cover this area." Gustav began splitting them up and given each person the area they were going to cover. Their meeting atop the rooftop of the lounge ended after some minutes. Gustav had given instructions on how the whole operation was going down. Currently it was late in the evening and already approaching nightfall. The squad moved to different parts within the lounge to go rest and prepare since they still had hours ahead before the operation would begin. Gustav on the other hand leaped off the building and began walking along the streets. This part of Region 22 was quite peaceful and intact compared to many other places within the city. The place where the advanced firearms supplies was moved to from Region 6 was only about 5 minutes away on the other street. Gustav walked towards the location and spotted the massive-looking white building with a circular-shaped structure from above. It looked similar in structure to the White House back in the old days but at least 2 times bigger. Unlike other structures in this area, this one was barricaded by glowing lines and had lots of space in the vicinity where red jackets paraded the area. Gustav just moved past it and observed the internal and external area using his perception. He would have made use of God Eyes to scour the entire threshold, but recalling his last experience when he first met Sahil and Jabal, he knew it was possible for Jabal to recognize the energy signature of God Eyes and pinpoint his location. This would really compromise their plans, so he could only use his perception, which didn't require any form of energy since it was practically an extension of his senses. There should be at least 42 of them. That's a lot, Gustav said internally as he made his way back to the lounge area. Gustav would have been worried if it was just him, but since he had an entire team here, it made things easier. Practically every single red jacket here was on the peak marshal level to mid-falcon level. Lots of them were higher than Gustav in mixed blood rank, and there happened to be the presence of someone he sensed within the structure who was at the peak of falcon rank. Gustav could already tell that this must be one of the 6 who he had now reduced to 4 in number. This is another opponent that would make things more difficult, but since they would be 6 officers venturing into the place with him, he wasn't quite as worried. Gustav arrived back at the lounge area and made his way back to the rooftop to meditate in the meantime. There was still over 6 hours left till go time, so he decided to stay above instead of within the building. Notifications suddenly appeared in his line of sight after he heard the beep in his head. New quest has been issued. Keep Jabal alive for 24 hours. Rewards: hidden. Punishment for failure: hidden. What the hell is this? Gustav questioned internally the moment he spotted the notifications. System, what are you doing? Why would you want me to keep him alive? Gustav questioned internally. The quests are randomly generated, don't ask me for reason where there is none. Sure, I am a sentient being, but most of the quests you see I just issue them, the system responded with a snarky tone. Sigh. Keeping him alive for 24s. What's the point? Gustav voiced internally with a frustrated tone. Now I wanna kill him immediately, I don't have to complete the quest anyways, Gustav said internally again. Maybe you should check the details of the punishment for failure, the system said within his mind. It's hidden, Gustav responded. Exactly, the system voiced with a foreshadowing tone. Gustav. You little. Within the same building where Gustav and his squad planned to infiltrate by midnight, Jabal sat on a high seat within a hall-like space. He was dressed in flowing white robes that wrapped around his shoulder area, and in front of him was a stout-looking man with a 4-foot-long ponytail strapped to the back of his head. There have been no feedback from Tia or Armand since, the stout-looking man voiced out as he stood in front of Jabal. The group I sent out before claimed that the entire place had been run to the ground. It is empty and not a single soul or structure could be found in the vicinity. Jabal rubbed his beard with a contemplative look as he spoke. The others who traveled to Region 17 also sent images of the destroyed warehouse along with everything kept within it, Jabal added. This cannot be a coincidence, the stout man voiced out. No, Dilton, it cannot be, Jabal voiced out as well in agreement. Chapter 6:15. No, Dilton, it cannot be, Jabal voiced out as well in agreement. Send word to the other warehouses to be on the lookout and activate the highest security protocols immediately, Jabal instructed. H&M, Dilton nodded in response as he prepared to leave. As he walked few steps away, he suddenly paused and turned around. What about the meeting with the representatives from the Lanzis? Dilton inquired. It will go ahead as planned. They can come over to meet me here, Dilton responded. What if the other groups are the ones behind this because we keep selling to everyone? Dilton voiced out with a look of contemplation. This may be the case, but there's no proof to know who we're actually being attacked by. It will have to be a combined effort if they were able to take even Tia and Armin out. Jabal looked worried as he got to this point. In my meeting with the Lanzis, I'll ask for them to lend us some troops, and now that we've caught on to what is going on, we can prepare for it, Jabal stated. The security protocols here should be activated as well. No one will be allowed in the building without facial confirmation, Jabal declared. Understood, Dilton responded and turned back around to walk away. In a flash, 8 hours went by and it was around 2 midnight at the moment. The squad members gathered around Gustav, all clad in their red jackets costume and masks. You already know how this is gonna go, Gustav said as he handed over a small circular device to them one after the other. This is a voice sampler. The voices of the people who these costumes belong to will be heard from your mouth whenever you try to talk, so long as it's attached to your neck, Gustav stated. They all looked at it with awestruck expressions, wondering how Gustav was able to get it to work properly. Every voice sampler needed a sample first before it could tune a person's voice to sound like another. What they didn't know was, Gustav had already mimicked the voice of the red jackets he stole the costumes from and used their voice to set up the voice sampler. This way no one would have an unfamiliar voice. They all strapped the device to their neck underneath the masks and tried speaking. Fiona sounded like an old man fellow who had smoking issues. Ilden sounded quite badass with a deep baritone but raspy voice, and the others all sounded quite intimidating as well, like how gangsters would sound. After mentioning a few more things, Gustav took the lead by jumping off the building and the others followed as well. Although they couldn't leap as high as Gustav could except Fiona, who could literally fly, jumping down a structure this high was something they could do. Everyone moved together towards the infiltration location in a 3-3 format. Gustav stood in the middle of Darryl and Mill while Fiona stood in the middle of Ilden and Felgro as they followed behind Gustav. In about 2 minutes they arrived there due to their fast speed of walking. Gustav noticed that the wall of lines barricading the vicinity had now turned to red and the entrance now had 4 red jackets standing guard instead of the initial 2. Taking note of this change, Gustav felt like something was up already and spread out his perception more. "Where are you lots coming from?" one of the red jackets in front asked as he spotted them approaching from the side of the street. "We were sent to scout an area in the morning. We need to pass along our findings to Boss Jabal." Just as they had agreed earlier, Gustav was the one who spoke. Gustav's voice was completely different from earlier as he spoke, and the squad members assumed he had one of voice samplers strapped to his neck. They had no idea Gustav could change his voice at will. "Oh, you 6 were one of them sent out this morning?" The other one by the side voiced out with knowing tone. Gustav replied affirmatively. "What about your ride? You guys walked all the way back?" He proceeded to ask again while looking around to confirm that he didn't see any hover car. "Precisely why we came back so late. It was destroyed, we barely escaped with our lives. Our findings are urgent and we have to pass them to Jabal as soon as possible," Gustav stated with a tone of urgency. The 4 of them noted the urgency in his voice and realized this might truly be an emergency situation. "Let them through," one of them voiced out while moving to the side. The entrance displayed a green light as all 6 of them walked through fast. One of the red jackets stared at Fiona's rear while squinting his eyes. Fiona could feel his gaze on her body as she walked behind Gustav, but she refrained from acting or making any movements that would attract suspicion. After a few more moments, the red jacket turned around to look forward again and continued observing the entrance vicinity with the rest. Fiona sighed internally in relief. She was glad she used something to strap her boobs tightly to her chest so it made her look flat from up front, but she didn't consider her rear. She had a perky but so it came off as a bit suspicious for a man to have such big butt. Luckily the red jacket who noticed this didn't dig deep into it. They walked along a grassy path with different flowers planted around the place and a small lake by the side. The building they were headed to was right up ahead and they passed by several red jackets strolling around as they walked towards the entrance area of the building. "Something is off. This place is more busier than it was when I checked during the day," Gustav said internally as he kept spreading his perception around. As they closed in on the entrance area, Gustav spotted something and activated the mind communication device. Everyone, stop. Chapter 6:16. As they closed in on the entrance area, Gustav spotted something and activated the mind communication device. Everyone, stop. They all paused their steps after hearing Gustav say that. What happened, squad leader? Darkil asked through the device. Hold on. Gustav responded as he observed what was happening at the entrance area. There were two massive pillars up ahead. Two red jackets guarded both sides of the entrance behind the two massive pillars. A red jacket who was about to go in pulled off his mask and rays of light shone on his face before he was given authorization to go in. There's a facial recognition scanner up ahead. We will be asked to take off our masks before we can go in, Gustav stated after observing what had just happened. Oh Lord! How do we get in now without getting noticed? Fiona asked as everyone became worried after this information was disclosed. Hey, what are you lots doing standing there? A red jacket who was patrolling this side of the grounds voiced out as he spotted them standing in place together. They're the next set, I telling each person where they're meant to cover, Gustav answered immediately. Is there a problem? He added. Oh no, carry on, the red jacket responded and kept moving towards the side. Squad leader, what do we do now? Ilden proceeded to ask. Just like I told that dude, you will need to fan out across the surroundings right now. I'll infiltrate alone, disable their security systems and contact you all on when to come in, Gustav said as he proceeded to start moving towards the entrance. Squad leader, how do you intend to infiltrate? Fiona asked from the mind communication device again. Don't worry about that, just fan out so you guys don't look suspicious, Gustav responded as he arrived in between the two pillars. The red jackets there stood in place as he walked forward and took off his mask. Right before the entrance, a ray of white light shot towards his face and scanned it repeatedly before a green light buzzed. Gustav nodded at the red jackets in place before wearing his mask back and moving in. Fiona and the others who were already fanning out were surprised when they saw Gustav manage to get in without triggering any alarms. How did he do it? This was the thought on all of their minds. They only saw the back of Gustav's head from afar, so they had no idea that his face was completely different from his original look. The rest of the squad began patrolling around the building while Gustav moved about within the building. The place was like a base, so large on the inside with multiple big hallways that led to different areas. Gustav made use of his perception, spreading it across the place and moving towards spaces where he could sense red jackets clustered together. He wouldn't go in without properly observing the vicinity with his perception, so he seemed suspicious since he was currently looking for the control room. Gustav walked up another set of stairs and arrived at another hallway again. Here he could sense about 8 different room spaces up ahead, and only 2 were occupied by living beings which he already knew were red jackets. The other rooms had been used for storage. Gustav could sense the outlines of weapons crate. Moving towards the end of the hallway, he arrived at the second to the last one, and a red jacket just happened to be coming out of this one. Hey, you must be the replacement, he voiced out. Before Gustav could confirm or deny the statement, he pulled Gustav with himself into the room. What appeared in their line of sight were multiple mechanical bots all up to 13 feet in height. About 7 more red jackets could be seen moving around and trying to lift these mechanical bots with the help of each other. The space of this place was very spacious, so even if 100 people walked in, it wouldn't look crammed in any way. Come on, go assist them. These are going to the Rutilias in Region 9, the red jacket voiced out while gesturing at the mechanical humanoid-looking bots all around the place. No, I'm not the replacement, Gustav finally spoke. Heh, you're not. Then why did you come with me? The red jacket asked with an irritated tone. I can still assist with just one, Gustav said in response. Really? The red jacket asked with a tone of expectation. Sure, Gustav said as he moved towards one and joined another red jacket in lifting it. Gustav could lift this just by himself, but it would be suspicious if he did that. He moved out of the large room along with the red jacket. He was assisting towards the back of the building where a large transport vehicle was waiting. They loaded the humanoid mechanical bot onto the vehicle where Gustav could see about 3 others within. After getting off the vehicle, Gustav sneakily moved towards the side and stamped 3 round objects to the bottom area. Looking around to be sure he wasn't spotted, Gustav made his way back into the building and arrived back at that same hallway to check the last room. Finally, Gustav said internally as he moved in and spotted the holographic monitors and 3 red jackets seating in place behind the multiple holographic projections and tapping on keyboard surfaces. They all turned around when they heard the sound of someone walking in. "What are you doing here?" one of them asked. "Substitute. We're supposed to change shifts, remember?" Gustav said as he walked forward. "Change shift? This is the control room, you idiot," the red jacket voiced out with a repressed tone hearing what Gustav said. "Oh, but I was asked to come here, down the hallway towards the left room," he said. Gustav acted like an idiot as he moved closer to them while speaking. The other 2 totally ignored and kept staring at the holographic monitors that displayed different places within and outside the structure premises. Chapter 6:17. You must have been misled. Where exactly are you supposed to go? While the red jacket was still speaking to him, Zing tilde 2 small daggers appeared in Gustav's hand from his storage device and he suddenly flicked out one at insane speed. Thui tilde imsei. The red jacket suddenly stopped speaking and started making gurgling sounds as he raised his hand to touch his neck. A finger-sized size hole could be seen in his neck area which blood began to jet out of. By the time the other 2 here noticed, Gustav was already behind the one in the middle. HKK tilde he slit the throat of the second one and dashed forward to grab the third before he could press the panic button. Bang! Gustav slammed him against the wall with his left hand wrapped around the red jacket's neck. He arched his right hand back while gripping onto the hilt tightly before stabbing forward repeatedly. Poochie tilde Poochie tilde Poochie tilde Poochie tilde he stabbed the chest area and neck of the red jacket repeatedly, which eventually ended up sending him to the afterlife. Gustav focused on the neck first so there wouldn't be any screams since their windpipe would be destroyed. He let go of the red jacket who fell to the floor lifelessly and moved towards the one whose throat he slit earlier. This one and the other one happened to still be alive. They were trying to crawl their way towards the door area and call for help after falling to the floor. Gustav proceeded to slaughter them as well, sending them to join their comrade in wherever he may currently be. After all this was done, he locked the control room from within and moved to take a sit somewhere around the middle. Different kinds of buttons could be seen everywhere for different purposes, but Gustav didn't waste time and started deciphering the uses of the different buttons. Gustav could even spot his subordinates in different parts of the holographic monitors here. He proceeded to map out different parts of this place that he didn't have information on and checked on where Sahil currently was as well. Got it. Minutes later, Gustav finally figured out how to deactivate the facial recognition scanner and other security protocols that would prevent access for his subordinates. Gustav once again activated the mind communication device and spoke. "Everyone should make their way to the entrance this moment," he said internally. "Understood," everyone voiced out together and began making their way there. "Mill, don't join them in approaching the red jackets at the entrance. Wait behind and keep a little distance from the rest." Gustav gave this instruction and proceeded to explain how things were going to go. "Rotation is happening a minute from now. The rest of you 4 will pretend to be the next group placed at the entrance. From the control room, I have contacted the 4 standing guard there that the next set is approaching. Meanwhile, the next set is still gonna take a minute before reaching there." While listening to Gustav's explanation, they arrived at the entrance area and met the 4 red jacket standing guard. They did as Gustav said and all 4 red jackets proceeded to move away from the entrance towards different places in the premises. "Mill, move into the premises now," Gustav voiced out internally while watching them on the monitor. Mill quickly moved towards the entrance area and walked in just as Gustav instructed. There was no alarm or any form of obstruction. He went in unhindered. "The next group that will be standing guard here are approaching. You 4 will have to pretend like your shift is ending as they come and take over standing guard. From there you 4 will move in as well and the operation can begin," Gustav stated. A few seconds after they heard Gustav say that, a group truly arrived to take over from them. This group had no idea that the 4 they were supposed to take over from had already left this spot. Fiona, Darkill, Felgro, and Ilden started moving into the premises. I thought there was supposed to be a face recognition system and other security protocols put in place? One of them asked when they saw all four entering without obstruction. Yes, the control room deactivated it for an instant so we could get in quickly since Boss Jabal is expecting us. Fiona responded to that quickly, causing the red jacket to nod in understanding. As every one of them went in, the red jacket tried moving closer to the entrance and rays of light shot towards his face to scan it. After confirming that the security protocols had been reactivated, he stood back and joined the rest in standing guard. It was fortunate that Gustav was quick enough to reactivate it, or this would have brought suspicions which, if acted on, would expose them. Gustav sent a holographic map of the vicinity to all five of them so they could properly cover the areas that he had instructed each of them to. Gustav stood up from the seat in the control room at this point. Now that the mission had officially begun and everyone was in, he could now go after Jabal personally. He was able to wing killing off 3 of the red jackets here without activating any ability because they let their guard down. There was no guarantee he would be able to pull something like this off again. Using abilities were currently impossible because Jabal would sense it and the enemies would be alerted. Gustav already knew the map of the premises after checking it out just once, so he knew how to get to Jabal's location. After getting out of the control room, he locked it up from outside and began moving along the corridor. Right now he was in the southwest area of the premises, but he needed to get to the north area, which was where Jabal was situated. Gustav moved quickly as the rest of his subordinates began planting the mini-explosives in different positions. Chapter 6:18. Gustav moved quickly as the rest of his subordinates began planting the mini-explosives in different positions. Minutes later he arrived at a part of the premises where he had to climb a small stairway that led to an intersection above. The left path was curved and led to a corridor just like the right path. Gustav turned towards the right and continued moving forward till he arrived at the corridor, which only covered a very short distance because it led to another stairway which led Gustav higher up. He could see artworks on the sides of the wall which made him understand that he had arrived at Jabal's location. After he finished climbing the stairway, he went through the large opening up ahead and found himself in a kind of large hall. Several red jackets were just coming out as he was headed in, but they didn't suspect a thing. Gustav looked around and could only see the large high seat position somewhere behind, which was where Jabal was currently seated. He spotted a stout-looking man clad in yellowish outfit conversing with Jabal up front. This man had a long ponytail behind his head which reached his calves area. They both spotted Gustav as he walked into the place and stopped conversing. "What do you want?" Dilton asked with a strong tone. Gustav assumed they weren't expecting any red jacket to be here at this time, which meant the ones here previously were probably summoned by Jabal. "I have an important report to make," Gustav voiced out with an urgent tone as he moved forward. "Hold it there and say what you have to," Dilton voiced out, causing Gustav to pause his footsteps. "But it's very sensitive information. I can only disclose it to Boss Jabal here," Gustav responded and started walking forward again. "I said hold it right there and speak from your current position," Dilton voiced out strongly again with a tone of caution. From the looks of things, they were so untrusting of even red jackets. Gustav felt they may have gotten some new information that was making them react this way, but he was sure they hadn't figured out his squad infiltration. "I hope you lots are planting the explosives. Things are about to get loud," Gustav said through the mind-voice communication. The others were startled after hearing that, but before any of them could ask anything, Gustav spoke again. "No need for worries. They'll just be attracted to where I am. You can continue with your objectives without arousing any suspicions. You'll be able to use your abilities soon." After saying this, Gustav disconnected from the mind communication. "Hey, are you deaf or are you mute? Why are you just standing there?" Jabal finally voiced out. Dilton had been speaking since, but Gustav just ignored him and stood there speaking through the mind communication. "I can only disclose this information to Boss Jabal." Gustav voiced out and started moving forward again. At this point he was only a few steps away from Jabal's position. Dilton suddenly moved forward and stood in front of Gustav. "Hold your..." As Dilton was speaking, Jabal interrupted. Dilton, maybe you should just let him be so he can say what he has to say and get out, Jabal voiced out from behind. Dilton squinted his eyes, then turned his head to the side to stare at Jabal before opening his mouth to speak. Jabal, it's... At this moment Gustav's palm suddenly shot forward at immense speed. Palm strike has been activated. Bang! His right palm slammed into the middle of Dilton's chest, suddenly sending him flying across the hall and slamming into the pillar behind. Jabal's mouth opened in bewilderment as he saw Gustav dash forward at immense speed and grab onto his neck before he could even react. Grr. Who Kerr. Ah. Yo you. Kerg. He held onto Gustav's hand while he was being choked and lifted up. Gustav totally ignored the question and kept squeezing his neck tightly, causing Jabal to kick and claw while trying to get him to let go. Jabal's irises glowed a white light as he stared at Gustav's arms and body with a squeezed-up face. I can pinpoint his energy channel points and mess with it, he said internally with a tone of urgency as he spotted different red points all across Gustav's body that only him could see. He quickly raised his hand and joined his fingers together before stabbing it at a part of Gustav's wrist. His eyes widened even more as his fingers made contact. His flesh is too thick. I can't disrupt his energy flow with the level of my strength. Jabal felt like Gustav's skin was metallic. Just as his vision turned blurry and he was about to pass out, Dilton suddenly swept forward from behind after breaking through the pillar. Gustav spotted a very sharp blade-like hair headed for him from the side. He made a low humping sound before turning to the left with speed, holding Jabal in front of him. Poochie. The hair stabbed straight through Jabal's back, piercing through his gut. Blurg. Jabal spat out a mouthful of blood onto Gustav's face as he looked down at the hair stabbing through him before passing out. Jabal. Dilton shouted out from behind as he retracted his hair. Gustav let go of Jabal at this point, letting his unconscious body fall to the ground. You bastard. Who are you? Dilton shouted out again as he sent his hair stabbing forward at Gustav. Swerve. 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 Gustav darted from side to side, twisting and spinning his body as he dodged the thrusts of Dilton hair. While doing that, he was speaking through the mind communication. You all can now use your bloodline abilities. As he finished saying this, the long ponytail suddenly accelerated with immense speed, catching Gustav off guard. As he turned to the side, he wasn't fast enough, so he reached out his left hand to catch the tip of the ponytail before it could stab into his right shoulder. Chapter 619. Up ahead, Dilton smiled as he noticed this action. The sharp tip of the ponytail cut an inch deep into Gustav's left palm, wrapped around it tightly. Fresh blood dripped down his hand and even spilled onto his shoulder area. Must be pretty sharp to cut through my hand this much, Gustav thought as he held onto it tightly even though his hand was bleeding immensely. Dilton's eyes were widened at this moment. His fingers didn't get severed. He couldn't believe his eyes, knowing just how sharp his ponytail was. He tried retracting his hair at this point, but Gustav was still holding tightly to it. As the pain seared through Gustav's hand, his fingers trembled. He groaned inwardly before pulling the ponytail with immense force. Fui. Dilton's entire body was jerked forward, causing him to fly towards Gustav uncontrollably. Gustav arched his arm backwards at this point and threw his right fist upwards. Bang! His fist slammed into Dilton's gut, sending him flying upwards as the floor beneath Gustav's feet cracked from force. A loud sound of collision rang out as Dilton slammed into the ceiling. He made a sound of pain as his back slammed through it before he began descending at free-fall speed. Gustav was prepared to send out another attack when Dilton shot his hair downwards with speed while he descended. Chi tilde chi tilde chi tilde chi tilde. It stabbed out multiple times in a span of 1 second. Sprint has been activated. Gustav was not going to let himself be caught by surprise again and activated Sprint to dodge the insanely fast thrusts of the ponytail, which made them look like they were multiple in number. The ponytail ended up stabbing the floor around Gustav after he dodged every single thrust. Wait. A sound of cracking reverberated across the place and Gustav reacted by quickly jumping backwards as Dilton landed on the ground in front. The place where Gustav was standing on earlier collapsed inside and fell to the floor beneath this one. Dilton's hair turned fiery red as he sent it flying towards Gustav again up front. It felt like the air in the vicinity was drying up as the ponytail swung at Gustav. Gustav leaned backwards dodging the first one, but that wasn't the end. It came swinging downwards again. Bang! It slammed into the floor once again as Gustav jumped towards the side. A sizzling sound rang out as the floor got burnt through and parts of it crumbled as well. Gustav at this point kept dashing and jumping across the place to dodge the ponytail, which was swinging so fast it looked like fiery chains were flying across the hall. Gustav activated atomic disintegration, causing 2 atomic blades to appear in his hand as he finally decided to engage. Clank! Clank! Bang! Boom! He swung them around, repeatedly clashing against the sturdy and sharp ponytail. Among all the enemies or things Gustav had gone against using the atomic blade, this was by far the sturdiest. Gustav didn't feel like the atomic blade was even doing any damage, even though it collided with the ponytail repeatedly. Even Dilton was finding it hard to believe that a blade made from light particles would be able to clash with his ponytail without being cleaved in half. However, even though they seemed evenly matched in these swinging attacks, Dilton would occasionally be pushed back due to the amount of strength Gustav used when clashing with him. Gustav slowly closed in on him, and when he reached a certain distance, his arms suddenly transformed, becoming massive and muscular. Slash! Clang! Gustav sent out a very fierce strike, causing the ponytail to be blasted towards the back, which in turn caused Dilton's scalp to be pulled along with it. As he lost his balance, Gustav sped forward with immense speed and slashed at his chest area. Dilton's eyes widened as he controlled his hair to quickly move forward and block the slash at the last moment, but due to the force Gustav sent out, Dilton's body spun across the air as the ponytail moved to the side. Gustav was already sending out his left hand at this point. Slash! The atomic blade hacked into Dilton's back, sending him hurling further across the air with blood squirting out like a fountain. Dilton slammed into the second pillar up ahead as he felt his spine lose functionality. Dilton was physically weak, so one connecting attack was all it took to put him out of commission. Gustav walked towards the area where Dilton lay on the ground in the pool of his own blood and shattered pieces of the pillar surrounding him. He kept pulling his body backwards with his hands as he saw Gustav approaching, but this action did not help him in any way. Gustav arrived in front of him and stomped on his chest with his right leg, pinning him in place. "Please spare me," Dilton spat out blood as he pleaded. Gustav raised the atomic blade in his right hand without a shred of mercy displayed in his eyes. "Please." While Dilton opened his mouth to voice out again, Gustav stabbed down with force. 3H tilde the atomic blade stabbed through Dilton's mouth, piercing through his brain. Gustav proceeded to slash before retracting his blade. Dilton's head was divided in 2 from his lower lip down. After the deed was done, Gustav turned around and started walking towards where Jabul's unconscious body was situated on the floor. He brought out a healing pill and forced it through Jabul's mouth before picking him up. "I guess I'm completing that stupid mission after all," Gustav said internally with a sigh as he turned around with Jabal on his shoulder. At this moment, the sound of multiple footsteps reverberated across the place. "Here they come." Gustav already expected this. He brought out several circular objects from his storage ring and dashed across the small hall, stamping them to the walls and several other parts. Combination has been activated. The instant the group of red jackets walked into the hall and spotted Gustav's figure with Jabal on his shoulders. Sprint plus dash. Gustav combined sprint and dash before charging forward. Fuwumsche tilde. Chapter 620, S, Sprint plus dash. Gustav combined sprint and dash before charging forward. Fuwumsche tilde he blasted through their midst with immense speed while conjuring a 17 feet long massive atomic blade and slashing out with his right hand. Screeve tilde multiple heads were instantly lopped of flying towards across the air as blood sprayed across the floors and walls. Gustav didn't wait for a moment after that and dashed out of the hall as he deactivated the massive atomic blade. It was only for a moment, but he felt the amount of energy used was no small deal. The other red jackets who were stationed by his left were alive because Gustav didn't swing that way. They stared at the mess created and the heads scattered all across the place with looks of fright. The blood spattered all across the place and the multiple holes in the walls and floors as well as the destroyed pillars in this hall-like room. They realized this was no ordinary enemy as they also spotted the decapitated body of Dilton up ahead. Activate the alarm system. The enemy has to be stopped. One of them shouted out with a slightly shaky voice as they moved out of the hall-like area. At this point Gustav had deactivated combination so he wouldn't end up spending too much energy and went back to making use of dash. I only have to keep this up for about 16 more hours, Gustav said internally as he stared at the unconscious body of Jabal on his shoulder. Gustav dashed across the place attaching the pinky finger-sized explosion to walls and ceilings. Beep, 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 beep. At this point a loud alarm was reverberating across the premises and the voice of a loud AI who mentioned the location of the situation could be heard next. The red jackets in the vicinity all began moving towards the north area of the premises. It quickly spread that the culprit of the incident was trying to escape with Jabal in his possession. They had no idea that Gustav wasn't even trying to escape yet since he hadn't covered the places he was supposed to. If it wasn't for the fact that he had Jabal on his shoulder as he moved from place to place, he would still be able to go about unnoticed. His red jacket costume was still very much intact, but running around with Jabal gave him away. Boom. Boom. Occasionally Gustav would jump from place to place dodging projectiles from pursuing red jackets. In a span of minutes he was being pursued by over 20 different red jackets and more were still coming over. This made other parts of the premises scanty, which in turn made it easier for the other squad members to plant the explosives easily since everyone was only focusing on one culprit. They had no idea that there were 5 others currently. Fiona checked the map for her current location and calculated how much area she had covered so far. After doing that she realized she had almost covered everywhere she was supposed to without a single hitch so far. This was the same for Ilden, Darkhill, Mill and Felgrow. Since when Gustav gave the go-ahead for them to use their bloodlines, things got even easier and they hadn't seen a reason to use their abilities to battle because every red jacket they came into contact with were moving with urgency towards the source of the alarm. In the next 10 minutes all 5 of them had finished covering their areas and placed the explosives in every storage room as well. They didn't even have to battle anyone but they could hear occasional sounds of small explosion from time to time coming from a certain area. The walls would also tremble as well and they could tell things would be pretty intense wherever Gustav was at. Squad leader. They are timed to explode in 5 minutes. Will you be able to get out in time? Fiona contacted Gustav through the mind communication device. 5 minutes. Has everyone covered their specified areas? Gustav asked. Yes, squad leader. They all responded together. Good. Now get out of the premises. Don't worry about me, Gustav voiced out as he began counting down 5 minutes in his head. Squad leader, are you sure you don't need assistance? Fiona proceeded to ask as another loud sound reverberated across the place. Don't worry about me. Leave and get as far away from here as you can, Gustav stated. All 5 of them had no choice but to listen to Gustav and began to make their way out of the premises. They had easily completed their individual objectives but they all knew that Gustav played the most difficult parts and even now they could tell he was still undergoing a difficulty. Getting out would be hard for him since practically the entire troops of red jackets were after him. Currently Gustav was running on the side of a wall after the entire floor of this area was blasted to bits by the red jackets chasing from behind. Gustav leaped forward from the wall after reaching a particular point and blasted through an opening on the lower floor. Some of red jackets behind were standing on a cylindrical-shaped glider which allowed them access to fly across the place. They chased relentlessly after Gustav while some others stuck at the entry point that led to this floor before it got blasted to smithereens, had to turn around to look for another route and resume chasing Gustav. Gustav arrived at a long corridor and dashed across it with Jabal still on his left shoulder area. Arriving at the intersection, Gustav turned to the left and sensed multiple red jackets coming towards him from up ahead. He quickly paused his movement and turned towards the right. He only moved a few steps forward before he sensed multiple of them coming from that direction as well. Gustav turned around to turn back to where he was coming from and spotted the red jackets using those cylindrical-shaped gliders, flying towards his direction. Chapter 621. He brought out the mini-explosives and stamped them on the walls by the sides of the intersection before looking forward at the wall up ahead. His arm budged intensely, turning muscular as dark furs spread across them. Atomic disintegration has been activated. Milky glow coated his fist area as he sent a fist hurling at the wall. Bang! 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 The walls were made of no ordinary material, so he had to punch several times before he was finally able to blast a hole through it. At this point he was surrounded and they had nearly caught up to him before he leaped through it. The instant Gustav arrived on the other side of the wall, his body bloated and he reached out to stick to the wall as he turned green. Just as the red jackets arrived at the opening on the wall, so did his hand make contact with the bottom side of the wall. Icicle-like rocks instant shot protruded from sides of the opening on the wall at fast speed, sealing the hole Gustav created in a manner of moments. Bang! Bang! Several sounds of collision rang out as the red jackets slammed into them unexpectedly. Host has returned to original form. The notification rang out as his body transformed back and he jumped towards the ground and started dashing across the place again. He was still within the premises, but he was now closing in on the south area of the premises. With this I have covered everywhere I'm supposed to, Gustav said internally as he finally decided to make his way out of here. Meanwhile, Fiona and the others had finally made their way out of the structure and were now moving together, towards the entry point of the barricaded area. Fiona's eyes squinted as she looked up ahead after spotting something. "Guys, move over," she called out urgently to them and quickly shifted towards the side where several trees were planted. They followed her and hid behind the trees with looks of confusion displayed in their eyes. "Look up ahead." At the entry point, she stated while her eyes remained squinted as she looked beyond the entry point, which was more than 100 feet away. "What are those?" Ilden seemed to be the first person who had noticed what she was referring to. "More like who are those?" Darkill corrected as he spotted the convoy of yellow-colored hover cars heading for the entry point from outside. Their color. Could they be? Just as Mill was analyzing as well, the first vehicle arrived at the entry point and blasted straight through the entrance. The red jackets standing guard there seemed to have been sending alert messages to the control room since, and now they started firing at the invaders with their advanced weaponry. Bang! 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 A small battle played out in front of them as the 4 red jackets standing there engaged the troops, who came out of the vehicles clad in yellow outfits and glowing helmets. It only lasted for no more than a minute before all 4 of them were killed off and the convoy kept moving along, approaching the structure behind them. There were barely any red jackets in the vicinity because of the incident with Gustav, which made the infiltration of this group even easier. The few that tried to stop them were all annihilated as they made their way to the building. "Aren't those the Vulcans?" Darkill voiced out from the side as they watched this group scaling through. They were hiding well among the trees so they weren't spotted by the group. "I was thinking the same thing as well," Mill responded to Darkill. They had learnt all the information they needed before they went on the mission, and one of them was the outfits of all 6 groups. "This is exactly my suspicions too, and since you both think the same as well, I believe this should be from the Vulcan group," Fiona stated as they stared at the group infiltrating the structure. "What do they want here? How did they even get hold of the whereabouts of this place?" Felgrove voiced out with a tone of suspiciousness. The Vulcans happened to be one of the good groups who their squad was supposed to assist, since that was one of their objectives during the mission. Only a minute is left before the explosives go off. Fiona's eyes widened as she realized this. "They will get caught up in it if they don't leave immediately," Mill voiced out as he stood to his feet to move. "Grab." Fiona grabbed hold of him. "Are you stupid? What do you intend to do? Walk up to them dressed as their enemies and tell them to get out of the building because you're on their side?" she voiced out with a repressed look. Mill looked at himself and realized Fiona was right. "What do we do then? We're supposed to reduce the numbers of the other groups, not them," Mill voiced out as he squatted. "Squad leader is the one with the controller. I'll reach out to him to stop the timer." Fiona decided to contact Gustav. Currently within the building, Gustav was being pursued by multiple red jackets once again. At this point he knew less than 1 minute was left before the explosives went off, so he was trying to make his way out of the building without giving the red jackets the opportunity to chase him as well. He wanted to make sure they remained in the building while he would escape it. The hatch is somewhere around there, Gustav said internally as he dashed across another stairway which led to another one. Thum tilde, he would occasionally leap several hundred stairs in nearly an instant, leaving more gap between himself and the red jackets chasing behind. He was finally closing in on the last stairway that would lead him to the area he was going to escape from. Squad leader, we have a problem, Fiona voiced out within his mind. Gustav suddenly felt a sense of foreboding as he heard that. What is it? Chapter 622. Squad leader, we have a problem, Fiona voiced out within his mind. Gustav suddenly felt a sense of foreboding as he heard that. What is it? He proceeded to ask. We believe the Vulcans have infiltrated the premises in bid to deal with the group. Fiona responded. The Vulcans? What are they doing here? Gustav was just as surprised as he leaped upwards furthermore. We have no idea, but they are in the building now, she stated with a tone of emergency. Gustav understood that they must have easily infiltrated due him drawing the attention of the red jackets. The explosives will go off in about 30 seconds time. Gustav realized this as he finally leaped through the last fleet of stairs and found himself at the entrance of the area he was headed for. Exactly. Squad leader, our actions shouldn't be the cause of their power reduction, so I'm suggesting you pause the timer, Fiona voiced out within his mind. Pause the timer. Gustav thought about this as he headed in the large space through the entrance. Yes. We could let the Vulcans handle dealing with the red jackets, Fiona stated. Gustav paused his steps within this massive circular-like space. There was only one way to get into this place, which was how Gustav got in, and to get out one would have to use the same way. However, high above, the circular-typed ceiling area was structured using multiple window panes, and there seemed to be a circular-shaped wheel-like object in the middle of the ceiling area. This was Gustav's way of getting out of here. The wheel-like object could be used to open the small hatch up above where he get out from and lock back from outside before leaving the premises. No. The Vulcans will be unable to handle the red jackets the moment they have the chance to regroup. The amount of advanced firearms and different technological machinery stored here would be enough for them to win. As Gustav said this to Fiona, he leaped upwards with force. He ascended up to 400 feet in the air and grabbed onto the wheel-like object with his right hand. Using it to pull himself up, Gustav placed his feet on the window panes while still using his left hand to hold onto Jabal. He started turning the wheel while Fiona was speaking in his mind. Squad leader, are you saying we should leave them to die? She asked. There's no choice here. It's guaranteed that we'll complete the objective the moment the explosives go off, while the Vulcans winning against the red jackets is not even up to 50% assured. They're just unlucky to be here at the moment, Gustav responded as he twisted the hatch as quickly as he could. The red jackets were already closing in on the entrance to this place as he struggled with the opening of the hatch with just a single hand. Less than 20 seconds left. You all, get out of here immediately. Don't be anywhere close to the premises, Gustav said with a tone of urgency, cutting Fiona short before she could keep arguing with him. Squad leader. Do you all want to die? Get the fuck outta here now, Gustav voiced out internally again as he sensed the red jackets approaching the entrance. Within the premises, Fiona, who was standing in the middle of all 5 of them, looked down as he turned away from the structure. We're leaving, she voiced out. What? What about the Vulcans? Mills stated with a look of dissatisfaction. Squad leader asked us to get out of here, we have less than 20 seconds, Fiona responded as he began moving towards the entrance area. They are our. Mill was cut short by Fiona before he could complete his sentence. Stay here and die then. After saying this, wings sprouted out of her back and she dove forward with speed. Everyone had no choice but to activate their bloodlines and move as quickly as possible towards the entry point. They also wondered how Gustav would get out in time since he hadn't left the building yet, but they knew he wouldn't be asking them to leave if he didn't have something up his sleeves. 12:11 As the red jackets got into the space, Gustav finally managed to get the hatch open and swung through the space as quickly as he could. He landed atop the glass-like roofing and quickly squatted to close the hatch back from outside. Bang! 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 Multiple red jackets slammed into the roofing from within trying to break through it and get Gustav, but it was all to no avail. 8 Gustav suddenly activated God Eyes at this point and saw through the entire structure down to the bottom and the far north area within. He spotted the group of Vulcans wreaking havoc in that part. There were quite a number of them, no less than 40 who had infiltrated. However, Gustav could see that some of them had split up already and only around 25 could still be seen cooped up in one location. 6 as the timer was only left with 6 seconds at this point. Gustav's body bloated as his skin turned green while he placed his right hand on the structure. Tilda his mind traveled across the structure with speed towards the north area. I can only do this much. He suddenly opened his eyes as icicle-like rocks shot out of the floor in front of the Vulcans who were about to go deeper into the structure. What's this? Hey! They began attacking the icicle-like rocks sprouting from the ground, but in a matter of moments all the Vulcans in that particular area had been surrounded by the icicle-like rocks and trapped within too. As Gustav noticed that only 2 seconds were left to get out of here, he activated Super Jump. Super Jump has been activated. Tilda he leaped across the air with immense force, causing small cracks to appear on the window panes. Fui Tilda. Chapter 623. As Gustav's body crossed over 1,000 feet across the air. 10 boom tilde a massive explosion rocked the entire structure, raising it to the ground. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud appeared that covered 2,000 feet of space across the premises, entirely obliterating every physical matter in its way. Gustav, who was still in mid-air, had already left a lot of distance between himself and the structure, but he was still hit by the powerful shockwaves, causing him to tumble across the air repeatedly as his body flew uncontrollably towards a building on the other street. Just as Gustav was about to hit it. Hover has been activated. His body suddenly paused in mid-air, a few feet away from the building. Floating a little bit forward, Gustav reached out to grab the building with his right hand and pulled himself upwards. Fui tilde, he floated upwards with Jabal still on his back and landed atop the 60-story building. Energy, 1028-16,000, always cutting it close. Gustav realized he spent way more energy than he was supposed to, but he was glad he got the job done. He sighed in relief as he dropped Jabal's unconscious body by the side and stared in the direction of the explosion. It was at least 5,000 feet away from his current standpoint, but he could see clearly just how much destruction was wreaked upon the environment. A massive crater that covered over 1,000 feet had been formed in place of the initial premises where Jabal and the Red Jackets initially resided. You have killed a Marshal-ranked mixed blood, plus 150,000 EXP. You have killed a Marshal-ranked mixed blood, plus 150,000 EXP. You have killed a Marshal-ranked mixed blood, plus 150,000 EXP. Notifications popped up in his line of sight one after the other in 20s. It had been so long since Gustav got an overflow of notifications like this, boosting his EXP so quickly. Host has leveled up. After the notifications ended, Gustav noticed he leveled up to 47. A good all-manslaughter was still the best way to stack up a lot of EXP so long as the mixed blood mixed breed were powerful enough. God Eyes have been activated. Gustav's sight turned red as he zoomed in on a part of the crater. There was a small amount of exalted land that wasn't destroyed like the rest. It had some spikes surrounding. Some were cracked and others were broken in half. The people standing on this piece of land were clad in yellowish outfit. These of course were the Vulcans Gustav had saved. However, even though he had them surrounded with the aerosilk from the killer pistol, some parts were still blasted apart by the explosion, so some of them still died. Gustav could see a few of them laying on the ground lifeless. Out of 100% of the Vulcans who came here, only 60% would be able to leave with their lives intact. Gustav deactivated God Eyes after confirming the survival of some of them. He wasn't in any way feeling remorseful about what had happened here. The Vulcans were not supposed to be here in the first place, and had he not interfered at the expense of losing all his energy, since that was his first time of trying that, they would all be dead. The Vulcans who survived were looking around with confusion, not understanding how they were surrounded with the icicle-like barricades before the explosion. They felt this couldn't be a coincidence. Gustav noticed he was bleeding from his neck area, but he wasn't bothered since it was just a flesh wound and regeneration was starting to kick in already. Squad leader. Were you able to get away in time? He suddenly got a mind communication call from Fiona. Yes. What about you guys? Gustav asked. We did as well, Fiona responded and proceeded to explain where they were currently. Gustav squatted and picked Jabal up before placing him on his left shoulder and leaping down the building. Minutes later, Gustav and his squad stood atop the lounge rooftop discussing about their recently completed objective. Why did squad leader take Jabal? Fiona asked. I need him to answer some questions, Gustav responded while staring at the side where Jabal was still laying on the ground. The Vulcans, how did some of them survive amid that amount of destruction? Mill voiced out with a confused expression. That's not important. Gustav waved the question off. The objective was a success. There are 3 more locations to get rid of, and that should be our next focus before the others catch on, he added. It was relatively easy. How did squad leader manage to escape on time? We barely made it away from the area of concentration before the explosion, Darkill voiced out as he recalled that they were also assaulted by the shockwaves. Fiona was the only one who got far away to not be affected in any way by the shockwaves, and that was due to her flying speed. That doesn't matter. You guys should go rest now and get ready for the next operation in Region 26. We'll be heading there in a day, Gustav voiced out and stood up. He picked Jabal up and moved towards the door area that led to the internal structure of the lounge. Good job everyone, Gustav praised them as he went through. All 5 of them stared at each other with smiles and followed after Gustav. They couldn't understand how Gustav pulled a lot of things off, but they were starting to understand why he was made the leader. Every grudge Mill had towards Gustav had dissipated during the last few days. He's more competent than I thought. Mill was subconsciously starting to respect Gustav, who he termed below him before. Right now it was around 5 am in the morning. The operation had lasted around 3 hours, and it was quite the crazy one with unexpected scenarios. Nevertheless, they were glad it turned out all right, and now Gustav had given them a day of rest before they headed to their next place of operation. Region 26. Chapter 624. Nevertheless, they were glad it turned out all right, and now Gustav had given them a day of rest before they headed to their next place of operation. Region 26. Hours later, Gustav was sitting in a small room channeling his bloodline while Jabal was tied up on a chair in front. Jabal had pleading eyes as he tried over and over to break free from the constraints, but it was to no avail. His mouth was also sealed shut so he couldn't speak. He could only stare at the face of this young lad in front of him, who seemed to be meditating with an unbothered expression. Gustav suddenly opened his eyes as a notification rang out in his head. Quest complete. Keep Jabal alive for 24 hours. Rewards, +5 000,000 EXP, +10 attribute points. Hover level up, float in mid-air for up to 10 seconds or transfer to an object. As Gustav stared at the rewards, he nodded in satisfaction. It would have taken him some time to level hover up since he only used it at specific times. The rewards were satisfactory to him. He was only halfway from getting to level 48 now. So what was the hidden punishment for failing this? Gustav asked the system. You really wanna know? The system responded with this. I do, Gustav answered. -5 attribute points, the system stated. Gustav. You really had me thinking it was something more. You little. Gustav couldn't find words for how he felt at the moment after finding out that the hidden punishment was nothing of real consequence. The system snickered upon seeing Gustav's expression. Gustav stood up from the bed and moved towards Jabal to take off the tape covering his mouth. Any last words before I send you to join the rest of your subordinates? Gustav asked as he squatted in front of him. You. How did you? You're the same person who abducted Boss. How are you able to become different people? You're just a kid. How did you best my Surbadin? Jabal threw out questions consecutively with a look of disbelief. You got the opportunity to say your last words, and this is how you decide to use it. You're gonna die with a mind full of unanswered questions, Gustav stated as the atomic blade appeared in his right hand. Wait. Please wait. Jabal shouted with a loud tone before Gustav could swing out. Gustav's hand hovered in mid-air as he raised one eyebrow. "Please spare me. I have a piece of information for you that concerns Boss," he stated with a trembling tone. "Oh. Now I ain't interested in someone I already caught," Gustav voiced out as he raised his hand again. "Please wait, I promise it's important information about how we planned his escape from the MBO," Jabal quickly stated before Gustav could swing out one again. Gustav was a bit interested after hearing this. "I know you're an MBO officer. I found out when I discovered where Boss was taken to after you abducted him. We already planned his escape and I can tell you how to prevent it if you let me G." While Jabal was speaking, Gustav suddenly cut him short. "It doesn't matter. The MBO is not so incompetent as to allow such a thing happen," Gustav stated, but just as the words left his mouth he became unsure of the statement. He remembered the MBO has been pretty incompetent so far, but at the same time he wanted to believe it would be impossible for them to break Sahil out since he was in the second base. "Looks like you're just a newbie. You have no idea how many corrupt officials are in the MBO and how many Boss had relationship with. This was how he was able to escape getting caught a lot of times as well. I can assure you they will be able to successfully get him out, but if you can let me go I'll tell you how to stop that from happening," Jabal voiced out. A look of contemplation appeared on Gustav's face as he heard everything Jabal had said. It wasn't new news that the MBO had corrupt officials in their midst, so Gustav didn't really doubt Jabal's statement. And now it really made sense how Jabal was able to get away most times, since he could be getting inside information anytime the MBO was onto him. Sure, Jabal was very smart and had good getaway methods, but the MBO was a force to reckon with across galaxies, so it didn't make sense that an ordinary advanced firearms distributor was kept slipping from their hands. What Gustav didn't understand now was how Jabal didn't know the MBO was onto him when he was the one sent to catch him this time. Gustav shook all these thoughts off for now and stared at Jabal. A smirk suddenly appeared on his face. "I really don't care. I've already completed the mission by catching him. If the MBO loses him now, that's on them," Gustav voiced out. But before Jabal could say another word, Gustav's right arm swung out with immense speed. Gereg Keel. Jabal's eyes widened as he lost feeling in his neck area. His vision spiraled repeatedly as he spotted his headless body getting farther and farther away from him before everything darkened. Plop. Jabal's head hit the side of the wall and ricocheted off before landing on the floor. Both the wall and the floor became stained with blood. Gustav moved to sit on the bed with a slightly conflicted look, ignoring the strong metallic stench that was slowly filling the room. "Yeah, I have to call her," he voiced out while bringing out a communication device. Triri tilde a holographic projection of a beautiful lady with ash-colored hair appeared a few moments later. "Hey kid, what's up?" Miss Amy asked from the other side. "There's a problem. Are you still at second base?" Gustav asked. "No, I left yesterday. What's wrong?" Miss Amy responded and asked when she noticed the look of urgency in Gustav's eyes. Chapter 625. That's why they have the guts to carry out the escape operation. Miss Amy ain't there. Gustav came to this realization. "Miss Amy. They are planning to break Jabal out," Gustav disclosed. "Huh." After some minutes the call with Miss Amy ended. Gustav had explained to her everything Jabal said and she told him the situation was going to be handled. Gustav moved towards Jabal's headless body and stuck his fingers into the bloody neck area. Requirements for bloodline acquisition has been met, analyzing host compatibility with energy beacon bloodline. Compatibility level, 84%. Does host wish to acquire this bloodline? Yes and no. Yes, bloodline extraction will begin. Extraction process, 0-100, 5-100, 27-100. Gustav only waited for about 30 seconds before it was done. Energy beacon bloodline successfully acquired. After this was done, Gustav proceeded to spend the rest of the day channeling his bloodline and meditating after cleaning his room of Jabal's corpse. The others spent time together sharing conversations, but Gustav stayed on his own all through. He recalled it had been more than a month since he left the MBO camp and hoped everyone was okay there. If there was a way to contact them he would have tried to, but he could only imagine how they were training day after day, especially Angie. They will undergo a lot of improvements before I get back, Gustav thought with a smile. The day went by and the next day they began their journey to Region 26 just as they had planned. Gustav had fully recovered his energy and was now a little stronger than before after the level up. It took them only an hour to get to Region 26 and they immediately began heading towards the next location where the advanced firearms were kept. Unlike the previous times, they had no plans of infiltrating using the identity of the Red Jackets. These other locations were relatively smaller and easier to get rid of, so Gustav felt they didn't need the get-up. The only threat Gustav saw were the rest of the 3 strongists guarding each location, but he didn't really see them as threats anymore since he had an entire capable team of Falcon-ranked mixedbloods with him. Initially Gustav felt it would have been better if he was the only one sent on the mission, but now he was glad a squad was formed on his behalf. It had made things easier. They arrived in front of a 2-story shard-structured building and the operation began. About an hour later another explosion rocked the vicinity, bringing down the entire structure and affecting the neighboring ones. Gustav and his team were already quite a distance from it. Standing atop a tall structure, Gustav stared at what was left of the building, which was just a pile of rubble now. The entire squad were standing around him staring at the havoc they had wreaked. The Red Jackets guarding this location weren't high in number, so it was quite easy to take care of them. They slaughtered every single Red Jacket before blowing up the building along with the advanced firearms stored there. They already knew that no Red Jackets were to be spared. Everyone Gustav came into contact with were mercilessly slaughtered, especially when he recalled what they did to the couple who helped him. The Red Jackets had no one to report to or ask for backup from, so Gustav's squad went all in. Gustav extracted a few bloodlines he found interesting before the destruction of the entire structure. 3 down. 2 more to go, Gustav stated before turning around to leave the vicinity with his squad. In a flash 3 days went by. Within these 3 days Gustav and his squad had successfully wiped out all the locations where the advanced firearms were kept. Every single Red Jacket along with all of Sahil's subordinates had been erased from the city. It had only taken them a week to complete the first objective given to them by the MBO. During the last 3 days, the powers within the city were already starting to catch wind of the disturbance happening across the regions. The problem was, they also had no idea of the location for the storage of the firearms, so none of them could interfere on time. With this, the supply chain of advanced firearms had been interrupted, so battles were getting more difficult and unpredictable. The powers in the city tried sourcing for another way to get advanced firearms, but Gustav and his squad were on it. Besides Sahil Group, which had been uprooted, the other smaller groups who had been secretly distributing were all annihilated by Gustav and his squad as well during the last 3 days. At the moment Gustav and his squad were having a meeting on the second objective they were going to complete. I suggest we leave the assassination plans for last and deal with reducing the power of their troops first, Fiona voiced out. The MBO Camp U2 still can't get through to her. Within a group of 5 the dark-skinned young lad with a bushy afro hair voiced out. We can't. She won't see us still, the green-skinned girl in their midst voiced out in response. There was a brief silence as the rest of them digested the information that had just been disclosed. Those who cited her recently mentioned that her skin was starting to get discolored, the other girl in their midst voiced out. These 5 were Aeldris, Falco, Matilda, and Glade. Her skin is getting discolored. Is she suffering from an ailment or something? Falco voiced out with a very worried expression. Everyone had the same worried expression on their face as they heard that as well. They couldn't understand what exactly was wrong with Angie since she wouldn't open up to them. Unrelated, but has anyone noticed Endrik has been missing in camp lately? Voiced out. Everyone stared at him as he stated this. Had a suspicious look of contemplation after saying this. It's a bit weird that he suddenly disappeared after this whole Angie situation began. Chapter 626. It's a bit weird that he suddenly disappeared after this whole Angie situation began, added. Everyone had looks of contemplation upon hearing this. A statement was looking like a speculation that made it seem like Endrik was connected to this whole issue. Angie has stopped attending morning routines. I'm sure she has been given several warnings already, but she's ignoring them, Matilda stated. And this whole epistle just happened to start the period Endrick also disappears from camp. It does look connected, Falco voiced out. I remember about 2 weeks back she visited the lab for a checkup, and I later came to find out that Endrick went together with her. Glade eyes squinted as she disclosed. Something is definitely up and Endrick is related to it. We need to get to the bottom of this and find a way to get through to Angie as well, Eldris stated. Yes, Endrick is related to Angie's current predicament. They suddenly heard someone voice out from up ahead. It was a feminine figure walking in between the trees in this vegetative-like area. Everyone turned around to stare at the feminine figure approaching. Vera? Glade voiced out. eyes squinted as she approached their position. With what she had just said, he believed she knew more about this than they did. How do you know that? Falco was the first to ask the instant Vera arrived in front of them. The other day when you guys tried getting through to Angie together. I was there, Vera began narrating. After you all left, she came out of her room and I was hiding at the corner so she didn't spot me. She left the residential area to a secluded part in camp and I followed her. Vera paused as she got to this point. Then what happened? Falco seemed impatient as he asked for Vera to continue. Nothing happened. Vera's response caused them to stare at her with confused expression. However, before anyone could say something, she continued speaking. But I did overhear her speaking to herself about an incident that happened which involved Endrick. She looked nothing like her angelic self when mentioning it. Her eyes looked murderous. Vera seemed to be replaying the footage in her head due to the myriad of expression on her face as she spoke. What is the incident? Eldris asked. She didn't specify. She only mentioned a little since she was speaking to herself, but I clearly heard the mention of Endrick being the culprit, Vera responded while shrugging her shoulders. I don't really care since she's my rival, but I'm telling you all this so you can find a way to help her because of him. After saying this, Vera turned around to leave. Who is him? Matilda asked as Vera walked away, but there was no answer. All of them stared at her back as she disappeared into the distance with looks of confusion and contemplation. So Endrick truly does have something to do with this. Falco gritted his teeth and clenched his fist tightly as he voiced out with a look of anger. Let's calm down a bit. Endrick changed, so there might be a misunderstanding somewhere, Eldris chimed in. Misunderstanding? Tell that to Angie. Oh wait, we can't. She won't see anyone because of the state she was put in by that brat. Gustav was always right about him. Falco spat out angrily as he pranced about the place. Relax, Falco. It is indeed a fact that we witnessed Endrick's change. Let's not jump to any conclusions before knowing the whole story, stated while tapping on Falco's shoulder. Let's try looking for information on Endrick, Matilda suggested. In a region of sandy ground surface and unexpected whirlwinds that moved about from time to time, a figure could be seen walking across the place. He was clad in white hoodie and black boots with large glasses as he strode along the sandy surface. After moving for some time, he paused his steps and tapped on the watch-like device strapped to his left wrist. Time left, 3 days, 3 hours, 47 minutes. Successfully acquired the Anashria plant 3 days till pickup. I need to find a follicle nut, Endrick voiced out as he tapped on the watch-like device again, which proceeded to change display. It projected a dark yellowish thumb-sized looking nut. During the last 1 week, Endrick had been searching for 2 items. One was the Anashria plant and the other was the follicle nut. These were the 2 items Dr. Levi asked him to get for Angie's treatment, and he was on a timer. Endrick had acquired the Anashria plant after his scuffle with the Dracul, which led him to going into one of the structures in the vicinity. The structure happened to be laced with traps, but Endrick was able to overcome all the hurdles and arrive at the bottommost part of the structure where the Anashria plant was growing in few numbers. He followed the description Dr. Levi left him and picked the one that looked like what he wanted before finding his way out of there and moving far away from the vicinity. Endrick's current location was within one of the most dangerous deserts in the world that was created some time after the meteor shower that was suspected to be parts from the destroyed home planet of the Slarkovs. Fortunately, he was given a guide instrument which had helped him protect himself from falling into situations that would have led to his death by now. He only had about 3 more days left to find the follicle nut, so he was getting tensed and impatient. He had been walking for more than 24 hours. After climbing another hill of sand, the glass sensors on Endrick's face signaled him of something. A lake. He muttered with a surprised expression as he spotted the small lime-colored body of water hundreds of feet towards the west. From his line of sight seeing through the glasses, a yellow dot kept beeping as the glasses zoomed in on the location. Chapter 627. From his line of sight seeing through the glasses, a yellow dot kept beeping as the glasses zoomed in on the location. Endrick turned towards the side and began walking forward. He was headed towards the lime-colored lake. Outline of his steps appeared across the sandy surface as he walked forward one step at a time. Endrick could use his telekinesis to fly, but it took a lot of energy for him to construct a telekinesis floating board, so he refrained from using it unless in a battle. Since his fight with Gustav, he noticed that his energy reserve had reduced in size, and he was weakened. He still hadn't completely recovered his original strength since that time. In a few seconds, Endrick arrived in front of the lime-colored lake. He observed it and noticed his reflection was nowhere to be found on the surface and the reflection of the sun. He proceeded to squat in front of it while removing his glasses. Due to the weather here, he had a slightly sweaty face. A drop of sweat flicked towards the lake from the glass when he pulled it off. Tuian Tilda, the lime-colored lake rippled after his sweat dropped in. Endrick was surprised to see that after the ripple, his reflection appeared on the surface of the lake. Truian Tilda, in the next instant, a bright light surrounded Endrick's being, and he suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the lake spiraled for a few moments before returning to its initial stillness. The wind blowing across the place and the unstable weather seemed to be different around this small body of water. Lineage City, Region 17, how much information has been gathered so far? Gustav asked his squad members in the room. The places where battles have been occurring so far are quite unpredictable, even though we have tried getting inside information, Darkill voiced out. From what I've seen so far, the battles happen at random since the different groups only send out their troops whenever they get information on the opposing ones gathering somewhere. Most of the time, it's impromptu, Fiona stated. I see. Gustav had a look of contemplation on his face as he held his chin. He had given everyone 2 days to gather as much information as they could on the movements of the groups, so they could know how to go forward with their next objective. The plan was to join the 3 groups, Gildan, Vulcan, and Darillia, and help with their battles against the 3 opposing forces so they'd reduce their numbers. It would be difficult to follow up with this if they were not constantly fed information on the groups plotting to clash. The problem now was, these situations where they clashed happen randomly, so Gustav's squad wouldn't be able to butt in if they didn't get the information beforehand because they most likely would arrive there when the battle is already ending or has ended. Looks like we'll have to find a way to get recruited by these groups so we can get inside information, Gustav stated. How so, squad leader? Fiona asked. Fiona and Ilden. You 2 get recruited to be part of Vulcan troops. They seem to get into many battles, so they help destroy the other side. So Darkill, Mill, and Felgro, you 3 get recruited into the Darillia group. They get into battles the most among all 3 groups. You know what to do after getting in, Gustav passed out instructions. How do we get in? Fiona asked. It's quite easy. They're all looking for more manpower during this period. It's a secret mission, so we can't mention that we're from the MBO. Just show them what you've got. It doesn't matter if they trust you or not, the aim is to get into battles with them and help destroy the other side, Gustav explained. All 5 of them nodded after hearing this. What about you, squad leader? Mill asked. I'll also be infiltrating a group, Gustav disclosed. The Gildans? Felgro inquired. No. I'll be infiltrating the Zalabans, Gustav revealed, causing all of them to stare at him with looks of disbelief. When Gustav mentioned he would be infiltrating a group alone, they all automatically assumed it would be the 3rd group they were helping out. They didn't expect that he would be referring to the enemy group. Squad leader. That's. Fiona was finding it hard to form words after hearing that. I know what y'all are thinking, but not to worry, it's not a big deal. I'll cripple them from within and try to find Chief Brisk Ali in the process, Gustav stated his intentions. Recalling what had happened so far since the start of their mission, they realized there was no reason to doubt Gustav's plans. Everything planned so far had been successfully pulled off by following his command, and most times, they couldn't understand how he was able to perform most of the feats he pulled off. When you all get in, make sure to insert yourselves into every battle situation and bring down plenty of the opposing troops, Gustav instructed. They conversed for a few more minutes before deciding to start this operation by tomorrow. Gustav already mapped out how he was going to carry his plan out. He checked his storage device and found the Zalaban's black outfit and helmet. Region 32. I'll have to use her, Gustav thought internally as a suspicious glint appeared in his eyes. The next day arrived, and everyone was on the move, obeying Gustav's instructions. Now that Gustav would be on his own again, he wasn't bothered about speed. He let the rest use the hovercars they got from the recent conquest and used his legs as a means of transportation instead. The next stop for him was Region 32, about 3 hours away from his current position. Even though Region 32 was the most luxurious and high-class area in the entire city, which made it well guarded, Gustav had been there already before, so he knew just how to get in without issues. Chapter 628. A few hours later, Gustav had arrived within Region 32. He infiltrated the same way as before and didn't arouse any suspicions. He found a place to change his wares and got into the Zalaban's outfit before heading towards the eastern part of the region. He headed towards a luxurious 2-story apartment after arriving at his desired street. Presently, he was clad in the black skin-tight outfit and vest along with the helmet the Zalaban troops were always dressed in. Arriving in front of the house, Gustav knocked on the door gently. There was no answer for about a minute, but just as Gustav was about to knock again, he heard footsteps from within and sensed someone coming towards the entrance. Cashing Tilda, the door opened up, revealing a mopper-looking female with scattered and unkempt short green-colored hair along with bags underneath her eyes. She looked like a lifeless doll, and it was obvious that she would be a great beauty if she wasn't looking so rough and unkempt. Gustav instantly recognized her but couldn't understand why she looked this way. Her eyes brightened up a bit as she stared at Gustav with a disbelieving look. "Okim, is that you?" "No, I must be hallucinating." She held her head and rubbed her eyes as she spoke. Gustav slowly took off his helmet, revealing a dark and handsome face with a buzz cut. "Akim." She slowly stepped forward with a disbelieving gaze and placed her palm on Gustav's face. "Is it really you?" she questioned with an emotional gaze while rubbing his face for confirmation. "She doesn't seem to be in the right frame of mind." Sensing emotional imbalance, "Are you sure you wanna go ahead with mimicking her lover?" the system asked from within. "Since I'm already here, I'll have to see it through," Gustav responded internally before nodding at the lady. "Yes, it's me." His response caused her eyes to well up with tears as she quickly reached out to embrace him. She hugged him tightly, and Gustav could feel warm tears dropping onto his outfit. "They said you were dead," she voiced out with her face buried in Gustav's chest. Gustav reached out to slowly caress her head. "I'm here now." He felt a bit cringed out by this, but he had to play the role well to avoid arousing suspicions. This was Lydia, the fiancée of the Okim who Gustav killed about 2 months back with Lucius and the rest. She was also the daughter of the leader of the Zalabans, according to the information the system gave him the last time. After hugging him for some time, Lydia suddenly pulled her face away. "I haven't taken a bath or kept myself clean in so long. I feel ashamed," she said with an embarrassed expression while moving back. "It doesn't matter," Gustav responded, causing her eyes to shimmer with affection. Minutes later, Gustav was sitting in her massive and luxurious living room again. He spotted the portrait projection of her father again at the side while scanning through the environment. Currently, Lydia was taking a bath while Gustav waited. She told him not to disappear like the last time, and Gustav promised not to. The last time Gustav used this opportunity to get away from her, but this time he had decided to use her to get what he wanted. Truly, Lydia had been a wreck since Gustav disappeared that time. She tried looking for Joachim, but the reports of his disappearance made everyone believe he was dead. Her father and other relatives told her to forget about him and move on, but this was a seemingly impossible feat for her. She stopped seeing anyone and stayed indoors, overthinking all day and night without properly taking care of herself. Her father only saw this as childish behavior and felt she would eventually get over it. He also didn't have time to come and comfort her or anything due to the current predicament of the city. A few minutes later, Lydia arrived in the living room with a towel tied to her body. She looked a lot brighter than how she was minutes earlier. She shyly moved towards Gustav and sat on his lap before placing a kiss on his lips. "I can't believe this is real." Tears began rolling down her face as she voiced out. "It is not," Gustav said internally but smiled openly in pretense. Of course, he wouldn't tell her she was just living a fantasy right now since he killed Joachim himself. "Where were you all this time?" she asked with a look of curiosity. "I was on a mission with Sir Lucas. We got taken away, and all my other comrades lost their lives along with Sir Lucas. I would have lost mine too, but I eventually managed to escape and find my way back to you," Gustav narrated. The face of Joachim he adopted still had multiple signs of injury on the sides of his face, making the story quite believable. "I'm glad you're back now." Lydia didn't even question if the story was real or not and hugged Gustav again. Gustav allowed the embrace for a few seconds before pulling her away from him with a worried expression on his face. "I may have escaped, but there's a big problem," Gustav voiced out with a tone of urgency. Lydia heard that and became worried as she inquired, "What's wrong?" "I have a piece of information that I overheard while being in their custody. This information is quite sensitive, and it's important I pass it on to the heads," Gustav explained. "What information? Can you tell me?" she asked. Gustav shook his head. "I will only say it in the presence of the heads of the group. It's important they hear this," he voiced out with the urgency in his voice, turning deeper. "You mean my father and the others?" she asked. "Yes, your father and Chief Briskali in particular," Gustav responded. "I need you to help me set up a meeting with them. It's very important and has to do with the welfare of the Zalabans," he added. Chapter 629. I need you to help me set up a meeting with them. "It's very important and has to do with the well-being of the Zalabans," he added. Lydia's face displayed a contemplative expression after hearing Gustav say that. "I haven't spoken to father in some time. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that you're okay," she voiced out while standing to her feet. "From there I can tell him about your plan to have a meeting with them," she added with a smile. Gustav nodded at her with a smile as well. In the meantime, Lydia's eyes shot out a seductive glare as she unfastened the towel covering her body. "I want you to make love to me," she said while catwalking towards Gustav again and turning around to show him the full splendor of her naked body. Oh, Gustav thought with a sense of urgency. How do I get out of this? While Gustav was struggling with his current predicament, the rest of his squad members were busy trying to get recruited into the groups he asked each of them to head to. Truly, just as Gustav had said, these groups were looking for recruits, so it was quite easy for them to apply to be one of their troops. Presently within one of the Vulcans' base, Fiona and Ilden were undergoing tests conducted by the higher-ups there. Boom. Boom. Within the small test area, Fiona made use of her wings to destroy an entire fleet of mechanical bots in one swing. While Ilden transformed into a body of water, drowning and destroying the mechanical bots from within. They weren't the only ones trying to get recruited here, since there were other mixed bloods in the city who were dying of hunger due to the situation of the city and saw this as an opportunity to make money. However, they had left the others within the same test area stupefied. The others were unable to showcase their prowess since these two had destroyed everything in sight, and even if they could, they wouldn't be able to perform the same feat since they were significantly weaker. Within a control room where some Vulcans were watching, they discussed about the both of them. "Where did these two come from?" one of them asked with a suspicious look. "Sir Luke, according to our database they are from Region 7, and after questioning them, they revealed they were in hiding since the war began, but now they want to help in putting an end to it," the other one explained. They are quite powerful. How are we sure we can trust them? Sir Luke voiced out. Because we wouldn't be here if we didn't want to help. A feminine voice was heard from the entrance, causing all 4 Vulcan officials within the room to turn to the entrance. They spotted the same 2 people they were discussing about, Fiona and Ilden. What are you? Sir Luke was about speaking, but he got interrupted. We are powerful enough to join any other group. Why would we choose you? If we wanted to try something we would have already done it. Ilden spoke this time with a strong gaze. Everyone in the room stared at the both of them silently for a brief period of time, processing what they had just said. They realized it made sense, and the one who seemed to be in charge finally broke the silence. If you're truly here to help, prepare to be deployed to the battlefield. In another location where one of the bases of the Derilia group was situated, a similar scene was playing out. This was a recruitment site where mixed bloods of any strength level were being tested before they were accepted to be part of the troops. Just like in the Vulcan base where Fiona and Ilden underwent test, there were many mixed bloods here as well looking to get recruited so they would be able to get fed. It was truly a pitiful-looking situation here, since only Darkill, Mill and Felgro looked well fed here. The 3 showcased their prowess, causing those in charge of the test to question them before recruiting them into their ranks. With all this being said and done, the first stage of the objective was complete, and now they would all have to play their part to lessen the troops on the other side. Just like that, the day went by and the next day arrived. Gustav turned to the side to look at the naked feminine body beside him on the bed. It was that of Lydia's, and she was currently asleep. Gustav had been awake throughout the entire night and couldn't wait for day to arrive. Phew, he sighed in relief internally as he slowly took the duvet off his body. Lydia's body would occasionally move her body, signifying that she was about to wake. That was close, Gustav said internally as yesterday events replayed in his head. You almost lost your virginity again, the system voiced out in his head. Now I sent that a sight you'd kill to witness, Gustav scoffed internally with a repressed tone. Please, we both know you'll die a virgin cause you're too chicken to go through with it, the system responded with a tone full of attitude. Gustav. You. Lydia finally opened her eyes at this point and turned to the side to stare at Gustav. A wide smile hung on her face as she greeted him. Good morning, my love, she voiced out and reached over to kiss him. Gustav returned the kiss and smiled back before taking the duvet off him and standing to his feet. He was currently shirtless and only clad in shorts. I can't remember what happened last night. Did we? Lydia held her head with a slightly confused look as she spoke. Oh yeah, it was too much for you after we took a couple of drinks and came down here. Don't worry, it's probably a hangover, you'll recall everything soon, Gustav assured her as he moved towards the entrance of the bedroom. Chapter 630. I feel so weak. We must have really gone at it a lot, Lydia said with a smile while winking at Gustav. Gustav just chuckled and moved out of the room while shutting the door behind him. Phew. I'm glad I still had some sedative with me. It could have gone pretty bad, he said internally while moving to the bathroom. Yesterday, Gustav had managed to stop Lydia from coming onto him in the meantime and asked her to wait till nightfall. And by nightfall, when they were entangling underneath the sheets after drinking like he suggested, she fell asleep in the middle of the process. Gustav had drugged her drink with sedative and she had no idea, neither did she suspect that this was what happened. She thought they had sex but she couldn't remember because of the drinks. Gustav had to stay by her side the whole night while being half naked so she'd wake up to see him beside her. All this drama was necessary to make everything believable and not attract any suspicions. The day went on and lots of events went down as expected. Lydia contacted her father just like she promised Gustav, and they picked a date where they would meet after Gustav shared a brief conversation with him. Gustav would have to wait for a few days, and in the meantime he visited the base in Region 32 to gather some inside information on what had been happening recently. Lydia was not well informed on the matters happening because she had been cooped in since she was told that Okeem was suspected to be dead. She had a high ranking within the Zalabans group, but due to being AWOL for a long time she had been replaced by someone else. However, she could get her position back whenever she wanted and no one would be able to fight her for it. The whole situation with the disappearance of Sahil Group was the most crucial piece of information being passed around at the moment, and this had caused a scare across the three groups. Their troops had been going to battle with just their abilities as of recent, and the casualty numbers had gone up. Gustav was glad to hear what was happening from within, but it wasn't to his satisfaction just yet. The side of the Zalabans, Lanzis and Rutilias still had more manpower, even though most of the mixed bloods they had in their troops didn't have a high bloodline rank. Gustav still planned to cripple them more before he attended the meeting where the higher-ups would be gathered. He got a communication device that he could use to contact the command center and started making plans. While Gustav was busy with his plans, the others had gotten engaged in one battle within the last day and today. The officials within the Vulcans and Derilia group made use of them and weren't disappointed after getting the reports of their excellence in battle. The entire battlefield was decimated due to their presence, and they ended up chasing the other group off after slaughtering a lot of their comrades. The Vulcans and Derilias couldn't remember the last time they got a win in any of their troops' clashes against the Zalabans or Lanzis. At most it would end in a draw, but because of these new recruits the entire narrative was turned upside down this time. The other side was brutally trampled upon and mercilessly put out of commission. Within a weird-looking run-down village, Endrik walked about with his eyes scanning the vicinity. The small houses were made of woods and most of them had holes. The roads were poorly constructed, making use of wood as well, and there were a bunch of grasses on the sidewalks. The place looked unnatural and the skies were completely grayed out with occasionally flickers of thunder and a ray of light similar to the size of a pillar shooting down from the northeast area. Far beyond the west area, a large dark-colored mountain could be seen piercing into the skies above. It was so wide that it covered more than 7 times the area the village covered. The houses in the vicinity were many and constructed in rows and columns, leaving passageways in their midst. Endrik found himself teleported here after he stared at his reflection in the river, and he couldn't understand just where in the world he currently was. A day had passed since he found himself in this deserted-looking village. The way the houses were structured looked no different from the medieval times setting to him. He remembered that according to history there was a time when the houses of humans looked this way. But this wasn't his problem at the moment. Finding his way out of here was. He only had 2 days left to find the other item necessary for Angius recovery, so he wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. 400 houses in total. I have checked every single one of them. Or did I miss anyone? Endrik thought as he walked on a particular passageway that led to the outskirts of the village. He turned around after arriving at the entrance of the village and looked forward at the houses. I checked every single one of them, Endrik muttered. He had also tried leaving the village and heading towards the area where the pillar of light was shining down from the sky. However, no matter how much Endrik walked or tried to move out of the village, he would find himself not making any steps forward even though he was making steps. It was as if a force was keeping him from moving out of the village, as if he needed a kind of requirement before he could be set free. Endrik leaped into the air while activating his telekinesis and began flying. His body ascended several hundred feet in the air before he found himself unable to go higher than a particular point. He paused at that point in the air and stared down at the village with his eyes squinted. Chapter 631. He paused at that point in the air and stared down at the village with his eyes squinted. He noticed a small change in the outline of the village structure, which was a bit different from how it looked the day before. Endrik had done this yesterday. He levitated above the village to have an aerial view of the location. He thought he would find a clue after performing this action the day before, but it turned out to be fruitless. However, staring at the village from up above, he recalled a small difference between yesterday and today. The house at the edge of the village had changed spots with the one right beside it. They looked quite similar, but Endrik recalled one had a part of its roofing chipped off by the side, which was what made him squint his eyes, seeing the difference. The structures move. Endrik voiced out with a look of contemplation and looked around more to see if he would observe any other difference. Truly, just as he had thought, a few houses had changed position from their initial spot the day before. He only noticed these ones because they each had something he could use to differentiate them from the others. He felt there could still be more that had changed positions, but he couldn't spot them because of the similarities with other structures. Presently, the two things that baffled him were how such an event occurred without him suspecting anything, and if these changes were related to whatever could help him escape from this place. Endrik slowly descended after scrutinizing the environment for another 15 minutes. He landed back on the ground with a contemplative look on his face as he tried to figure things out. After a few moments, he walked towards the house at the edge of the village. Arriving before it, he walked in and looked around. The interior design of the place was just as poor-looking as the day before. A wooden cane chair was positioned in the middle of what seemed to be the living room. A mat spread in the room, and some artistic crafts were made using grasses and leaves placed on the walls. He moved around and didn't find anything of interest. It was exactly like it was a day before, except the house's position. Suddenly, a thought drifted into Endrik's mind. I didn't notice when these houses changed positions. If this happened, while I was moving from place to place, checking different houses, there's a possibility that I might not have checked a place. Endrik's eyes squinted with a hint of suspicion as he walked out of the house. Since the houses changed position, he could have been tricked into checking a house that he had checked before if positions had been changed before his arrival there. In other words, the clue to leaving this place was in a structure he hadn't checked yet but was fooled into believing he had checked everywhere. As this thought ran rampant in Endrik's head, he once again activated his telekinesis and levitated above the village. He flew towards the start of the village with speed and landed right in front of the first house. Before going in, he gathered telekinesis at his fingertips and slashed out twice. She. Two long lines appeared on the wall of the house before he went in. He checked everywhere within the structure and came out after a few minutes of not discovering anything. From there, he proceeded to the next house and did the same thing before going in. She. Two long visible lines appeared on the wall of the structure. He went in and checked this one out as well before coming out after about a minute. This same action kept repeating itself as Endrik moved from one house to the next after it and then the next after that one as well. As he continued this, he made sure to mark the structures before going in. There were around 400 houses in the deserted village, so this would take some time to finish up. Within 2 hours, he had managed to finish checking over 100 houses, but he still had around 300 left to go. During this time, Endrik confirmed the initial speculation he had before he began this. When he came out of some houses, he found out that the one next to him was one he had checked before. He wouldn't have noticed this if it wasn't for the lines he carved on the walls of every house he had already checked. He proceeded to continue checking the houses carefully, slowly closing in on the middle section of the village. 3.5 hours later, after over 5 hours of checking through the village, Endrik finally arrived at the last house close to the outskirts of the village. In a few minutes, he finished checking it and came out with a frown on his face. That's 399 houses. Where's the last one? He muttered with a confused tone as he turned around to stare at the village. So far, he had checked every house he came into contact with while moving through the village, and he made sure to count them as he came out of the ones he checked. Now he couldn't understand how he missed one house. It didn't make sense to him. Endrik turned around and dashed across the village, trying to spot if there were any houses that didn't have the mark he placed on the walls. He randomly moved about the place, not understanding how he would miss an entire house. Moving about the place, the only houses he could spot were the ones he already left marks on, which meant he had checked them already. What Endrik didn't know was, as he dashed across the place from above, it could be seen that houses were disappearing and appearing in other spots while another house in another appeared there. Chapter 632. While this was happening, one particular house that had no mark would occasionally change spots circling around Endrik, so no matter how much he checked, he would only spot houses that had already been marked. This kept happening without any form of sound or noise. It was barely noticeable, so Endrik had no idea that it was happening around him currently. Endrik's eyes suddenly squinted after several minutes of fruitlessly running about. Fuhum tilde clasping his hands together, telekinetic energy surrounded him as he ascended into the air. He rose several hundred feet and stared at the village structure from up above once again. Try in tilde his eyes roamed about the village suspiciously from up above. His eyes suddenly widened as he spotted the structure without a mark from up above. G tilde the building suddenly got replaced with another one that had been marked, causing Endrick's mouth to open up as he understood what had been happening. His eyes quickly darted around as he flew forward, trying to find where it disappeared to. He spotted it at the far west of the village and began flying towards it, only for it to change spot again. This became an issue as Endrick kept spending a lot of energy to fly across the village in a bid to arrive in front of the house before it disappeared again, but the house kept evading him. It repeatedly appeared and disappeared, making Endrick go on a wild goose chase. Enough of this. Endrick was finally fed up as he clasped his palms together. Pa. Immense telekinesis energy began to erupt from his being, causing his curly hair to blow upwards and his sweater to bloat immensely. Fwy tilde the moment he spotted the next location where the house appeared, he sent out a wave of telekinetic energy towards that location. Boom. A large blast was heard as Endrick's telekinetic energy boxed the house on all four sides, holding it in place. Endrick proceeded to lift both hands, causing the building to start getting lifted off the ground. Grrg. Endrick groaned loudly as his muscles turned stiff and the outline of veins popped out on his neck area. He slowly pulled the entire building towards his direction and landed it right below him. Fwy. He instantly bolted in before anything could happen to the building. Bang! Blasting through the door, he found himself in the midst of bright light, and then he felt his body suddenly start descending. Jihi tilde, bam! The instant he landed, he found himself in a dark, enclosed space with only one source of light. A small green glowing gem floating in the middle of this space. Welcome adventurer, I am the Flory Oracle. Endrick's face lit up with confusion as he heard the voice coming from the gem. Region 34. Within a mild wilderness-like area, Gustav stood atop a small piece of rock with a communication tool in his hand. Essend back up. There are mnyy of them. He voiced out with a tone of urgency and fatigue while stretching out his hand and shooting out balls of fire that exploded in the distance. Boom. 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 His voice thinned out, and he suddenly cut the communication while the person on the other side was still talking. After Gustav cut the communication, a smirk appeared on his face, and he kept the device. They will be on their way now, he muttered while bringing out an item from his storage device. Zing tilde, a whitish Gora-like mask that had two short horns at the top appeared on his hand. It looked quite scary, but Gustav looked interested in it as this would be the first time he would be using this one. This is also an ancient type mask that symbolizes strength, brutality, and viciousness. Warlords back in the days wore these kinds of masks since they were the bloodthirsty kind that killed others without a shred of mercy. He recalled what the old man who sold the mask to him said about it when he was about getting it a year ago. "I'm not bloodthirsty," Gustav scoffed and proceeded to put on the mask. "But you're about to cause a bloodbath," the system responded in his head. "No choice here. This is war. I'm sure they're headed here prepared to die," Gustav stated as he peered into the distance. From above, it could be seen that a menacing-looking man clad in black pants and a red leather jacket stood atop a small rock with a whitish mask on his face. Obviously, this was Gustav, and he was currently waiting for the Zalaban troops to arrive here after luring them to this region using their communication device. He pretended to be a part of them and stated that they were being attacked by another group. In the next 10 minutes, Gustav sensed the hover cars approaching this area and got ready for battle. As they closed in on his position, he conjured an atomic blade in his right hand. His muscles bulged intensely as he arched his arm back and threw it out with force. Fwy tilde the amount of force it carried as it flew towards the first hovercar was so immense that it looked like a white streak was cutting across the air. The hovercar was cleaved into two, causing it to explode, blasting out the passengers within. Before the Zalabans could understand what was happening, they were already under attack by Gustav. Didn't they say there were a lot of enemy troops? This was the thought running through their minds as they spotted the masked man bolting towards them with immense speed and malicious intent. Fushusha. A battle broke out as Gustav and the troops from the Zalabans clashed with each other. Boom, boom, bang. The sounds of multiple explosions reverberated across the place as Gustav moved like a phantom, disengaging different pieces of machinery before they could be set up. Kia! Aregga! Occasionally multiple cries of agony could be heard as Gustav went about lopping heads and body parts off with his atomic blade. Chapter 633. Aregga! Occasionally, multiple cries of agony could be heard as Gustav went about lopping heads and body parts off with his atomic blade. Shin! 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 Gustav deflected 3 beams shot out from cannon-like weapons with immense speed as he slashed across the place. Take him down! There would be screams like this, along with a large number of Zalaban troops dashing towards Gustav at the same time in a bid to take advantage of their higher numbers. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't keep up with Gustav's speed. With just a single movement, he escaped their encirclement and bombardment of attacks and arrived behind them one after the other, cutting them down. Since they were about 50 in number, it took Gustav some time to get rid of all of them. By the time he had annihilated every single Zalaban troop here, the command center had been alerted already. More troops were being sent here after one of the Zalabans here reported that they were being slaughtered before Gustav could get to him. Gustav wasn't worried that they were sending a more powerful group here. It would take around 15 to 20 minutes for them to get here based on his calculation, which was more than enough time for him to get out of here. It wouldn't be wise for him to engage with them any further, so he decided this much killing was enough for today. With that in mind, swoosh! Gustav activated sprint and darted away from the scene, disappearing out of sight in a matter of seconds. 20 minutes later, several Zalaban's troops could be seen on the scene. They had looks of astonishment and confusion as they looked around, spotting the numerous corpses scattered around the place. Headless corpses and some limbless. The air in the entire valley area was filled with a metallic smell, and the ground was dyed in fresh blood. They could tell that the battle must have been gruesome. Still, they couldn't understand which group would be capable of annihilating the entire troops. But, looking around, they also couldn't find any corpse from the enemy side. Impossible. There is no way the other side suffered no casualty, one of them voiced out after a Zalaban came to give the report that every corpse here was that of Zalaban troops. They double-checked and confirmed that this truly was the case. This confirmation implanted panic in the minds of everyone. Does this mean the opposing side was so powerful, the troops couldn't even take one enemy down? Thoughts similar to this began appearing in their minds. The worst part was that there was no information regarding the enemy force. The group where the opposing force belonged wasn't mentioned, so this made things even more puzzling as they had no idea who was responsible for this. While the Zalabans were conducting their investigations, Gustav was back in Region 32. He went back to taking the form of Okim and moved towards Lydia's apartment. In a flash, 3 days went by again. During these days, Gustav had spent his time luring the Zalaban troops to different locations to get rid of them. He would randomly visit regions and use the communication tool to contact the command center within that region, asking for backup. This way, he was able to fan out the troops and keep them predicting so they wouldn't send out a large number. 50 to 60 was already a large number. However, Gustav could still handle this much force, especially at a period where they weren't so well equipped like they used to be. The unavailability of advanced firearms caused their troops to be severely weakened compared to before. The Lanzis and Rutilias were also experiencing this same situation. The Rutilias barely sent their troops out to participate in battles but to support the Lanzis and Zalabans, who had been experiencing serious battle losses in these past few days. They had to send out troops as well. However, they experienced the same fate as the other two. Their troops nearly got annihilated completely by the opposing force. This resulted from Fiona, Ilden, Darkil, Felgro, and Mill participating in these battles. The Vulcans and Darilias only had serious casualties when these 5 weren't involved in battles. But, of course, it was impossible for them to be everywhere, so the Vulcans and the other 2 groups would still experience losses in other areas from time to time, but so far, the opposing three groups had suffered way more casualties than they had in the last 5 days. In just these 5 days, Gustav and his squad had managed to cause a scare in these groups as they couldn't understand where the powerhouses suddenly appeared from and began supporting the Vulcans, Rutilias, and Gildans. The Gildans, in particular, didn't get any boost in strength. Still, whenever their troops were sent to battle any force from the Zalabans in regions closer to Region 32, they would always find a masked man intervening in the battle, helping them take down the Zalaban troops. So far, Gustav and his squad were close to completing the second objective, and presently the groups were holding an emergency meeting on how to handle the current predicament. They could see the tide of the battle shifting, and it wasn't in their favor. They initially had the upper hand over the other three, but now they couldn't tell what was happening, so they came together to strategize. Meanwhile, during these 3 days, Gustav kept playing the role of Okim, and Lydia had no idea that the culprit was living right under her roof. The next day would be the day Gustav would be meeting the higher-ups based on how Lydia set it up for him. He has occasionally managed to fool Lydia that they made love on the past nights while drugging her. Gustav wasn't worried that the drug might have an adverse effect on her because she was a Gilbert rank mixed blood. This was high rank enough to be immune to the adverse effects of overdosing sedation. Chapter 634. Right now, he was making plans on how he'd handle tomorrow's meeting. If Chief Brisk Ali shows up tomorrow, I could use this opportunity to get rid of him, Gustav thought while sitting on a sofa within the living room. Zwiai-Tilda, a blue-colored aircraft bolted across the air with an MBO emblem embedded on both sides. It was currently flying above a desert area, heading towards a very high wall of sand up ahead that was being generated by fierce winds. This wall of sand covered the entire perimeter as far as the eyes could see, and the aircraft headed for it looked like a small dot. Zwiai-Tilda it went through it, withstanding the turbulence within and the wave of sand crashing onto the body. In a few seconds, it phased out from the other side, arriving in a clear area where only mountains, valleys, and small rivers could be seen. Within the aircraft, Endrik sat in the cabin all by himself with a fatigued look. He had taken his glasses off his face, and sand could be seen smudged in between cracks on his skin, parts of hair, his clothes, and even his eyebrows had specks of sand hiding within. He tapped the watch-like device on his wrist, which displayed a few words. Successfully acquired the Anashria plant, successfully acquired the follicle nut. Endrik's mind ran back to what happened days back. You will need me for the prevention of what is to come. There is too much information, and just a tiny fragment will cause your mind to explode, so I shall do this instead, the talking gem voiced out before flying forward with speed and slammed into Endrik's forehead before he could react. What the hell? Endrik hissed in pain, and he reached out to touch his forehead in a bid to try and grab the gem. However, just as he touched it, the gem sank into his forehead. Zwiai-Tilda, a plethora of information suddenly began appearing in Endrik's mind as he fell to his knees. He groaned in pain as his eyes widened. What is going on? He shouted out. After a few moments, the information pouring into his mind suddenly stopped, causing him to start gasping for breath as it seemed that he forgot how to breathe earlier. That is as much information as your mind can take right now. I will unveil the rest to you later on. He heard the same voice coming from the gemstone within his mind. Zwiai-Tilda, his forehead glowed a green light, and the gemstone phased out of his head and began floating in front of him. Endrik tried digesting the pieces of information that had just invaded his mind without consent. His eyes widened as he grasped a little understanding of what was to come from all this. Who? What are you? Endrik asked with a frightful expression. Someone who once used to matter, but that isn't important anymore. I have been waiting here for a visitor for at least 1,000 years now. The last one who found this place chose not to take on the mantle. It is voluntary after all, the gem voiced out. You can decide whether or not you want to. I will send you back to the surface and make you forget everything that has happened here if you choose that. But if not, you'll have to take me with you and listen to my instructions in the coming days. I have the knowledge of multiple universes and can also guarantee that you will have a boost in not only knowledge but power as well. However, you won't be able to escape being at the center of what is to come. You can't run from it. Instead, you must offer assistance in deterring it when the time comes, the gem explained lengthily. Endrick's face lit up with uncertainty as he contemplated on how to respond to this. Are you telling me what I saw is bound to happen on Earth? Endrick asked. Yes, unfortunately, it's an inescapable fate that has been kept at bay for far too long. The only way to prevent it is by doing exactly as I will instruct you in the coming days. I can't do it on my own, which is why I have waited here for a fated visitor to arrive one day. Without my assistance and yours, the plan of the Outworldly to prevent this only has a success rate of 20%, the gem voiced out. The success rate will increase by a lot with our intervention, the gem added. The Outworldly? What's that? Endrick asked. You will find out with time, but from the stench you exude, I can sense that your fate is tied to this more than any other visitor that has appeared before me in the past. The gem suddenly glowed brighter as it got to this point. You have come in contact with the Outworldly already. The energy of the Outworldly lingers around your being. This makes you even a more perfect candidate, and it also proves that my predictions are correct and things are going exactly as planned, the gem voiced out again. I am so confused right now, Endrick stated. All will make sense soon enough. The Outworldly is the only one that is capable enough to prevent what is to come, but our assistance will be needed to make sure they succeed, the gem voiced out lastly before floating forward to land on Endrick's palm. Do you accept being the time candidate? The gem asked. Endrick imagined the horrors and pictured some of the information that had appeared in his mind earlier. He gulped down saliva before responding. I accept. Good, now we'll get us out of here, the gem voiced out and glowed even more intensely. Wait. I'm looking for this, Endrick voiced out and displayed an image of the second item he was sent to get for Angie. You said you were all-knowing. Can you find it? Endrick asked. It's right there, zing tilde as the gem voiced out, they teleported towards the massive black mountain in the distance. Endrick's eyes widened as he spotted the follicle nut at the foot of the massive mountain. Chapter 635. Endrick's eyes widened as he spotted the follicle nut at the foot of the massive mountain. He turned around, and it dawned on him then that they had teleported away from the village. Even though they were at the foot of the mountain, the terrain was still so high that he could see the outline of the village below in the distance. It was as if he was standing on a tall platform with the way the houses looked like Lego toys. Endrick turned back around and picked up the follicle nut before storing it in his storage device. What's that light over there? Endrick proceeded to ask while pointing at the light several miles towards the west. That's where the forgotten souls of Abedum linger, the gem voiced out. Forgotten souls of what now? Endrick raised one eyebrow in confusion. My kin. The ones who sacrificed themselves for the greater good, but the world has become forgetful of them, the gem stated as an air of melancholy spread about the place. Endrick still had a look of confusion upon hearing this and stared in the direction of the pillar of light that was still shooting from the ground towards the sky. He couldn't see anything besides just light particles, but according to what the gem had disclosed, there were supposed to be souls floating within the pillar of light. Endrick was still just a 13-year-old kid, so a lot of things didn't make sense to him, and this was one of them, but he couldn't dispute the fact that he had truly found something mysteriously powerful. Along with it came secrets that if remained unchecked would lead to immense doom. Are you ready to leave? The gem asked after a brief period of silence. Yes, Endrick's mind returned to the present as he held out his right palm. Resting on his palm was the same green gemstone, but at the moment, it was silent, and it wasn't glowing. The gem had teleported them out of the weird village, and he found his way to the takeoff point where an aircraft was awaiting him. And now, they were finally on their way back to the MBO camp. He was eager to get back as soon as possible so Dr. Levi could make the cure for Angie, but at the same time, he had a feeling that things would get crazy in the future. As he recalled a piece of information the gemstone downloaded into his brain, his eyes squinted. It says I've made contact with the Outworldly. Just who could the Outworldly be? Endrick wondered. The MBO camp. While Endrick was on his way back, something crazy was happening within the camp. Fwei Huai tilde bam. A series of whooshing and blasting sounds reverberated across a waterfall area within the camp as a silver streak could be seen cutting across the air at immense speed. "Angie, stop!" At the side of the waterfall, a girl whose entire body was covered in a liquid silver armor voiced out and jumped in front to try and stop the movement of the streak. Bang! Nobody saw what happened properly, but all they witnessed was the streak blasting past the girl covered in liquid silver armor, and she was sent flying across the place like a weightless sack of potatoes. The silver streak, who was Angie trying to leave this area, had just sent Matilda flying with her armor caved in on the chest area. Glade, who was also by the side, threw out her sickles, causing them to spin across the air, trying to hit the silver streak, but it was all to no avail. "Angie, wait!" Glade voiced out as the silver streak spun around and began heading towards the direction of the waterfall up ahead. At this moment, a purplish vortex opened up in front. Swish Tilda, due to her speed, she ran straight into it, appearing far behind. Noticing that she had been teleported away from the waterfall area, Angius paused her steps and looked around. Eildris, and Falco had arrived on the scene and were currently encircling her. They could now see how wretched-looking she was. Hair all messy, the outline of black veins all over her face and the other open parts of her body, her partly ashen skin color, and her eyes that looked reddish. Their jaws hung loose as they saw the way Angie was currently looking. Angie gritted her teeth and growled as she prepared to bolt out of the encirclement. "We only want to talk," Falco voiced out. However, the moment he did, swoosh, Angie had already dashed forward while his mouth was still opened from voicing that out. The motion of everything surrounding her turned super slow as she ran through the middle of and Eildris. Whoosh! The moment she sped past them, a vortex opened up in front. Angie quickly tried to pump the brakes here and slanted her body a little backward while planting her feet on the ground to brake her fast speed so she could avoid the vortex. Says Tilda. The moment she slowed down to turn towards the left, the entire vicinity suddenly turned grey. The colors surrounding them disappeared in an instant, turning this place into a grey and dull colorless world. Angie's eyes squinted as she turned around to spot Eildris with his eyes opened, displaying all the colors in the world within his irises. She suddenly felt her body turn very sluggish as she swerved towards the side to dodge the vortex. However, the moment she did that, several dark arcs flew towards her with speed from behind. Swerve, 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 boom, boom. Even as her speed had slowed down, she was able to dodge every single one of them. They would occasionally slam into the rocky grounds with flowing water moving in between the small pieces of rock protruding from it. Boom. Blast sounds rang across the place as several long marks would be cut into the ground after contact was made. Chapter 636. Suddenly, as Angie swerved towards the side once again, another vortex appeared in the direction she was headed. She tried to move quickly to dodge entering it, but on both sides, multiple attacks were incoming, leaving no room. At the moment where Angie was about to go through the vortex, she suddenly leaped into the air. Fwy! But just as she did, the air spiraled around her, and Eildris suddenly appeared in front of her in mid-air. Grab! He instantly grabbed her by the hand and teleported away again, appearing in the middle of and Falco. Falco's entire body was full of dark tattoos, and his face had weird black marks across them, with both eyes looking extremely dark. He had been the one sending out the arcs of darkness towards Angie all this time. They coordinated the attacks well so they could trap her and catch her before she would escape again. Lowered his hand and turned around to stare at Angie, who was struggling to free herself from Eildris' grasp. Eildris' grasp was too strong for her since he was the number 3 strongest first year on camp, so she couldn't free herself. Angie, talk to us. What's going on? Voiced out as he moved closer to her. Let me go. Angie shouted out while still trying to free herself. Falco also moved closer, along with Glade and Matilda, who had recovered from the hit she received from Angie earlier. What's going on with you? Why won't you see us or speak to us? Falco asked as well, causing Angie to keep quiet as silence reigned in the vicinity. We're only here to help. You don't have to hide what's going on from us, Eldris said while closing his eyes. Everywhere returned to normal at this point. The surroundings turned colorful once again, and Angie felt the pressure bearing down on her disappear. Although she was silent, her mind was presently being plagued with a lot of thoughts. Talk to us, Angie. We are here for you, Glade said. Her head was getting rowdier and rowdier as she heard them speak. Angie, what's going on? Matilda. Come on, Angie, we've come so far for you to start hiding things from us, Falco. Listening to them show concern began to trigger memories in her head of Dr. Levi's disclosure on her condition. You'll never be able to work side by side with him. This is the end for you. Drop out of camp. You were never worthy to be by his side, so leave. Betrayal. The same way your kindness betrayed you, these friends that are showing concern will do the same. Angie, talk to us. Gustav said to make sure you're okay. I can't disappoint my friend. You're only wasting your time by being here. Your bloodline would be gone before he arrives back. You'll never get to see him again. At this point, her mind was spiraling full of negative thoughts. Her eyes began to turn whitish as weird energy surrounded her, causing her hair to float. What's going on? Glade voiced out as she noticed the change. Hey, Angie. Angie. Eldris kept calling out to her while shaking her body, but there was no response. Angie. Falco shouted out as he placed his palm on her shoulder. But at that moment, leave me alone, Angie screamed out with a loud voice as the energy blasted forth from her being, and she dashed away. Fu whom? Her speed at this point was so insanely fast that all of them were still being sent across the air by the time she disappeared into the distance. Eldris was barely affected, but he was quick enough to react to her speed, so she ended up getting away. Spiraling across the air, he stabilized his body and landed several feet behind with a huge frown on his face. She has got to be suffering from a serious ailment, he voiced out while walking forward. Also landed on the ground after opening a vortex behind his spiraling body earlier and appearing on the ground. Matilda and Falco were the only ones who landed on the ground roughly. How was she even able to do that? I thought she needed to run around for some time before she could use the kinetic discharge, and it is also supposed to work in her highest speed form, Falco stated while lifting himself off the ground with a slightly pained look. That discharge was significantly weaker compared to when she uses it in her highest speed form, but did you guys notice that she moved faster than her highest speed form without activating it? Voiced out with a suspicious look. They all could tell at this point that whatever was wrong with Angie was definitely related to her bloodline, but they still had no idea what was going on. Just as Falco was about to ask what their next step would be, they heard footsteps from the forest area towards the left and turned around. This is happening because she's experiencing an extreme high right now. When her bloodline reaches its highest potential, it will be snuffed out from within, and shall turn into a regular human. Everyone stared at the middle-aged looking man who had just spoken. He was dressed in a medical outfit and had a monocle on his left eye. Dr. Levi? Instantly recognized the doctor. What are you talking about? Falco asked with a confused expression. I found out that you five have been digging around for Angie's recent behavior. Follow me, I'll explain everything, Dr. Levi voiced out and turned to head back into the forest area. They all looked at each other for a few moments before following after him. Region 26 currently, Gustav had just arrived in Region 26 with his fake fiancée Lydia. He was clad in the Zalaban's troops outfit, and they were currently headed towards a facility within this region within a hovercar, and Lydia was sitting right beside him. Today was the day Gustav would meet with the upper echelon within the Zalaban group, and he had already made plans. Chapter 637. Today was Gustav's meeting with the upper echelon within the Zalaban group, and he had already made plans. He and Lydia arrived before a massive mirror structure a few minutes later. It was just a single-floored building, but it was quite tall and majestic. It was similar to an upside-down cone in look. There were several Zalaban troops roaming about the vicinity, and this place seemed secluded from other places within Region 26. There were no other structures to be seen around it. It was situated in the middle of a green-colored lake, making it look like the structure was standing on an island. Technically, it was still an island since it was surrounded by a body of water, but it only had enough space to contain the structure. Gustav and Lydia walked across the bridge-like platform that led to the structure's entrance. Minutes later, within a large boardroom, a massive diamond structure table could be seen positioned in the middle. 6 luxurious-looking seats that could be mistaken for old thrones were positioned around the table, and 4 middle-aged-looking men and 1 woman were seated on it. The seat on the other end of the table was empty. Gustav stood at the side of the forefront with his helmet taken off while Lydia stood by his side. Of course, the face everyone could see was Okeem's, and they were currently engaging in a conversation with Gustav. "It's good to see that you're back, but I hope the information you have for us today is truly something worth the time of everyone here," the man seated at the forefront side of the table voiced out. Gustav was currently standing on his left side while Lydia stood on his right. He had short blonde hair and a long goatee that reached the middle of his chest area. This was Lydia's father, and the other 4 seated on the other sides were the upper echelon of the Zalibans. The 2 men sitting on the right side of the table were Vice Leader Furlan and Advisor Usman. The man and woman on the left were Chief Supervisor San and Chief Strategist Ulzra. While Lydia's father, Sir Timothy, was known as the head of the Zalibans. He was the highest power, but that didn't make the others in the room any less powerful. The 3 governing bodies were like the backing in the background, they never revealed themselves. However, Gustav had told Sir Timothy the other day that one of the 3 governing bodies must be in attendance at today's meeting, and he specifically mentioned Chief Brisk Ali. Gustav proceeded to answer that he truly did have a crucial piece of information and even added that knowing this might turn the tide of the battle, including that it was related to why the opposing groups were starting to win against them. At this point, all 5 of them were intrigued and asked Gustav to go on with what he was going to tell them. "That chair is still empty," Gustav voiced out while pointing at the last chair on the other end of the table. "Chief Ali is running late, but he'll be here soon enough." "He's always like this," Vice Leader Furlan voiced out from the side. "You can just go ahead and start giving us the piece of information you have for us," Chief Strategist Ulzra voiced out with a slightly aged but strong feminine tone. "If I began disclosing any information now, how would he understand by the time he arrives? I'll rather just wait till he's here," Gustav stated. "Well, bring him up to speed on the development of things. Don't waste any more of our time. We all want to know what this piece of information is," Advisor Usman, who seemed to be running out of patience, voiced out. "I do not wish to explain things twice, so it's best we wait." Gustav sounded as respectful as he could, not wanting to stir up any suspicions, but he didn't know he already sounded quite demanding, especially in the presence of the strongest powers within the Zalibans. Lydia had expressed several times that she felt Okeem was different from before for several reasons. One of them was the fact that Okeem was quite respectful and wasn't really the commanding type. Gustav, who was just playing the role of someone he knew nothing about, had been quite commanding and straight with his use of words. Lydia knew Okeem wouldn't be able to speak boldly in such a place, which was why she was surprised Gustav had stayed this long without disclosing the piece of information like they asked him to. Originally, Okeem wouldn't think twice before he began narrating all he knew after hearing their command, but Gustav was just using all these to stall for time. Especially with the fact that this was all a ruse and he didn't have much to say anyway. He wouldn't want to blow his cover before his target arrived. "Young man, you cannot." Advisor Usman seemed to be getting pissed off as he voiced out, but before he could complete his sentence, Sir Timothy chipped in. "Let's all calm down. Okeem, why don't you start with why you were missing for 2 months? That way, you won't be giving out any crucial information before the arrival of Chief Brisk Ali," Sir Timothy suggested with a mild tone. "Good idea." An entire squad disappeared along with a junior commander. According to the reports, it was Lucas. "Our leader's daughter also suffered so much thinking you were dead. An explanation is required," Vice Leader Furlan listed out with a tone of curiosity. All right. This is what happened." Gustav decided to narrate what he had cooked up previously to them. He already told Lydia this story, and Lydia would have already narrated it to her father if it wasn't for the fact that she was just meeting him in person after over 2 months since she secluded herself from everyone after the disclosure of the death news back then. Chapter 638. Gustav proceeded to tell them how they were trailing a group of Vulcans back to their hideout after being suddenly ambushed by them in Region 12, where they were patrolling. In this situation, he made Luiquist the scapegoat, saying he instructed them to give chase, not knowing they were walking into a trap. After giving chase to an entire region, the next thing they knew was that they were surrounded and ambushed by a number that exceeded theirs 4 times. They were all carted away, which was where the whole situation began, where they began killing them one after the other. As Gustav got to this point, everyone had looks of astonishment on their faces, not expecting that such a thing could have happened. Vice leader Furlan, in particular, found it hard to believe that someone as promising as Lucius from what he had seen in the reports would meet his end in such a way. Gustav resumed explaining and told them the Vulcans seemed to be testing something, and they ended up being used as guinea pigs. He later escaped due to a situation within the facility that caused the power system to overload, bringing about a blackout and a chance to be free, which he took. Getting to this point, Gustav paused once again as he sensed a group approaching the facility. Chief Ali has arrived. The voice of an AI reverberated across the place as a holographic monitor popped up, displaying a man being followed by 4 other hefty men who seemed to be his bodyguards. In a few moments, the sound of the entrance door sliding open drifted across the room, and the same man displayed on the monitor walked into the place. There were already Zalaban troops guarding the entrance, but he still came in with 2 of his guards and left 2 by the entrance to increase the already tight security. Gustav's eyes followed the guards as he sensed the force of their immense energy as they walked in behind Chief Ali. He was a bit surprised to find out the level of their strength and realized he would really have to proceed with caution at this point. Chief Brisk Ali was looking exactly as pictured in the holographic projection when Gustav had the mission briefing. He was a brown-skinned middle-aged-looking male with a black-dotted forehead and grey-colored short hair. He seemed quite chubby with his long black and gold-striped robes covering his entire figure. A look of seriousness could be seen on his face as he arrived by the side of the seat prepared for him, opposite the group leader. One of the guards pulled the seat back, allowing him to get in front of it before pushing it back forward for him to sit. "Welcome, Chief Ali," they all greeted him except Gustav, who was still standing in place staring at him. Gustav had analyzed all 3 of them within this brief period of time. He already knew that Chief Ali was a weak mixed blood who had already stopped channeling his bloodline a long time ago. He seemed to be encompassed in so much riches that he could care less about being physically powerful. After all, money and influence was considered a great power in society as well. His bloodline rank was nothing to worry about, and Gustav couldn't even consider him dangerous in any way, but his guards were a different case. Outside the walls, he could also sense the other 2 bodyguards at the entrance were just as strong. "Is this why you have called me here?" Chief Brisk Ali voiced out with a repressed tone while pointing at Gustav. "Yes, Chief Ali. Relax. The kid is in the process of explaining everything. He will be disclosing a crucial piece of information soon," Sir Timothy stated. "I hope it's truly something worth of my presence," Chief Ali voiced out while staring at Gustav. "Ah yes, I will continue now," Gustav said and coughed twice like he was clearing his throat. His aim was to act intimidated, which he was able to depict well enough for the chief and his bodyguards to see him as a wuss. This would subconsciously cause them to lower their guards. Gustav continued his explanation from there, voicing out the stuff he had cooked up about what he witnessed in the process of escaping the facility. Gustav's eyes darted around the place as he narrated while beating around the bush, causing everyone's curiosity to be piqued, including Chief Ali. The 2 guards were standing right on the sides of Chief Ali with their piercing gazes being shot forward. One of them seemed to be entirely focused on Gustav while the other one was looking around the room. All this time, Lydia had not said a word. She let Gustav handle all the talking like he had told her before. "Chief Ali, this is precisely the reason why you're meant to be in this meeting today." Gustav paused and held his storage device in his hand like he was about to reveal something. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gustav's hand at this point, waiting for the revelation. All of a sudden, gravitational manipulation has been activated. A strange gravitational force blasted forth from Gustav, causing everything within the vicinity to suddenly become a lot heavier. Groans and creaking sounds rang out as the leaders suddenly fell face flat on the table. Lydia instantly fell to her knees as the tremendous pressure pushed down on her shoulders. At the same time this happened, Gustav's right arm shot forward with speed as an atomic blade was conjured in his hand. Size manipulation has been activated. The combination skill still gave him the ability to activate more than one power simultaneously. His elongated arm traveled across the table and slashed out in a diagonal format. The two guards, besides Chief Ali, were able to react to Gustav's fast speed and reached out to pull Chief Ali towards the side. Still, due to the gravitational manipulation hindering their movement, they weren't quick enough. Chief Brisk left arm was instantly cleaved off his shoulder area. Chapter 639. Chief Brisk Ali left arm was instantly cleaved off his shoulder area. Urgurge. Chief Ali screamed out in pain as his body, along with the chair, fell towards the far left of the room. Blood drizzled out of the empty shoulder area, leaving a red trail on the floor. Panic spread across the room as everyone's eyes widened in confusion. Damn, I didn't get him in one strike, Gustav voiced out internally as he saw that his attack didn't manage to hit the spot he intended to strike. One bodyguard charged forward towards Gustav the moment the attack hit, while the one other had managed to move Chief Ali away, preventing his death, activated his bloodline. Seeing these two ready to throw hands with him and the guards at the entrance area preparing to barge in, Gustav felt it wouldn't be easy to handle the situation normally, and he knew he wouldn't get away in one piece. As this thought appeared in his mind, pinkish flames appeared in his eyes. Activating Yaki, pinkish energy blasted forth from his being, dyeing the entire vicinity instantly and turning it to a world of pink. The facility was covered in it and the surroundings beyond the lake. Plop, 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 plop. Everyone began to fall to their knees under the canopy of this unfathomable world of pink. They felt every fiber in their being submitting to the power and pressure of its will. The guards outside the building, patrolling around to protect the vicinity, also fell to their knees with confused expressions, not understanding where this power that was causing them to submit was coming from. Gustav walked past the guards, who were also on their knees, unable to fight against the power of the Yaki. He arrived in front of Chief Ali, who was also incapacitated on the floor with a look of terror written all over his face. Grab. Gustav reached to pick him up and lifted him above the ground before conjuring an atomic blade again and stabbing out. Poochie, 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 Poochie. Gustav stabbed him multiple times, ripping through his gut and piercing out his back before slicing horizontally, causing all his stomach contents to fall out. Chief Brisk Ali breathed his last, and Gustav proceeded to casually fling his body away amidst the terror-strike gazes of everyone within the room. What is he doing? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Is that even Okim? They all wondered. We're doomed. This thought appeared in their heads as well when they spotted Gustav turn around to stare at them. Meanwhile, Lydia had tears rolling down her face. That cannot be Okim. Who is this man? Her mind raced as she tried making eye contact with Gustav, but even the eye muscles were a bit affected by Yaki, so she couldn't stare at him properly. Gustav was a bit sorry for Lydia, but his time playing Okim had come to an end, and he was grateful for her assistance because this would have been a lot tougher without her. Of course, he couldn't tell her this as it would only break her heart more. Gustav calculated the amount of time he had spent and realized he only had a few more seconds left. Getting to this point, he charged towards the entry point and blasted straight through. Bang! Combination has been activated, sprint plus dash. He sped above the surface of the lake water and instantly arrived on the other side. His blurry figure blasted across the distance, leaving after images. It only took a few moments before he was out of sight. In the next 3 seconds, the encompassment of the Yaki disappeared, causing everyone to return to normal. They felt the dominant pressure disappear as well and regained control of their body movement. A blaring alarm went off at this point, but the deed had been done. The entire meeting room had descended into chaos. Checking on Chief Ali was the first thing they did, but he was already too far gone. It was impossible to raise anyone from the dead, even with the latest science and technology. Everyone turned to stare at Lydia at this point, who had a look of despair and emptiness on her face. She was still on her knees, unable to believe what had just gone down. Okeem. He cannot be Okeem, she muttered to herself. Who was that man? Leader Timothy, this is on you. How could your daughter bring in a person to cripple us? The other leaders within the room immediately began pointing fingers and blaming Leader Timothy and his daughter, Lydia. It turned into a mess, and even Leader Timothy was unable to come up with a way to appease them, especially after knowing the situation was about to become dire for them. The consequences of losing one of the three governing bodies were not something they would be able to handle in a time like this. Let's all calm down, we have to keep this under the wraps and make sure what has happened today doesn't leave this room. Sir Timothy tried speaking, only for his voice to be drowned by the other leaders who were still poking their fingers at him. 2 hours later, Gustav had arrived in a region far from where the whole situation had gone down. He had successfully assassinated one of the three governing bodies within the Zalabans, so the third objective was 1/3 complete at this point. He checked his Yaki and noticed that only 30% of energy was left from it. He had kept it active for longer, and the mixed bloods bodyguarding Chief Ali was one rank above his, which contributed to its fast depletion as well. He was just glad the job had been done, and now he only had to worry about dealing with the other two groups. The Rutilias and Gildans. He wouldn't be able to use Yaki again till the next day, since it took about a day to recharge when the energy wasn't depleted. This was considered fast because if Yaki ran out of energy, it would be a Herculean task to recharge it. Gustav proceeded to find a hideout in the time being before making plans for the next mission. He had already been hearing stories about how the others were doing, and at this point, he could say the second objective was almost complete. He had also reduced the number of troops the Zalabans had when he was still right under their noses. He transformed back into his normal look, finally leaving the persona of Okeem so the dude could finally rest in peace for real. He had no doubt that if Okeem was watching from the afterlife, had already been cursing Gustav so much for using his identity twice to carry out the operation. Especially when this time, the success of the operation came at a great cost for the Zalabans. Gustav wasn't in any way sorry for what he had done. If they weren't a part of the corrupt groups who started the civil war, he wouldn't have a reason to come after them. Lots of innocents had lost their lives due to their reckless decision. Even Okeem wouldn't have had to die if such people were not in power, so he felt it was only fair if the people pulling the strings from the shadows also suffered a casualty. After all, they were always in their comfort zone, not having to face the consequences of what they had unleashed upon the city. After lodging into a hotel room within this region, Gustav proceeded to begin making his next plans. Compared to the other two, the Rutilias have barely suffered any casualties since we began the second objective, Gustav muttered. However, he knew the reason for this was mostly because the Rutilias hardly sent out their troops for head-on battles. They liked to attack the other groups secretly in hiding. Most of the battle occurrences with their troops were in the middle of the night, where they used the ambushing strategy. Due to this, Gustav barely had information on them, and they had managed to reduce their casualties compared to the other two groups due to this. The only reason why they suffered casualties some of the time was because they had to assist their accomplices, the Zalabans and the Rutilias. At times there would be a joint battle where the squads from the three groups would battle against squads from the three opposing groups. If they won't come to us, then I'll have to go to them. A glint appeared in Gustav's eyes as he voiced this out. They had already cut down the numbers of the other two groups to their satisfaction. Only the Rutilias were left, so Gustav felt the best way of handling it now would be to find their strongholds and attack them. Thinking up to this point, Gustav began to make plans while mapping out the territories the Rutilias controlled within the city. Chapter 640. He wanted to make sure this was completed in a span of 2 days, so he decided to do extensive research on their facilities so he'd know the ones to attack and the ones to leave out. Gustav always liked when a plan fell into place. He didn't just want to go there and attack without knowing what he was dealing with, so sourcing for information was always the first step for him. The MBO camp within a lab, a group of 5 stood in place, staring at a holographic projection of the internal structure of a mixed blood. Since they weren't scientists or doctors, they couldn't tell precisely what they were staring at, but it was obvious that it was bad. No one there was well versed in science except the middle-aged-looking man in a medical outfit who seemed to be pointing some things out to them. As he mouthed off some words, they all opened their mouths down with awestruck expressions. The projection would occasionally change, outlining some parts within the internal structure of this mixed blood that look heavily damaged. Dr. Levi, are you saying she'll lose her bloodline if nothing is done? Falco was the first to voice out after understanding the whole situation to a certain extent. She's already losing it. Dr. Levi responded. And Endrick is responsible for this. Glade voiced out with a rageful tone. A red aura was beginning to gather around her as her eyes turned red. Well, according to the whole backstory, he regrets what he did, Dr. Levi stated. Regrets? Can that cure Angie? Falco, too, began to turn extremely angry as he voiced out. No, but he has done the needful necessary for the cure to be created, Dr. Levi replied. Everyone had a slightly confused expression after hearing that. What do you mean by that, Dr. Levi? Eldris inquired. He'll be here any minute now. Just as Dr. Levi finished speaking, the entrance to the lab slid open, and Endrick walked in. His outfit was currently looking dusty, along with the glasses on his face. It was obvious that he wasn't just coming from anywhere, and whatever he had undergone couldn't have been anything simple. Dr. Levi, I got them, Endrick voiced out as he approached them while pulling off his glasses. What are they doing here? Just as he voiced this out, Glade's eyes turned red, and she began walking towards him while shooting out a menacing glare. Everyone, keep calm, I think Dr. Levi was trying to tell us something earlier, EE stated while walking towards Glade and holding her back. Endrick has just returned from a mission within the Fariola Desert, Dr. Levi began speaking. The Fariola Desert. They all had looks of astonishment after hearing that and scrutinized Endrick again. They had all heard about this location and knew just how dangerous it was, so it was quite surprising to them that Endrick completed a mission there and came back in one piece. But what does this have to do with anything? Falco asked. It has to do with everything because this mission he embarked on was to acquire the nearly extinct ingredients needed to create a cure for Angie's ailment, Dr. Levi explained. Upon hearing that, the place turned silent again for a while as they stared at Endrick once again. At this point, Endrick already knew that they had figured out what he did to Angie since they were all here. He arrived in front of them and paused his steps. Look, I know what I did wasn't right. I regret my decision, and I made amends for it by embarking on this mission. You all have to believe me, I really have changed, Endrick voiced out. Falco wanted to say something when Eldris held onto his shoulder from behind and shook his head. It's all right, Endrick, Eldris voiced out as he walked forward and stood opposite Endrick. But when did this happen? And how? Eldris asked. It's been up around 5 months now, it's a long story, but I was foolishly obeying the orders of someone I'm not allowed to mention, Endrick stated. They all had looks of curiosity upon hearing that, but with this confirmation they knew, Endrick had performed this action before his supposed change. Whose orders were you obeying? EE voiced out from the side. I'm not allowed to mention, Endrick responded as he pictured the image of someone in his head. Why? Eldris asked. Because. I'm not. Big Broth. I mean Gustav, made me vow not to reveal this to anyone. I can't disobey him, Endrick revealed. Oh. Gustav knows about this? EE asked. Yes, he knows about the person and has decided to handle it himself, but he has no idea about what I did to Angie because her body only started reacting to it seriously after he left, Endrick explained properly to prevent them from misunderstanding. Typical Gus, EE wasn't surprised that Gustav knew about what was up with Endrick and didn't tell them. He always liked handling things himself anyways. "I'll give him a piece of my mind when he's back," EE said with both a playful and serious tone. "Are you kids done playing police with your interrogations? If so, allow the kid to bring me the items so I can begin preparing your friend's cure," Dr. Levi stated from behind. A wry smile appeared on Eldris and ES faces as they moved to the side to leave room for Endrick to walk through. Endrick arrived in front of Dr. Levi, who was standing in front of a massive laboratory table, and began handing him the items he got from the desert, with the exception of the gemstone he found in the deserted village. "This should only take a couple of hours," Dr. Levi voiced out as he began arranging all the materials needed for Angia's cure on the laboratory table. At this point, everyone decided to leave in the meantime and come back the next day when it would be done, since it was currently nightfall. Chapter 641. "We have a problem," Matilda voiced out from behind as they walked out of the laboratory. Everyone turned to stare at her, waiting for her to explain. "How do we get Angie to take the cure? We can't even get close to her," she added. This is indeed true. If she decides to stay all day indoors, there's nothing we can do about it." Falco held his chin while speaking. "We need to find a way to get across to her and make her take the cure." While Eldris said this, he turned around to face the direction of Endrick, who was following behind them. Endrick paused his footsteps as he spotted everyone staring, turn around to stare at him as well. "Why are we all staring at him?" EE voiced out in confusion, since he only followed Eldris' actions. The others, too, didn't know why. "Endrick, how did your last meeting with Angie go?" Eldris asked with a mysterious tone. Memories drifted into his mind after hearing the question Eldris posed. "It wasn't nice," he responded with a crestfallen expression. At this point, plans began to formulate in Eldris' head. Everyone waited for Eldris to speak again, since he and EE practically became the leaders of the group since Gustav left. They had been the ones keeping the others in check and making sure everyone was okay. Nobody had qualms with this, since they couldn't argue that these two were the most mature and sensible people here right now. "You will be a scapegoat." After a few more moments of waiting, Eldris finally voiced out. Just like that, the day went by in camp, and the next morning the cadets had risen from their beds once again to start their morning routine. Endrick had been gone for about 2 weeks now, so returning to the confines of camp felt refreshing for him. He wasn't breathing sand every day, neither was he struggling to see the road ahead of him. He had gotten so used to the stress of untimely movement within the dark of night whenever the device alarmed him of an incoming weather turbulent activity that might endanger his life. Right now, the camp seemed so much safer and better for him, so he didn't care that his bloodline would be sealed again and he'd have to run more than a mile. He was glad things were back to normal, but at the same time, he knew he had to perform the task given to him by Eldris after the morning routine was over. Since he was determined to make sure Angie got better, his job wouldn't be over if she didn't get the cure. Around 8 a.m. in the morning, the routine ended, and Endrick moved towards the girls' special class residence along with Eldris, EE, Glade, and the others. They seemed to have taken permission, so they were allowed the chance to go in for a few minutes. In a few moments, they arrived at the top floor and instantly headed towards Angie's room area. "Calm. Angie, we know you're in there, open up." Glade began knocking after Eldris confirmed he sensed presence within. Calm. "We just want to check up on you," she continued banging, but there was no answer. This continued on for about 5 minutes, and they realized that it was gonna be like the last time where she wouldn't respond to anyone. Realizing this, they all turned to stare at Endrick. No words needed to be said as Endrick felt their gazes and walked forward. "Phew." He breathed out before proceeding to bang on the door with a higher force than Glade. "Hey, failure, I know you're in there. Ha ha ha, I finally got rid of the pest plaguing my brother's life." Angie, who was within her room sitting on the floor with her back rested on the left wall, froze as she heard the voice and the words. "Yes, I am glad I went through with poisoning you. A person such as yourself, a goody two-shoes, doesn't belong in this place. You're useless. You can't protect yourself. How are you gonna be able to protect anyone, ha ha ha." Endrick laughed like a maniac as he spoke in a loud tone. Angie froze as the words stabbed into her heart. Her face displayed a myriad of emotions as memories began appearing in her mind. Yes, this spells the end for you. A worthless vermin like you will never be able to walk side by side with someone as great and powerful as my brother. You're an ugly creature, and he definitely deserves way better than you. I hope you enjoy watching him on the news one day, seeing him become very famous and powerful with a better female companion on his right hand. The others in the vicinity felt this was taking it a bit too far, but they all wanted results, so they didn't butt in, hoping Endrick's words might solicit a reaction from her. Within the room, Angie began to tremble with rage, anger, despair, and disappointment as the words continued to stab deep into her. I am responsible for snatching your dream away from you. Haha, I'm right here if you wanna go again. I only spared you the last time. What happened before will not repeat it. Before Endrick could complete his sentence, the door suddenly blasted open, and a fierce wind blew across the vicinity. Freewu tilde everyone raised their hands up as cover as the wind threatened to blast them away. Their uniforms flapped intensely, and the next thing they knew after the wind stabilized was, Endrick had been blasted away through the opening in the wall that was staring back at them. Quick, after them, Eldris instantly understood what had happened and shouted out. He quickly reacted by conjuring a vortex quickly for everyone to jump in. Endrick, who was being carted away by Angie at immense speed, felt his body breaking through several solid objects. Only after he adapted to the speed did he notice that Angie was slamming him through trees as she bolted across the camp. Endrick quickly reacted, sending forth a telekinetic wave blast from his being. Boom! Chapter 642. Endrick quickly reacted, sending forth a telekinetic wave blast from his being. Boom! The disruptive and powerful charge blasted across the surrounding, causing Angie to be sent flying first while also causing the trees in the vicinity to get uprooted. The grounds ruptured as spiderweb-like cracks formed across it, with Endrick being the epicenter of this destruction. The instant Endrick landed back on his feet, so did Angie after doing a few backflips across the air. Thwoos! The ground blasted open as she moved 1 foot, causing a deep footprint to appear on it while she blasted forward with immense speed. She instantly arrived in front of Endrick with her hand outstretched as she tried to grab him. Bam! Her hand slammed into the telekinetic barrier surrounding Endrick, which prevented her from making contact with him. However, due to the immense speed, the force still catapulted Endrick backward along with the telekinetic barrier surrounding him. Endrick couldn't even properly react to her speed, but he conjured the barrier the moment he sent out the telekinetic wave, so he was able to prevent Angie from touching him. However, Angie looked displeased as she stood in place after seeing Endrick land on a tree branch a few hundred feet behind in one piece. She grunted with a look of rage and sped forward once again before leaping with her right palm thrust backward. Bam! She pushed them out the moment she arrived in front of Endrick. Endrick got blasted backward as the force of Angie's palm strike managed to pulverize the entire tree in parts and sawdust-like particles, but he was still unscathed. Swoosh! Bam! Swoosh! Bam! Swoosh! Bam! KOSCCH Angie repeatedly sped forward and kept sending out palm strikes from different angles towards Endrick, but even though the force affected him and he couldn't properly register her speed, his concentration was still raised to the max, giving him the ability to maintain the telekinetic barrier. Cracks would occasionally appear in the air like it was equals solid but would be mended in nearly an instant. Endrick was wondered when she got so fast. He was barely given the chance to try anything, but he managed to later conjure a telekinetic board and leap atop it to lift himself high up. Freewu! His body ascended with speed above the forest-like area while Angie reacted by speeding forward again and running along the surface of the tallest tree in the vicinity. The silver streak blasted through the branches, causing lots of leaves to fall off as she arrived at the top in barely an instant and leaped off. Endrick, who was ascending in the distance, had already reached a height of 400 feet, which was more than 200 feet above the tree Angie had just jumped off. His eyes widened as he spotted Angie's body flying towards him from the southeast side. Endrick proceeded to push his palm forward, since this time, he was able to see her coming. Bang! Angie blasted through the telekinetic attack with her fist and kept cutting through the air before arriving in front of the shocked Endrick. He was about to conjure another move, but Angie was just too quick for him and had already grabbed onto his neck, pushing them both off the telekinetic board due to her body still carrying a lot of force from the leap. Holding onto her hand with his right hand, Endrik finally decided to try a close combat attack and repeatedly punched her gut area while their bodies fell from the sky. Pa. 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 Angie repeatedly slapped his hand away in a very fast motion as she saw through his attacks with ease. Her arm arched back, and her fingers straightened out as she prepared to stab into Endrik with them. Fwhy! The moment she was about to stab forward while their body was already descending in between two trees, a large purplish vortex suddenly opened up beneath both of them. Angie's eyes widened as she spotted it, but there was nothing she could do to prevent herself from falling into it since she had no flight ability whatsoever. Zuhui Tilda the moment they arrived on the other side of the vortex, a palm was already being stretched out. Grab! Angie was grabbed by the neck by Eldris, who quickly pinned her down against the ground. Bang! A loud sound was made as her back sank into the ground. Angie began struggling to free herself when Matilda and Glade also appeared by the sides and held her hands down as well. Falco proceeded to hold onto her legs while Ee caught onto Endrik and placed him on the ground. Endrik, at this point, was breathing profusely as he turned around to stare at Angie like she was a monster. Close to a year ago, he could easily deal with her, and now she had become this powerful. He had no idea that her bloodline just happened to be peaking due to the illness, and it hasn't even reached its full potential yet. I could have dealt with this easy, but you didn't want help, he heard the voice of the gemstone in his head. I wanted to deal with it using my own strength. I don't need your help for now, Endrik responded internally. That's good thinking. You will improve better if you rely more on your power than mine, the gemstone voiced in his mind before keeping quiet. You did well, Ee voiced out and patted Endrik's shoulder before moving towards Angie's pinned-down body. A green-colored syringe appeared in his right hand as he moved to Angie's left and knelt down. Angie was acting like a rabid dog at this point, trying to bite everyone since she couldn't move her body, but Eldris' grip on her neck was strong enough to prevent that. He stared at Angie's discolored face with a look of pity before squatting. You'll be fine, he said internally before stabbing the cylindrical green-colored syringe into her neck. Chapter 643. Thwiish tilde the greenish contents completely flowed into her body before Ee pulled the syringe out of her neck. Grrrchi. Angie's body began vibrating at this point as her eyes turned green. She seemed to be in pain as she screamed out repeatedly and kept vibrating. Angie, are you okay? Falco questioned as they let go of her. Is she supposed to do that? Glade asked after seeing that Angie didn't respond to Falco's question. I don't know, Ee responded. As everyone began to worry seeing Angie reacting this way, the veins protruding all over Angie's face suddenly began to recede. As it receded, her ashen-colored face also began to regain its original color. It's working, Endrik voiced out with a tone of astonishment as they all witnessed this. Region 37 Gustav stood atop a 50-story structure dressed in a black jacket that covered him from head to toe. He spread out his perception, and it covered the entirety of the building along with the surroundings spreading across a radius of over 700 feet. He closed his eyes and focused on different parts of the building. Perception was not only for sensing movement in his surroundings. His perception had improved to the point where he could use it to hear things from a distance as well if he focused on doing that. No, boss, it ain't that way, you got to put it in like this. Nah, I can't do that. Sir Kumar is more powerful than Commander Lycan. Did you see what happened in the last operation? I would have been skewered if it wasn't for Relo. Reich, bring the documents to my office. Gustav could hear people having conversations all across different floors. It was quite tasking because he wasn't hearing any discussion that was particularly piquing his interest, but he still had many more floors to check. He continued to scan across the floors, using his perception to its full ability. After several minutes had gone by, Gustav's ears finally picked up on a conversation around the 30th floor that piqued his interest. The R forces are embarking on the mission have been handpicked already. The instant Gustav heard these words, He focused his perception on this part of the floor. This was finally a conversation worth listening to. How many squads are embarking on this mission? He could sense a total of 3 people cooped up together having this convo. About 4 of them. Which brings up the number of troops to a total of 80. Yeah. Isn't that too many? The higher-ups gave the go-ahead, so why not? They're attacking a place within Region 35 that belongs to the Gildans. So it's a plan to weaken them? Precisely. Where exactly is this place within Region 35? Gustav kept listening to them talk about this until all the information had been revealed. These 3 began debating about it, and Gustav couldn't find any more point to listen to, so he finally withdrew his perception and left it at a minimal amount around him. After taking note of everything that had been mentioned, Gustav proceeded to activate silent steps and dashed towards the edge of the rooftop. There was no sound of his footsteps, like he had sound cancellation beneath his feet as he ran forward. Thwash! He leaped across the street from the edge of the building, landing atop another rooftop before repeating the same actions till he had passed by multiple streets. Gustav left the region in a few minutes and arrived at Region 26. He kept traveling using his quick speed and powerful legs to leap across buildings. Gustav wasn't just traveling across the regions, he was also taking note of the structural and road outlines on the ground. About 30 minutes later, he arrived in Region 35 and proceeded to go around the region, checking different areas. After he was done doing research, he found a hotel to stay in and booked a room for a day. Gustav sat in his room making plans on how to make the most of the information he had gathered today. 80 is a bit too much, he thought. I could use Yaki to cause them to submit for about 40 seconds, but it ain't sensible to use Yaki in situations like this. What if I find myself in a pickle where I truly need Yaki? Gustav felt it wasn't sensible to make use of his trump card anyhow. Falling into a situation out of control where there is no option is when he preferred using Yaki. If it happens to be situations like this that he initiated, he would like to handle it normally. Gustav decided to call in the cavalry at this point. They had been away from each other for almost 2 weeks, and everyone had achieved a lot of success in where they were situated. Gustav proceeded to use the communication tool to contact Fiona and Darkill. Fiona, Darkill. I need you both. Find your way to Region 35 as soon as possible, Gustav voiced out. Understood, they both answered together before Gustav disconnected the communication. He didn't want the entire squad to make their way over. He felt these 2 were enough since the troops weren't all that powerful anyway. They only had a large number. Now the only thing left was to plan how to properly ambush the troops and the route to make use of. During the last day, Gustav did research and found 2 locations where the Rutilias resided. He proceeded to find his way to the first in Region 24 but didn't get any tangible information even after infiltrating their midst. The second one happened to be the building he was standing atop in Region 37. Gustav wasn't spotted by anyone, neither could they sense him because he was masking his presence. Using the rooftop made it even easier since he could spread out his perception and peek in on conversations. Now he finally had the chance to deal with the Rutilias, and his next step would be finding and assassinating one of their governing bodies after he completed this task. Chapter 644. Now he finally had the chance to deal with the Rutilias. His next step would be to find and assassinate one of their governing bodies after he completed this task. Meanwhile, at the moment, he had plans to ambush Rutilia's squads that had a mission given to them to visit Region 35. Just like they planned on ambushing a location that belonged to the Gildans in the dead of night, Gustav planned to ambush them also in the dead of night before they arrived there. It was planned to be an unexpected attack with a large number of Rutilias which would not only leave the opposition stunned and astonished but would also leave them unable to react and outmanned, so winning the battle would be easy. Even though they would be in enemy territories, the opposition would definitely not be able to send out reinforcements so fast, which meant the Rutilias might get away with it and with little casualty as well. At this point, Gustav recalled all the routes that led to the outskirts of Region 35 and made his decision on where the group was going to be ambushed to stop them from ambushing the Gildans and also bring down their numbers. Gustav had decided at this point that none of them would be returning alive. Gustav rested and waited after making a few more plans that included traps and a diversion to make sure the Rutilias passed by the route he planned to make use of. About 2 hours later, Fiona and Darkly arrived at his room door, and he let them in. Both of them greeted respectfully, and it was around evening at this time, which meant only a few hours were left before the operation. As they got in, Gustav instantly went straight to the point, explaining why he needed them here and how they'd be going back to the groups he instructed them to join after they were done here.
Squad leader, there are 80 of them.
Are you sure you don't want the others joining?
Darkil asked.
That won't be necessary. I will be taking care of most of them. I just need you two to watch my back, Gustav disclosed. Never knew a day would come when you would say those words, the system chipped in his head.
Shut up.
Gustav responded bluntly in his head, not dwelling on the system's words as he continued speaking to his subordinates. Fiona and Darkly stared at each other for a few moments before smiling and nodding. They knew better than continue remaining worried since Gustav sounded so confident at the moment. It had already been about 3 weeks since they arrived here, and so far, Gustav hadn't made any wrong calculations, so they had all come to trust him whenever he said things would be fine in any situation where he made adequate plans. Gustav explained to them how the mission would be carried out and the objective of not leaving a single person alive. After they both understood properly and knew their role in this, all they had to do next was wait. At nightfall, all 3 of them set out. Fwy during the dark of night, purplish glowing massive wings flapped in the sky, carrying an angelic-looking figure that could barely be seen along with it as it streaked towards the outskirts of Region 35. Gustav, on the other hand, barely caused any attention as he bolted across rooftops clad in a black and whitish gorilla mask.
Thoom.
He was able to keep up with Fiona's speed as he leaped across several rooftops in a single leap and kept traveling towards the outskirts of the region as well. Fiona happened to be lifting Darkil in her arms as she flew across the skies since he was slower than Gustav and herself. In a matter of minutes, they closed in on an area that led to a dead end, but it wasn't actually a dead end. Close to the end of the street where the last building was located, there were 3 massive tunnelways that led to the outskirts of Region 35. The moment one arrived on the other end of the massive tunnelways, they'd be heading towards another region. The one in the middle happened to be the only one that led to Region 36. The other 2 lead to different regions, and there was literally a mountain-like blockage reaching as high as the skies preventing a scale-over. Only Fiona and Gustav could manage to arrive at the top, but it might not be worth it due to the weather occurrences that usually happened at the top. Passing through the tunnel actually made things a lot safer when leaving the region. There's no guarantee that they'll pass through here, but this is where we need them to pass through, Gustav voiced out as he landed right in front of the middle passageway. He said this because there was an alternate route to get into Region 35 through 36. Gustav walked forward amidst the stares of Darkil and Fiona behind and arrived 2 steps into the massive tunnelway in the middle. It was so big that Gustav only looked like a dot at its entrance.
Com.
He knocked twice on the side of its wall, noting the sturdiness.
It won't fall so easily.
I'm not sure there are enough explosives, Gustav thought with a slightly worried look. After thinking for a few moments, Gustav came up with the best way to handle it. I'll just focus the explosives on a particular area. If the force is concentrated in one side, that part will crumble for sure, Gustav said internally and turned around to face both of them. Follow me, he stated and turned back around to head in deeper into the tunnel. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav activated God Eyes and stared at different parts within the tunnel, looking for the best area where the explosives could be placed. Plant your explosives on this side, Gustav voiced out and pointed at a particular part of the tunnel roofing area. Chapter 645. He proceeded to bring out the explosives left in his storage device and handed them over to both of them. I'll go make sure our guests only follow this route. Make sure to cluster the explosives in that particular spot, Gustav instructed and dashed forward into the far ends of the tunnelway. Understood, both of them voiced out, but Gustav's figure had already disappeared into the distance. The tunnelway was well lit with glowing and floating lights up above. Fiona felt this was truly the best course of action, planting all the explosives at one particular area because she recalled that some hovercars had alarm systems in them that allowed to sense when an area was rigged with explosives. This reduced the risk of that happening since they were all in one spot and would probably explode before they arrived there. While they were busy with this, Gustav arrived on the other end of the tunnelway in about 6 minutes of running. It was close to midnight at this point, which was the time where the Rutilias said they'd be traveling here. Gustav stared at the wilderness-like area and the roads leading to different places that seemed to be an intersection between the regions. The paths were dimly lit, but Gustav could see properly even into the distance. He turned towards the left and activated dash before charging onwards once again. In a few more minutes, Gustav arrived in front of a path that came from up ahead that led to the region 35. Behind, he could see the first buildings spotted upon entering the region. Turning around, he blasted off and arrived about 200 meters before the first building by the right side of the road. Gustav's body began to bloat as he activated something. Killer Pistol alien transformation activated. His skin turned greenish as he turned into a massive round figure with 2 heads and multiple long blade spider-like legs. Shruim tilde icicle-like rocks suddenly began protruding from the ground, making a straight line along the middle of the road and blocking it. It rose and kept rising, sticking together and protruding out of the ground endlessly. The aero silk created a long wall that stretched on for up to a mile until it hit a block, and Gustav didn't stop there. The walls created out of the aero silk continued to grow taller and taller until it was even higher than the 40-story building behind. This area happened to still be far from where there was a lot of activity within the region from the people dwelling there, but some of them could still spot the massive diamond-colored walls that had risen above the ground and wondered how it appeared there. After this was done, Gustav felt a bit out of breath and slightly weak, but he still climbed across the wall he created as quickly as he could in his Killer Pistol form since he was like a gigantic spider. Arriving atop the wall, he moved towards the far right and transformed back into his normal form. Gustav proceeded to sit atop the wall on an aero silk protruding out in a horizontal format and regain his energy while waiting for the Rutilia troops to arrive. His recovery was quite fast since he still had system energy points. Using the Killer Pistol took energy directly from his body. However, so long as he still had system energy points, he would get rejuvenated quickly. Still, if the system energy points get used up completely, Gustav would only be able to fight with his internal energy. It didn't take a lot of waiting before Gustav sensed speedy movement up north. He could see flickering lights in the distance, and even without activating God Eyes to get a closer look, he already knew that the Rutilias had arrived here. He proceeded to contact Fiona and Darkly at this point. "Are the preparations done?" he asked while standing to his feet atop the wall. "Yes, squad leader," Fiona responded. "Good. We'll be getting visitors soon. Activate the timer," Gustav voiced out and cut the communication. Fauhau. He proceeded to leap off the wall. His jacket flapped intensely before he landed on the ground and sped back towards where he came from. Meanwhile, the Rutilia troops arrived in front of the massive spiky icicle-structured wall. Their vehicles stopped right in front, and some of them got off with confused expressions on their faces as they stared up. They were dressed in bluish and white striped colored tight-skinned leather-like uniformed outfits. "How did this get here in the middle of the road?" one of them voiced out and walked towards the wall. Of course, he was met with no answer as the others also gazed at each other with confused looks. They turned to the sides to see if they could go around it, but all they could see was the wall stretching as far as the eyes could see. One of them decided to call back to the command center to report this unexpected situation, but the commander in charge of this objective stopped them. "Let's try going around first. Some of you go left, while the others follow right with me," he voiced out while getting back into the hovercar he just came out of. There were around 30 vehicles, and they all separated, turning to the sides as the half moved along the right side of the wall while the other half moved along the left side. This continued for minutes, and they realized the wall went on for longer than they expected. Realizing that if they reached the end of the wall, they wouldn't be able to go in through the route that led to Region 35, the commander communicated to everyone to stop and turn back around. They all drove back to the initial starting point. We will have to make use of the alternate route. The trio tunnelways, he voiced out in the communication devices. Chapter 646. We will have to use the alternate route. The trio tunnelways, he voiced out in the communication devices. Some of them here knew of the other route, so the instant the trio tunnelways were mentioned, they looked towards the east, which was also the same direction Gustav disappeared into before they arrived here. They were still in a dilemma on how this massive wall appeared here, but if they wasted any more time, it would affect their night mission, so the commander in charge of this mission wanted them to get over to Region 35 as soon as possible. Sir, don't you think this is a bit suspicious? One of the troop members walked over to the man in charge and voiced out before he could get into the hovercar. How so? He asked. This wall appearing here on the route that is supposed to lead to Region 35, and there happen to be only one route left that can lead us to there. I think we should abandon the mission this night and make proper inquiries before embarking on it again to be sure we're not walking into a trap, the troop member suggested. You think I didn't think of this? Haha, no, we're not abandoning the mission, the commander voiced out. This is not the style of the Gildans. If they knew we were coming for them, they'd send out forces to stop us. Besides, we can't go back with failure. You're just an ordinary member, so you won't understand the consequences, he added with a glare before moving to enter his vehicle. The troop member had no option but to move towards the hovercar he stepped down from. The commander communicated with all the troop members while driving towards the area where the trio tunnelways were located. Be on the alert as we go in. Activated the weapon systems of your vehicles, he commanded as they approached the tunnelway. Meanwhile, Gustav had arrived back in the middle tunnelway that led to Region 36 a few minutes back. He inspected the area where the explosives were clustered on the ceiling area, which was well around 50 feet high. Good. Gustav nodded his head and turned around to head back to the entrance area where Fiona and Darkly were waiting. Hide yourselves. They'll be getting here soon, Gustav stated and proceeded to leap towards the mountain wall above the tunnelway. A small cracking sound was made as he dug his fingers into the wall and stuck to it. Fiona and Darkly moved towards the sides, hiding behind the small rocky bumps. They all focused on the tunnelway ahead. In about 2 minutes, Gustav could sense the approaching convoy up ahead within the middle tunnelway. The timer of the explosives also seemed to be in line with the approaching convoys. Gustav calculated the speed of the vehicles and could tell that it would explode the moment the vehicles on the second line got to that area. The hovercars moved with speed, and the instant the first two who were moving side by side arrived at the area where the explosives were placed above, the alarm system within went off. However, it was all too late because they weren't able to stop the vehicle, neither were they able to alert the others in time. The moment they phased past and the vehicles on the second line arrived at that spot. Boom! A massive explosion set off. The middle tunnelway was instantly covered in bright red flames and fumes. The entire mountain trembled from the force of the explosion, and cracks appeared on some parts. Bam! Several more blasting sounds rang out as parts of the tunnelway ceiling collapsed in large chunks, falling onto some of the hovercars. While the hovercars closer to the point of the explosion were sent flying out through the entrance of the tunnelway. Some exploded into bits while some spiraled repeatedly across the air and crashed up front, causing a lot of damage for the passengers within. At this point, a quarter of the Rutilia's troops were either seriously injured or dead. The commander, who happened to be in one of the hovercars in the middle, jumped out before he could get crushed by a large chunk from the tunnelway ceiling. The massive chunk smashed the hovercar, which weighed nothing less than 15,000 pounds. Even though parts of the ceiling in the tunnelway collapsed, it didn't block the entrance area completely, so there was still space for a drive-through. Some of the hovercars far behind had stopped their movements upon seeing the blast up ahead and even turned around to avoid getting hit by the shockwaves from the blast. Parts of the ceiling were still cracking, So the commander leaped towards a hovercar and landed atop the roof, letting it carry him through the rubble. "We're under attack. Arg." A loud voice was heard from the communication device within the hovercar. The commander instantly became alarmed, but he couldn't tell them to turn around because of the dropping chunks of rocks falling from above. The hovercar, along with the others behind, moved with speed and precision, occasionally swerving left and right to avoid getting hit as they sped forward. The moment the commander was standing on the hovercar, phased through the fire cover up ahead, and went past the entrance of the tunnelway, he spotted several hovercars destroyed in the distance. His eyes widened as he spotted the figures clad in dark outfits slaying some of his troops, who were already laid out on the ground. This was also when he spotted several hovercars by the side, slashed in half, which was something the fire couldn't do. Just as he activated his bloodline, the figure cloaked in a black outfit wearing a whitish Gora-like mask bolted forward. Swoosh! The figure was so quick that his right arm was still being arched backward with circular yellowish-colored energy spiraling around it when the figure flew across the air with his leg outstretched. Chapter 647. Bang! He took a kick to the chest, which felt like he was being smashed by a moving mountain as his entire body catapulted towards the wall of the mountain up above the tunnelways. Bam! His entire body lodged a few inches deep into it as blood flowed out of his body, and his eyes turned blurry. What sort of monster is that? I was taken out. In one hit. These were his last thoughts before he passed out. The lingering echoes of his subordinates' screams also rang faintly in his ears before everything turned dark. Retreat! Retreat! One of the troop members kept shouting out as they spotted the manslaughter that was happening up front. But the mountain was still vibrating from the impact of the blast that had just happened even though chunks of rocks had stopped falling within the tunnelway. It didn't seem safe, so the drivers hesitated before turning around to head back in. However, Fiona flapped her wings once arriving in front of a hovercar and swinging her left wing out. A purplish arc of energy slashed forward, dividing the hovercar in half and slicing a troop member sitting in the middle in half along with the car. This told them that whatever was up ahead was something they couldn't handle, so the remaining troops quickly turned around and decided to retreat. Darkill, who had just finished dealing with a bunch of troops behind, charged forward with darkness oozing out from his being. The entire tunnelway in front was instantly covered in darkness, making the drivers and everyone within blind. They made use of their lights, but the darkness was so thick, they couldn't see in front. Kiara! Sounds of flesh ripping apart along with screams could be heard close by, causing all of them to look around with panic-stricken faces. Darkill was attacking several troops at the same time because this darkness was his domain, and he could be everywhere at the same time within it. He literally becomes omnipresent within the darkness. Kiar! Arg! Screams filled the place as sounds of flesh ripping continued to reverberate across the place. They never could see him coming. They only found their throats slit open before they could understand what was happening. Darkly was moving around, slaughtering as many as he could while Fiona dealt with those that were still behind and hadn't gotten into the tunnel. Some hovercars up ahead were able to drive past the range of the darkness even though they couldn't see, giving them the chance to escape. There were about 6 of them. Combination has been activated, sprint plus dash. Gustav, who could see through the darkness with the help of God Eyes, had spotted them and bolted across the tunnelway with immense speed. Swoosh! He streaked past the 6 hovercars and appeared right in their fronts. 2 atomic blades appeared in his right and left hand, respectively. Dashing forward again, Gustav swung the atomic blades twice at the first one by the left, cutting through it and spinning around to decapitate the driver. Fwhy! The moment the car was cut through, all the driver could see was a milky-colored blade slicing past him with fast speed, and his vision began spiraling. Gustav didn't stop there and jumped away towards the side, slashing out repeatedly to destroy the next hovercar. The others behind began shooting at him with the hovercar's weapons system. Gustav swerved several times across the place, and one of the hovercars took this opportunity to drive forward and tried to hit him. Fwoosh! Green skin appeared on Gustav's body as he jumped back with speed. Krycvhit! A massive icicle-like rock shot out from his initial position, piercing straight through the hovercar from underneath. Kia. This attack accurately also struck the driver, piercing through him and hanging him on the tip of the icicle-like rock along with the hovercar. The others who were still alive had looks of shock as they recognized the unique structure of this icicle-like rock. They remembered the wall that had prevented them from heading to Region 35 through their initial route. The feeling of doom washed over them as they gulped down saliva while staring at this masked man in a black outfit. They knew such a thing couldn't be pulled off by an ordinary person. Some of them turned around to run while some of them still tried attacking Gustav since they felt this was the only way they could get away from here. Gustav dashed forward and tanked all their attacks while also sending out his bang, 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 boom. The sounds of collision and explosion reverberated across the place for a few more minutes along with screams before everywhere finally turned silent. The only thing that could be heard was the occasional fire flickering sounds due to the explosions that had occurred all across the place. Gustav, Fiona, and Darkill met up once again at the entrance of the tunnelway. Darkill and Fiona sustained a few injuries due to the numbers. It was quite impossible to dodge all the projectiles, but they had managed to complete tonight's objective. Gustav, however, was unscathed except for his clothes that seemed to have taken some damage due to the fiery explosions that occurred multiple times. "Good job," Gustav said to both of them. "Let's go," he voiced out before dashing forward. Darkill held onto Fiona's arms as her wings sprouted out of her back, and she flapped them. Phoom. The glowing purplish wings flapping across the sky created a glowing streak that cut across the sky beautifully. While on the ground, dark afterimages were left in Gustav's trail as they traveled back towards their hideout. "The MBO camp, how do you feel now?" Dr. Levi voiced out within the laboratory as he stared at Angius' frame. Like everything that went on for the past 2 months were terrible nightmares, Angie voiced out with a slightly frightened expression. "Oh, I can assure you that everything that had happened so far was real." Chapter 648. "Oh, I can assure you that everything that had happened so far was real," Dr. Levi responded bluntly. Angie held her head with a look of pain and disappointment while looking down and recalling everything that had happened. She was currently sitting on a kind of medical board, and it seemed Dr. Levi was checking her to be sure she was completely fine now after taking the cure. Falco, Eildris, Glade, Matilda, and Endrick were all in the vicinity as well, standing by the sides. "It's not your fault," Dr. Levi said while tapping onto her left shoulder area. "The ailment also messed with your mental state. It was all part of the process, but now you're completely okay," he added. Angie pursed her lips while still staring at the floor. Falco moved closer to her and sat right beside her. "All that matters now is you're okay now," he voiced out. "I can't believe I'm capable of feeling so much hatred. My thoughts, my head, every emotion was consumed by the feeling of hatred," Angie muttered with panic-stricken eyes as she recalled all that had happened when she was still infected. Dr. Levi said it affected your mental state. "That must be why," Glade voiced out as she sat beside Angie and held her hand in a loving manner. "It was me. I wanted to shred him to pieces." Angius voiced out her thoughts which scared her to the core. Endrick, who was standing up ahead, walked over to Angius' position and stood in front of her. "It was all my fault. You had every right to act the way you did. I nearly destroyed your future hopes. Anyone would have hatred towards someone who did that," Endrick stated with an apologetic look. He didn't seem mad in any way. Instead, he looked remorseful. Angie raised her head and stared at Endrick with an apologetic look as well. "I'm so sorry, Endrick. I'm sure Gustav will hate me when he comes to hear of this," Angie voiced out and placed her face in her palm, hiding the look of regret in her eyes. "He will understand," Falco said while rubbing Angius' hair. "There's no reason for him to hate you. You were sick," Matilda voiced out from the side. And Eildris also moved closer to comfort Angie as well, which made her cheer up a little as she kept apologizing to everyone, Endrick included. But at this moment, she came to an understanding of herself. "I felt it from the very depths of my soul, the hatred. If not for my feelings towards Gustav, I would have killed Endrik already. There is darkness within me, Angie said internally with a slightly troubled look, but she managed to mask it well enough to not make the others worry. Angie could tell that if she ever turned to the dark side, she would become an unthinkable murderer because the thoughts flowing into her mind during the phase of the sickness were thoughts she was scared to even think about at the moment. After Dr. Levi finished his checkup on Angie's internal structure, he announced that she was now completely okay and her bloodline was returning to normal, albeit strained. Angie noticed that her body did feel a bit weird inside, but it was barely noticeable. Surprisingly, her bloodline even improved, according to Dr. Levi, but that was something she would be checking out on a later date because she had to rest. Endrik returned to his room after everyone had parted ways. I sensed the lingering energy of the outworldly on every one of your group. It would seem the outworldly once resided in this vicinity, secluded in a space canyon from the outside world. The gemstone floated out of Endrik's storage device and began voicing out. What? Every one of us? Endrik thought as he pictured all 6 of them, Eildris, Falco, Glade, Matilda, and Angie. Space canyon? What's that? Endrik added as these terms also made him confused. The space canyon is like a breach within a universe. The creation of a small world inside another world but still being able to link both worlds to each other in a way that makes it look like the other world is still a part of the original world. Entry and exit points are created and linked to the original world. Without those, it is impossible to get access to the small world, the gemstone explained lengthily. A little confusing, but I think I understand. Are you saying this isn't even the real world? Endrik's eyes widened as he came to this realization. Yes. This world is artificial but at the same time real since it is linked to the original Earth and also made in its image, the gemstone added. Endrik had a look of astonishment written all over his face at this moment. He began playing scenes of everything that had happened here since he arrived in his mind. It was impossible to tell that this wasn't even the real world. If Gustav was here at the moment, he would now understand why no matter how much he ran forward trying to leave camp, it was impossible. He would always find himself circling around even though he never turned to the sides while running. This was why the camp had no edges, no walls whatsoever. It was impossible to reach the end because, at a particular point, the laws of the place began to force you to change direction unknowingly. Wow, Endrik muttered. The mixed bloods of this era have come a long way. It takes a lot of power to pull this off, and they managed to make one which such a big landscape, the gemstone voiced with a praising tone. They must be quite the powerful ones in this era, but even them cannot prevent what is to come, the gemstone said with a tone of foreboding. You say you could sense the energy of the outworldly around the group I was with earlier, Endrik muttered. Chapter 649. Yes. The outworldly must be someone close to them, just like you. I sense a force of calamity as well as embers of the outworldly energy around that silver-haired horned girl even more, the gemstone voiced with a worried tone. You mean Angie? Endrik inquired with a tone of realization. The outworldly must have been around her a lot. She carries more of the embers of the outworldly energy. However, I currently cannot sense the presence of the outworldly in this domain, the gemstone stated. But there's no one close to them that is also close to me. Endrik was a bit confused as he tried to figure out who it could be. Truly a person is missing from the group, but he isn't close to me. I ruined our relationship, Endrik voiced out with a tone of guilt. And who is this person to you? The gemstone inquired. He was. I don't even know. We're related by blood, but I don't deserve to call him brother, Endrik voiced out with a tone of regret as he lay on his bed. Ah, I see. Related by blood, the gemstone voiced out with a tone of understanding. Yes, but we're not close, so he can't be the one, Endrik responded with a dismissive expression. Besides, is the outworldly not supposed to be a mixture of 2 personalities? He doesn't have 2 personalities. Endrik voiced out. Are you sure? The gemstones asked. I have never seen him exhibit a different behavior since he changed more than a year back and became more powerful compared to his former weak self.
And turned colder.
And hated everyone. Killed. Became the most influential cadet during the test phase due to his prowess. Became number 1 strongest first-year mixed blood in the space of 6 months. The more Endrick voiced out these achievements, the more his face turned stunned, and he paused before it doesn't seem like 2 personalities.
It just seemed like he changed.
He can't be the one, right? Endrick voiced with a tone of disbelief. He seemed quite perplexed at this point, and his face looked like a lot of things were running through his mind.
We will find out, the gemstone responded.
Where is this person you speak of?
It proceeded to ask.
Oh, big bro. I mean, Gustav is currently on a mission. He probably won't be back till after 3 months' time, Endrick responded.
I see.
Pending his return, we shall do research, and I will impart knowledge upon you. Region 35. The night had gone by, and Gustav, along with the others, passed their night at the hideout. Fiona had her own room where they had lodged while Gustav and Darkill took a room for themselves. However, just as always, Gustav stayed on the rooftop the rest of the night channeling his bloodline. The destruction of the 80+ troops sent by the Rutilias was currently being investigated. The investigation was ongoing on the site, and Gustav had sneakily gone over to check earlier, but he wasn't bothered because they had cleaned up their act well enough. They only needed to complete a few more similar objectives, and they'd have run down the numbers of the Rutilia troops by a lot. As Gustav saw the sun rising, he stood to his feet atop the rooftop with a smile on his face. I took a shorter time than expected reaching the second step. Gustav muttered as he sensed his strength increase. He was now the second step Falcon ranked. Gustav had to be the quickest mixed blood in history to go from the first to the second step of Falcon rank so quickly beside Miss Amy. Their speed of improvement seemed to be around the same level since Miss Amy was still legendary among all mixed bloods across every generation of mixed bloods, reaching a high level of strength at such a young age. Gustav was a little satisfied with his progress, but he knew this was nothing compared to the strongest level, which he had only 4 years left to attain. It looked very impossible, but Gustav knew he had to try his best. He'll have to travel to several locations to do more research on Humbad after this. Gustav hadn't forgotten the second mission. It was a bit stagnant since Miss Amy provided information the last time, but he had ideas of places to check for research. However, his current situation was one in which he put himself to increase his rank within the MBO since it was quite necessary. He had decided to continue with the Humbad research after checking on Boss Danzo in Burning Sand City. The most important thing right now was to complete the mission here as soon as possible, get his rewards and hopefully increase more in rank. You said over time you'll give me more information on what is to come and why I need to complete the 2 5-year quests you issued, Gustav voiced out internally to the system. Yeah, but of course, you'll have to complete some objectives first and reach a certain level of strength to get a piece of information revealed, the system responded. In other words, you remain unhelpful in making me understand what I'm up against, Gustav said in his head.
No.
If I were to reveal all this to you, I can guarantee that even with the bravery points you have gathered, you will still get scared out of your wits, the system added.
Chemph.
I don't see any point in being secretive. It's better I know early, so I become more prepared, Gustav argued. That's why these objectives will be issued for you to complete. Completing them proves your readiness to a certain level, which will also prompt me to reveal a piece of information as well, the system explained. And I still haven't completed any of them?
Gustav asked.
None whatsoever. Just patiently continue with your endeavors for now. Believe me, you're not ready yet. The system stopped speaking at this point. Gustav was left to ponder about their dialogue for a few seconds before he finally decided to head into the building. Chapter 650. Gustav was left to ponder their dialogue for a few seconds before he finally decided to head into the building.
Phui.
Jumping over the ledge, his body descended across the northeast side of the building. His jacket flapped in the wind as he landed on the first balcony area there. Only a small thumping sound was made as his knees bent forward a little before he straightened himself. The door to the balcony area was opened, and Darkel's figure, along with that of Fiona, could be seen in front. They seemed to be arguing about something, but their mouths hung open when they spotted Gustav standing at the balcony area. Of course, they had witnessed his landing. Squad leader, they both voiced out together respectfully. What's up? Gustav responded as he walked forward. Nothing. Darkel keeps comparing your speed to mine, Fiona voiced out at the same time. Darkel said nothing. Oh, Gustav had a bit of interest on his face as he exclaimed. Darkel had a wry look on his face as he stared at Fiona. He says you're faster than I am, Fiona stated. And what do you think, Fiona? Gustav asked. I'm faster, Fiona answered bluntly with a look of confidence. You are. But it depends on the situation, Gustav said in response before walking through their midst towards the main room. Darkel exclaimed. Haha, I told you, Darkel, Fiona voiced out with a victorious look. Darkel squinted his eyes and walked in along with Fiona. But squad leader, what do you mean by depends on the situation? Darkel asked. On a normal speed level, she's faster. If I decide to crank it up, I can go faster than her highest speed for some time, Gustav explained. What? Fiona exclaimed with a look of disbelief. I told you, Fiona, squad leader, is faster. Darkel had a smug look on his face as he voiced out while folding his arms. Squad leader, I do not agree. I'm faster, Fiona said with a tone of confidence. Gustav smiled at this response. Having the power to fly doesn't necessarily make you faster, he stated. Then how about a race? Fiona suggested. Are you sure? Your confidence level might plunge afterward, Gustav smirked after voicing out. Yes, let's do it, she responded confidently as well. She had decided not to back down on this even though Gustav's tone of confidence made her feel a bit drawn aback. Flying was her thing, and she wanted to show that there was something Gustav could still lose at. Right now, Gustav looked perfect in their eyes, and there was literally nothing he wasn't skilled at. Fiona felt like if she was able to beat him in this, her morale would be boosted a bit. Alright then. We'll have our race after we complete the mission, Gustav stated. Fiona smiled and nodded. Alright now, I will reveal my plans to get hold of the Rutilia governing body we're after, Gustav voiced out. About 30 minutes later, Gustav concluded his meeting with both of them. He had let them in on his plans to infiltrate and find out information on the movements of the group so they could keep ambushing them. During the phase where this was ongoing, he would find the location of Chief Tim Alton, the governing body from the Rutilia group that they were told to assassinate. Gustav reckoned it might take some time to find out the location, which is why they'd spend the time in between ambushing the Rutilia troops and weakening them further. They couldn't storm the Rutilia's bases because, unlike Sahil hideouts, these were actually official bases. They weren't structured to be in hiding, so they were built quite standard with a lot of Rutilia's personnel stationed around the premises every time. There were only 2 of their main bases in the city, so the number of officials they had was a staggering one. Even though they couldn't ambush them, this made it easy for Gustav to collect information since there were only 2 main spots. After the trio had decided on their next move, they went on to rest and prepare. In the meantime, Fiona and Darkel didn't have to go anywhere, but Gustav would have to be moving around and gathering information without getting caught since he would be infiltrating. Gustav left the other 3 to remain in the groups they enlisted to and keep reducing the opposing side's strength. In a flash, 1 week had gone by again, and the current week would make it 1 month since they had embarked on this mission. During this 1 week, Gustav and the others had achieved the second step of the third objective. At this moment, all 3 opposing forces siding with the world government, the Zalabans, Lanzis, and Rutilias, had the number of their troops cut down by up to half along with resources. With the rate at which they were losing forces, no citizen was willing to get recruited as a troop member there anymore. Even though there was a lot of hunger due to the ongoing civil war, people still valued their lives. Especially when the other groups who weren't suffering as many casualties were still open to recruiting troops. The state of the civil war had dampened a lot due to this, and battles had been decreasing in number lately. The city was slowly starting to turn peaceful, and it wasn't as bad as it used to be in the past when Gustav arrived here. During the last 1 week, Gustav had weakened the forces of the Rutiliers and finally managed to find Chief Tim Olton. Just a day ago, he successfully and gruesomely assassinated Chief Tim Olton amid the protection of several guards more powerful than he was. Chief Tim Olton was not so cautious as the other leader Gustav killed the first time. The lack of caution made it even easier for Gustav to infiltrate and do the deed. Once again, this caused a big uproar within the group, and they sent out forces to investigate and go after the killer. Chapter 651. However, they could not find traces of Gustav no matter how much they tried. Gustav was always perfect at escaping. For the past 24 hours, they were not able to catch on to him. Although he had to travel to the far end of the city, which was where the last region was located, to find him, Gustav didn't mind since he completed the objective. The Rutiliers were also trying to keep it under the wraps, just like the Zalabans, that they had lost one of their 3 governing bodies. Each group didn't want the other to know that a key member of their group was gone, which also meant reducing their assets and overall strength. Hiding this information even gave room for Gustav to exploit his options. If both groups had made this information public, the third group would catch on to the fact that the governing bodies were being targeted. However, since it wasn't revealed and the 2 groups affected acted like nothing was wrong, the other group would not be alarmed as well. The only reason why the leaders of all 3 groups held emergency meetings occasionally was due to the fact that they were starting to lose to the other 3 groups. This made them wary, causing the leaders to hold meetings and make plans, but even with this, none of the other 2 revealed their losses. Although the last group, Lanzis, was starting to suspect something after both groups mentioned that they couldn't input a lot of resources into the battles like they used to. They had all lost a lot of manpower, but the Lanzis still held on because they still had all their 3 governing bodies. Meanwhile, the Zalabans and Rutiliers were starting to think it was high time they hung the flag up, but they didn't know how to put this out there. To balance things, Gustav was already making plans on how to assassinate the third person on their list, Chief Voltan Brad. This was the name of one of the governing bodies in the Lanzis group. The Lanzis had several bases across the city, so Gustav knew it would take some time before he could gather the information needed and make plans to get rid of him. At the moment, this was all that was left for them to do. The moment Chief Voltan Brad was successfully assassinated, it would mean they had completed their mission here. Gustav had called back the rest of them, and currently, everyone was together waiting for Gustav's next command. He had dealt with the other 2 himself, so he couldn't tell if he would need them or not. However, he was glad everyone was here at the moment. If the final objective was a tough one where he'd need their assistance, they'd be available. About 3 more days went by, and as expected, Gustav made use of this time frame to dig up a lot of information about where Chief Voltan Brad could be staying. Even though the city was quite small, it still homed over 200,000 people, so finding just this one place was still not an easy task. Gustav also shared his squad across multiple regions where the Lanzis bases were situated to gather information. On the 4th day, Mill communicated to Gustav about a piece of information he heard which related to Chief Voltan. This information wasn't about where Chief Voltan resided in particular. Instead, it was about where he was last seen. Everyone from Gustav's squad had a copy of Chief Voltan's facial holographic display. So each of them had been sneaking around and asking about him in the location Gustav went to. None of them had any luck since, till this day when Mill found out where he was last seen. Mill was currently in Region 2, so the instant the information about where Chief Voltan's last seen was relayed to him, he began traveling towards there. Gustav was around somewhere in the middle of the city, so making his way down to Region 2 would take some time. Gustav communicated with the rest of the squad and told them to meet him at Region 2 as well. Now that they had a clue, investigating together would make things faster. In a couple of hours, Gustav arrived in Region 2 and instantly moved towards the rendezvous point he set up for them. Mill and Fiona were already waiting for his arrival and the arrival of the rest. They stayed within a coffee shop on the 2nd floor of a 10-story building within a public area. The others were still on their way, so Fiona engaged both of them in small talk while they waited. It's been years since I was in the MBO camp. You'll still go on morning routines? She asked. Last time I checked, yeah. I've been away for over 3 months now, so things could have changed, Gustav responded. Things never change in the MBO camp, Mill chipped in with a reminiscing look. Back then, my set would spend only 3 hours scaling through the landscapes. Fiona decided to brag a little as she voiced out with a smile. We only spent around 2 hours when we got used to it, Mill voiced out as well. Oh nice, Gustav responded to both of them and nodded. What about your set? Fiona decided to ask. She knew his set was the youngest in the MBO camp at the moment, but she was still looking to see if they were better than hers back then when she was still in the MBO camp. It takes some time to get used to, so I don't think any of them can go lower than the 2 hours mark yet, Mill said with a dismissive expression. Gustav stared at him and smiled. Even Angie doesn't spend any less than 1 hour 30 minutes scaling through the 5 landscapes, Gustav revealed. What? Are you serious? Fiona couldn't believe her ears. Yes. She's a special class, so it's normal for her to be that fast, especially with her original bloodline even though bloodlines are sealed at the time. Chapter 652. Yes. She's a special class, so it's normal for her to be that fast, especially with her original bloodline even though bloodlines are sealed at the time, Gustav responded. Mill also couldn't believe his ears. He hadn't returned to camp in a while since he was already in his final year, so he had no idea that the first years were currently known as the mixed bloods with the highest potential since the start of the MBO camp. How is that even possible? He muttered with a disbelieving look, remembering the times when he was a first year as well. It was very difficult to scale through those landscapes with sealed bloodlines, so he couldn't understand how someone would spend such a short period scaling through every single one of them. Wait. By the way, you said that she isn't the fastest in completing the morning routine, is she? This realization dawned on Fiona as she asked. No, she isn't, Gustav answered. EE comes in quicker, so does Chad and Eldris. It takes them about an hour to complete theirs, Gustav added. An hour? Impossible. The reaction on their faces was truly filled with shock as Fiona and Mill voiced out. You still haven't mentioned yourself. How long do you take to complete it? Mill inquired about who could be the fastest, if not Gustav. I'll leave that to your imagination, Gustav said with a dismissive tone. Their reactions were already over the top, so he didn't want to reveal that he spent around 40 minutes scaling through those landscapes, and the only person that came close to reaching his speed was Elevra. Now that he thought of it, Elevra would train harder and get stronger in camp. When he returned, he might not even be the number 1 anymore, and a spar might be required. Gustav smiled as he thought of that. He was interested in throwing hands with Elevra anyways, so it might be a good opportunity. Thinking about how Elevra's strength was close to his without any support like the system, Gustav knew she was truly talented, and there was even a chance she would be given her first mission ahead of time. It was quite guaranteed that she wouldn't be spending up to 4 years training in camp before she became a full-fledged MBO officer. The special class cadets would, in fact, not spend that long since the MBO could see how much potential they had. Just as Fiona was about to ask something again, a hovercar arrived in front of the coffee shop. They are here. Before anyone came out of it, Gustav already voiced out. Mill and Fiona looked towards the windowpane area and focused on the hovercar parked down after hearing Gustav say that. Darkill, Felgro, and Ilden came out of the hovercar in the next moment and looked up at the second-floor area of the building. Darkill smiled as he spotted the 3 of them sitting around a table close to the window area. They moved in and joined Gustav and the others around the table. Hey, how come you 3 came together? Fiona asked with a look of suspiciousness. You won't believe I coincidentally jammed into the 2 while driving along the ridge that led to Region 15, Darkill responded. And both of us met each other on a crossroad in Region 22 and decided to continue traveling together, Ilden voiced out while gesturing at Felgro. The squad laughed at it after hearing that, as it seemed like a string of coincidences. After the small exchange of words, Gustav finally addressed them. Let's listen to the info Mill has for us, he stated. Mill brought out a small spherical metallic object with a small diamond in the middle. True. As he activated it, the device shot out rays of light, which formed a holographic image of a man sitting in what seemed to look like a booth. He was dressed in a scarlet and blue-colored outfit with a black flame mark on its back area. He looked quite meek with his oblong-shaped facial feature and white hair. This is a place within Region 2 called the Mug House, Mill narrated as the picture displayed changed into another. In the next picture, this man still sat in the booth, but it had been taken from another angle, and one could now see that a person sat in front of him, and a board game was placed on the table in their midst. This person looked like a young girl whose jaw hung slightly loose and shifted to the side with spiky metallic-looking objects protruding from her chin area. She seemed disabled, and the man in front of her had a smile on his face as he played the board game with her. It's a place where people with untreatable disabilities due to genetic disorder are kept and properly taken care of by employed medical workers, Mill kept explaining. At the same time, the picture changed, showing other booths where the man could also be seen playing board games with others as well. The different people in the pictures with him all had genetic disabilities of some kind that not only made them weird-looking but also prevented them from being able to stand, sit, eat, close their eyes or do some normal things that people would be able to. This man was Chief Brad Voltan. I made my research on his appearance here and found out that he comes to this place once a month to visit these genetically disabled people, Mill continued explaining. Also, I found out that he finds this place. The care being given to those people is only maintained because of the funds he gives, Mill added while darting his eyes around to see the expressions of everyone. Everyone tried to retain their poker faces, but it was quite obvious that they were affected by this piece of information. Only Gustav's facial expression remained unchanging as he stared at projection while waiting for Mill to continue with the dissemination of information. Chapter 653. After the brief silence, Mill resumed speaking. I tried to trace his residence from there but I couldn't. It's like he leaves no traces behind whenever he leaves. Mill stopped talking after getting to this point. The table was turned silent once again for some time as everyone turned to stare at Gustav waiting for him to say something. You couldn't track him. Gustav muttered with a contemplative expression. He proceeded to bring out a device and tapped on it. An holographic map of Region 2 was displayed and he proceeded to zoom in on it. If I am right, you're referring to this location, Gustav said while pointing at a particular part of the map that seemed to be close to the outskirts of a small forest area. Yes, Mill nodded. Then the areas to search would be here, 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 here and here. Gustav instantly pinpointed places on the map he suspected might be Chief Brad Voltan's residence. The areas he had pinpointed were roughly calculated by Gustav, but with his intelligence Gustav was sure that one of these 5 places would be the area where he resided in. The others looked at the areas and realized that they were a bit secluded from normal areas and there were direct routes up ahead which would easily lead to the Mug House. Based on the 2 Gustav had assassinated so far, the governing bodies liked to stay in secluded area filled with luxury. Based on the maps none of these areas looked luxurious but they still seemed a bit secluded. However Gustav could tell there was something different about this one so he wasn't all too keen on the luxury which was why these areas were suspected. We're 5 so we can spread out to investigate each area, Fiona voiced out. Precisely, Gustav responded. Dark'll check this area. Fiona here. Gustav began to share the areas where each person was supposed to check. After he was done he gave a command, don't act without sending out a communication first. The moment any of you find him, let me know first, Gustav voiced out. They all nodded in response and stood to their feet to leave this coffee shop. Gustav moved over to the counter area and dropped a wad of cash on it before waving at and turning around to leave as well. The entire coffee shop had been empty this whole time with just the 5 of them within. When Gustav picked this place as the meeting spot, he told Mill to book the place for only the 5 of them to stay and chat. They found out how much money the owner made daily and proposed to double it if the shop was closed for normal customers and only open for them. The owner agreed and also left them alone to meet in seclusion. As they arrived outside, Fiona called out to Gustav to speak with him in private. They moved towards the side while the others began moving towards the location they were sent to inspect. "Are you sure we should kill this one?" Fiona asked. "That's what the mission says, so why not?" Gustav responded with a question of his own. "Squad leader, I'm sure you heard the part where Officer Mill mentioned that Chief Brad is the reason why a home for the genetically disabled is still running," Fiona voiced out. "Yeah, so what about it?" Gustav's expression remained unchanging as he responded with a question again. Fiona's mouth hung open out of speechless seeing Gustav's uncaring attitude. She felt he'd be a little bothered by it, but from the looks of things he didn't care. She recalled the time where they destroyed the main hideout of the Red Jackets. The Vulcans had appeared there and Gustav didn't mind going on with the initial plan of obliterating the entire place with the planted explosives. At this point she realized Gustav might just be as cold and uncaring as his teacher, the one and only Demon Queen. This put a bit of fear in her heart as she hoped history won't be repeatedly based on the tales she had heard of the Demon Queen. "But all those genetically disabled, what's gonna happen to them if we kill him?" Fiona voiced out with a big sigh. "The mission comes first before anything else. If we do successfully complete the mission, the war ends and people stop dying unnecessarily," Gustav responded with a dismissive tone. "Is there no other way? We can just leave the disabled without their source of care?" Fiona asked. "You come up with a good alternative and I might agree to it. If you don't have one, you might as well keep quiet and proceed with the task," Gustav voiced out bluntly before proceeding to move forward, leaving Fiona standing in place with a bothered expression. After some time she also took her leave and began moving towards where Gustav assigned her. Gustav picked the area within the small forest since the mughouse was located on the outskirts of the forest. Swoosh. He sped towards that location with speed. "Are you truly going to assassinate him?" "Not that I care, but you seem to be on the tenterhooks about this one," the system voiced out in his head as he sped towards the location. "He has to go for all this to end. I care about completing the mission than anything else. Not for the MBO but for the continuation of my plans, I don't care about anything else," Gustav responded dismissively. "Did you forget I live in you? You can lie to everyone else but not me," the girlish voice of the system resounded in his head with a snicker. "Gustav, I'm not lying about anything. You're hesitant because you're finally seeing someone with power who is genuinely doing some good and according to your mission, you have to kill such a person," the system stated. "For all we know it could just be a ruse. Just because it looks like he's good doesn't mean he is," Gustav responded back internally with a scoff. "But you know very well that those who pretend to do good, display their acts for the world to see while those who do it for the sake of truly doing good don't expose their good acts." Chapter 654. "But you know very well that those who pretend to do good, display their acts for the world to see while those who do it for the sake of truly doing good don't expose their good acts," the system voiced out in his head. Gustav thought for a few moments about this and realized it was mostly accurate. Sometimes publicizing good acts was just a way to get praise from the masses. It's more genuine when good is done secretly and not in the open just to get praises. "This still doesn't mean anything. I'll make my decision after investigating him," Gustav decided, and the system stopped speaking after this. After a few minutes of sprinting around, Gustav arrived at the mughouse, a C-shaped 10-story tall building. It was a bit distant from the last street in the area and positioned right outside the small forest area. Gustav scrutinized the entire building for a few moments before going around it. The forest was right behind. Swoosh. He ran forward into the forest, leaving after images around. 30 minutes into looking around the forest, Gustav had already gone round 3 times. He was hoping there was something he had missed because he hadn't come across any structure he had expected so far. Heading out of the forest on the south side led to Region 3. The area there bordered on Region 2 and the next. Heading out, the forest on the west side led to a riverbank. Gustav even ran across the river's surface, reaching the other end and observing the entire vicinity using God eyes, but he couldn't find anything. The eastern area led to another part of the region, so everything was pointless. Gustav was still hoping he missed something, so he still kept circling around these areas. The squad decided to meet back at the coffee shop in the next 2 hours. All 6 of them moved there as quickly as they could and sat around the same table they did earlier. "Any progress?" Gustav asked. All 5 of them shook their heads in response. "I couldn't find anything around that area even after extensively searching for close to 3 hours, Fiona voiced out. "Same," the others voiced out as well. Gustav held his chin, seemingly in deep thought. "I also couldn't find anything. No secret hideout, nothing. This is weird," Gustav muttered. "Are there be other places on the maps that we could check?" Darkil asked. "Sure, there are so many other locations within this region, but the others fall in standard compared to where a governing body would live," Gustav voiced out. "Could it be possible that Chief Voltan may be living a simple type of lifestyle?" Ilden stated with a contemplative expression as well. This is only possible based on the type of character he is. Still, we can't say for sure that someone who holds such an amount of power would even be allowed to live that type of lifestyle, since he would have enemies that might go after him if they saw a loophole," Fiona said with a logical point of view. "He already does some humble deeds that others in positions of power don't, so we can't completely rule out the fact that he might have chosen to live a simple lifestyle," Gustav voiced out as well. His mind was open to different points of view, which made him see things better. "What should we do, squad leader?" Mill asked. Initially, Gustav was so sure of his deductions based on the other governing bodies he assassinated, but this one happened to be different and had proven him wrong. "Each of you will check different parts of the region and do an extensive search of the places you're meant to cover for signs of Chief Voltan," Gustav voiced out as he brought out the map area and began to share them to different parts. Unlike before, where it'd only take them a few to scan an area, this time, they were tasked with bigger areas since Gustav decided they should investigate every part of the region. He was giving everyone 24 hours to check and report back to him if they found anything. Everyone left the coffee shop once again and went their separate ways. Just like before, it was empty since they paid for the entire day. The shop owner was a bit bothered seeing these unknown faces having a meeting in their shop, but the money had been received, and he didn't regret accepting it in this period where there were barely any customers. Gustav also began his scan across the region after picking the parts he was going to investigate. Time moved very quickly as nightfall arrived after a few hours. Since all 6 of them were in different places, they all decided to rest in the areas where they were situated. Gustav contacted each of them, and they disclosed that they were yet to find anything he found troublesome. Gustav wasn't slow like the others. At the moment, he and Fiona had finished scanning through the areas they were supposed to. Gustav didn't find anything, neither did Fiona. Gustav was only waiting for the others to complete theirs so he would know if they had to begin searching another region. Each of them had technological equipment in their possession which made it easier to spy on different structures within the region, but the region was pretty large. Gustav didn't sleep the entire night. He kept checking and scanning around the place. During the day, he got reports from them once again, and each person revealed they had checked every single structure situated with the area Gustav assigned them to and didn't find anything. This brought Gustav back as he started believing that Chief Voltan was probably not in this region. On his way back to the coffee shop to meet the others, Gustav came across the mug house again and decided to pause in front of it. If Chief Brad Voltan is truly living somewhere simple. Maybe we didn't consider some factors, Gustav muttered as a thought of realization came to his mind. Thum tilde he leaped across the air, scaling past the 10 floors of the structure in nearly an instant as he landed on the rooftop. Chapter 655. Thum tilde he leaped across the air, scaling past the 10 floors of the structure in nearly an instant, and landed on the rooftop. Gustav instantly spread out his perception covering the entire vicinity and all 10 floors of the building in a few moments. At the same time, he proceeded to activate God Eyes. God Eyes has been activated. His vision turned red as he stared down and saw through the floors one after the other. Gustav controlled the see-through ability of the God Eyes in such a way that he scanned one floor after the other. He could see the place crawling with the genetically disabled. They were free to wander within the internal structure of the place. However, none of them felt the need to go out since the world probably didn't treat them well, especially when some of them couldn't move because of their genetic disabilities. Some were even a danger to other people due to their occasional uncontrollable outbursts, but this place was well structured, and procedures were put in place to prevent such happenings. Some with more severe genetic conditions were in their room being tended to by medical staff, while some were playing games or engaging in one activity or the other. It seemed like quite the lovable place due to the safe vibe it exuded. Gustav continued scanning each floor one after the other. The rooms, the offices, the staff, the toilet, bathroom, and every single space within without missing one. As he approached the bottom floors, Gustav spotted something in the middle area of the fourth floor. This floor was already a weird one since Gustav couldn't find any genetically disabled on this one. Only 1 or 2 staff members would occasionally arrive here and go back, so Gustav thought it was maybe a staff room. The middle area of the structure where there was a curve was completely secluded. As Gustav scanned around the room, he found out why. His eyes slightly widened in realization as he spotted a familiar figure sitting in a cross-legged position in front of a small bed. "I found him," Gustav voiced out through the communication device. The others all across the region in different locations heard Gustav through the communication device and instantly stopped whatever they were doing at the time. "Squad leader, where?" Fiona was the first to ask. "Somewhere we never thought he'd be," Gustav voiced out while squinting his eyes. "The mug house." The moment he said that, their eyes widened in disbelief. "He was in the mug house this whole time?" Mill stated from the other end with a disbelieving tone. "From the looks of things, he lives here in a small space all by himself." "Truly a humble setting," Gustav said while looking around the room. Besides the bed, there was a poster on the wall and a kitchen, bathroom as well as a small living room. This looked like the kind of place a person who had just moved out of their parents' house and starting real adult life would rent. "Squad leader, we're coming," Darkill voiced out. The others began to make their way towards the mug house as they heard Darkill voice that out. "He may already be dead before you lots arrive here," Gustav responded and disconnected the communication. Fiona's expression changed as her face squeezed up a bit after hearing that. She wanted to connect back to Gustav and ask him not to kill Chief Brad, but she knew very well Gustav would only do what he wanted, so it would be pointless. Purplish wings sprouted out from her back and flapped once with intensity. Fuwum tilde fierce winds blasted across the surroundings, sweeping up dust and forcing people to the side. Fiona's body ascended across the air like a rocket, zooming off into the sky. While everyone headed to the mug house, Gustav moved towards the curved middle part of the rooftop and approached the ledge in front. He looked down at the ground, which was a far distance away, but this was nothing compared to the heights he had scaled. He turned around, standing on the ledge with just his toes area. Pushing one leg backward. Fuiwi tilde Gustav's body descended with speed along the side of the building while facing it. The moment his body reached the windowpane area of the 4th floor, he activated Hover. Hover has been activated. His body paused in mid-air, causing him to float right in front of a closed window. 9. The countdown began as Gustav proceeded to conjure an atomic blade. Skriv tilde he pierced right through and slashed in a rectangular format as quickly as he could. Sheish tilde 7. The rectangular-shaped glass pane fell out the windowpane, and Gustav proceeded to catch it before it could fall towards the ground. 6. Deactivating the atomic blade, Gustav reached out and grabbed hold of the sides from the hole he had cut. Pulling himself forward, his entire body went through the hole, and he arrived within a small corridor. 3. He deactivated Hover at this point and descended towards the floor. Silent advancement has been activated. He began walking forward along this silent corridor. Besides him earlier was a door that led to the exit of this particular floor, which meant that right ahead was the place where Chief Brad was residing. Gustav remembered exactly where to go from what he had seen above. He arrived in front of a door and could already sense the presence within. He touched the door and the walls by the sides and was instantly able to tell how sturdy they were. Gustav's eyes glowed a milky color as he conjured 2 long atomic blades radiating with more energy than normal. They sucked up even the air around them and caused a weird force of attraction around Gustav. Raising both hands up, Gustav's arms transformed into that of the boar, becoming extremely muscular, brown, and large. He slashed out in an X format with intensity. The atomic blades tore right through the door with the amount of force used, disintegrating the properties the door was made of. Chapter 656. Bam! He kicked forward and blasted through what was left of the door. Walking through the room, he spotted Chief Brad Voltan still crossed-leg on the floor right in front of his bed. Gustav had already caused a ruckus trying to get in, and the small room was already in disarray, but Chief Brad Voltan still remained seated on the floor with his eyes closed like nothing had happened. Gustav walked forward and stood behind him with a slightly confused look as his arms went back to normal and the atomic blades disappeared. This wasn't the reaction he was expecting. Chief Brad was still unbothered as he sat there like he couldn't sense the presence of the perpetrator in the room. "Welcome," after a brief moment of silence, he spoke while opening his eyes. "Welcome. I'm here to kill you, and you're welcoming me?" Gustav voiced out with a low tone of confusion. I know," Chief Brad said while slowly turning around to face Gustav. "If so, why the hospitality?" Gustav asked. "Death comes to us all. It's inescapable. Since it's my time, why not embrace it instead of running from it? It is, after all, sweet relief from the burdens of remaining alive." A warm smile appeared on Chief Brad's face as he voiced out. Gustav was stunned, speechless by these words, and kept staring at Chief Brad for a few moments trying to read him. He couldn't sense any form of malice or hidden motive. It was quite easy for Gustav to tell when a person wasn't genuine if he came into contact with the person, so he could tell that this man truly wasn't scared of death. Burdens of remaining alive. What burdens could a person such as yourself possibly have? You have power and wealth, Gustav questioned with a slightly doubtful gaze after reasoning the words Chief Brad has spoken. "Oh, child, power and wealth doesn't exterminate every negative issue. You won't understand, but one day you will," Chief Brad responded with a profound tone. "Why don't you have a seat? I'll let you take my life if it serves a purpose." "A purposeless death wouldn't be fun," Chief Brad proposed to Gustav with a slight chuckle after seeing his expression. "I'm cool with standing," Gustav regained his poker face and responded. "Are you sure? I have tea brewing. Do you want some? It soothes the nerves," Chief Brad said while staring at the area that led to the kitchen. "I'm here to kill you. Stop trying to serve me tea." Gustav couldn't understand why, but something about this whole situation annoyed him. He had never been met with such a reaction when trying to kill someone before. "Oh, okay. But I do want to know why I'm dying today. Do you mind telling a doomed man the reason for his death?" Chief Brad asked. "It's confidential. I have no choice but to end your life here," Gustav responded. I see. So long as it serves a purpose, I don't really care anyway," Chief Brad said while standing to his feet. Gustav conjured an atomic blade in his right hand as he and Chief Brad stared at each other for a few moments. The old with a smile of acceptance and the young with a poker face and a slight look of confusion. "Your eyes reflect pain. Did you go through a traumatic experience in the past?" Chief Brad inquired. "Doesn't matter. Will you stop talking?" Gustav voiced out. "Ah, I see you did. Sorry, child, the world is not a fair place, and nothing anyone can say will change what happened," Chief Brad stated. "If you would let me. Don't let the hate consume you. I can tell you were once kind. Remember this, displaying kindness from time to time doesn't make you weak. Neither is it a sin or a stain on your personality. Still do what you wish to if you feel it's right," Chief Brad voiced out lengthily. His words were slowly getting through to Gustav, and he was slowly starting to rethink his decision on whether or not to kill Chief Brad. "Oh no, don't hesitate to kill me. If you don't, I'll just get killed by someone else anyway." Chief Brad noticed what was happening and voiced out. "I already know what's going on in the city. I heard from my sources about the death of the other two and the reduction in battles. The war is coming to an end. It should never have started in the first place, and I know my death would help in putting a stop to it, so do what you have to do, Chief Brad smiled. Gustav's eyes shone more unwillingness at this point. He didn't confirm nor dispute Chief Brad's assumptions, which were clearly correct. He slowly raised his hand with the atomic blade still in his grasp. What's going to happen to all the people here if I kill you? Gustav asked while pointing the atomic blade at him. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I've poured in enough funds to last them for up to 100 years. In my death, if they eventually run out of funds to keep this place running, I'm sure someone else will rise to take up the mantle. The world never runs out of good people, Chief Brad stated with a tone of certainty. All right, Gustav responded with an unwilling tone. This was the first time he felt so compelled to keep someone that was supposed to be killed alive. Come on, there's no more time to waste, Chief Brad hurried him up. Gustav raised his hand high up, with the blade in his grasp, and hacked down with force. Shiki Tilda, all 5 squad members were already close to the mug house at this point, but Fiona was still the first to arrive there even though her location was the farthest. The sounds of flapping wings reverberated across the place as a purplish streak bolted across the sky and paused right about the 10-story structure. Chapter 657. Fiona swerved around the building, looking for an entry point from above. Knowing Gustav, she was sure he wouldn't have gone in through the front door. Fiona's eyes squinted as she spotted the gap in the windowpane on the 4th floor. She instantly delved down with speed, flying through the hole in the windowpane. I hope he's not dead yet, Fiona said internally as she flew within the corridor, causing winds to spread across the place. After spotting the broken-through door, she landed on the floor as her wings rescinded. She slowly walked through the door as she spotted Gustav's figure in front. His back was facing her as he stood in place. Squad leader, Fiona voiced out, causing Gustav to slowly turn around. Her eyes widened as she spotted the decapitated head in Gustav's hand dripping with fresh blood. It was that of Chief Brad Voltan. A decapitated, smiling head. Mission complete, Gustav voiced out as he slowly placed the head on the floor. Squad leader, why? Fiona seemed quite disappointed as she voiced out and turned speechless. Gustav stared at her with a cold look. Did you forget the details of the mission? He voiced out. Yes. I mean, no. But. Fiona couldn't find words to express herself as she stared at the blood-soaked floor. At this point, the others arrived within the room as well. They came in through the door one after the other and stared at the bloody scene. They realized they arrived late, and Gustav had truly assassinated Chief Brad just as he said he would. We're leaving, Gustav voiced out while moving forward. They parted ways for Gustav to pass through as they kept staring at the apartment for a few more moments before turning around to follow him. The squad moved back to the coffee shop with Gustav. The alarm systems of the building had already gone off, so they couldn't remain in the mug house. There was a high chance that even the other governing bodies had no idea that Chief Brad was staying in such a place, but now everyone would know. A small item placed on the side of the wall in Chief Brad's apartment fell off as the sign of a blood-stained handprint appeared on it. The mission is complete. I'll contact the base and let them know our work here is done, Gustav stated. Good job, everyone, he added. They all nodded with smiles on their faces and even shook each other hands with joyous looks even though the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Fiona wasn't happy that Chief Brad was just assassinated like that, but she understood how missions worked, so she couldn't hold a grudge against Gustav. She even realized that she was letting her sentimentality get the better of her, which wasn't good for a person in a military-like organization. They all realized that in the end, Gustav's decision was for the better since it would help the situation of the city. The civil war had gone on for over 5 months already, and it would set back the city's economy by a lot. Lives had been lost and assets destroyed. Gustav proceeded to contact the base of the news, and they began preparing an extraction team for them outside the city. The mission was to be completed in 2 months, but Gustav and his squad completed it in 1 month and a few days. This was a 4-star mission completed, so everyone was glad that this would add up to their accomplishments which would assist in making them climb up the ranks faster. In the meantime, all that was left for them to do was rest and maybe look around the region before they finally left this city tomorrow. This was where everything started for Gustav, so he had come to hold a kind of sentimental feeling towards the city. He had completed 2 missions in one location. One thing he was glad about was the fact that it wouldn't be plagued by destruction anymore, so maybe it would look more beautiful than it currently did after everything destroyed had been rebuilt. 2 weeks later, Gustav sat in the living room where he and Miss Amy, along with Red Shadow, stayed within the second base. A small round object was in his palm, and he proceeded to tap the surface. Truin. A projection of Miss Amy appeared in his line of sight, and she began speaking. After 5 minutes, the recorded projection stopped, and Gustav sighed. He had replayed this projection about 5 times already in the past and was replaying it again. Sorry, Miss Amy, but I really do need to check on Boss Danzo. It's been too long since I heard from him, Gustav voiced out with a slightly guilty tone. What Miss Amy had mentioned on the projection was information on where she was at the moment and what she was doing. She wanted Gustav to join her after he got back from the Lineage City mission, but he had other plans. Gustav had been in the second base for up to 2 weeks due to the meetings he had been having with the high-ranking officers here and getting the rewards from completing the mission. It turned out after giving reports of the whole event, the mission was recategorized as a 5-star mission. This made it 2 5-star missions that Gustav had completed so far. There was also the event where some officers tried to sneak Sahil out of the base and were caught due to Gustav's release of information to Miss Amy. After Miss Amy passed across the warning to the base, which they took heed of, she also gave Gustav credit, telling them the source came from her student. They would have liked to argue that it might be inaccurate, but no one was willing to get their heads removed when they knew who they were dealing with. Getting the credit for that also boosted Gustav's rep within the MBO since it helped them in rooting out some of the unfaithful MBO agents and stopping a criminal from escaping. Now that he was done with everything he needed to do here, it was finally time for him to leave. He could decide to take up Miss Amy's offer, which would equal another mission, but he also had the choice of taking a month or 2 leave after completing 2 5-star quests. The civil war in Lineage City had ended, and the groups had come together to propose a deal, leading the city together once more, so the mission served its purpose just like they planned. He already decided he was going to visit Burning Sands City after this, so he was going to stick with that. His communication device never goes through. Gustav was a little worried as he stood to his feet and brought out his communication device from his storage space. This was quite problematic as he didn't even know where head search when he arrived there. Gustav suddenly recalled something. I'm an MBO officer now. They have the biggest network spread across the earth. I could ask them to pinpoint Boss Danzo's location for me, he muttered with a chuckle, realizing he was stressing himself unnecessary. Just as Gustav was about to leave the building, his communication device began making a low beeping sound which meant a call was coming through. He could hear the sound since the sound pads were stamped to the sides of his head behind both ears. He brought out his communication device, which shot out rays of light displaying the name of who was trying to contact him. Speak of the devil. Boss Danzo, Gustav muttered with a smile while proceeding to pick the call. End of Volume 2, start of a new LIFES to our next volume, chaos ensues. Chapter 658. Do not open yet, chapter currently being fixed. Fiona swerved around the building looking for an entry point from above. Knowing Gustav, she was sure he wouldn't have gone in through the front door. Fiona's eyes squinted as she spotted the gap in the window pane on the 4th floor. She instantly delved down with speed, flying through the hole in the window pane. I hope he's not dead yet, Fiona said internally as she flew within the corridor, causing winds to spread across the place. She landed on the floor after spotting the broken-through door as her wings rescinded. She slowly walked through the door as she spotted Gustav's figure in front. His back was facing her as he stood in place. Squad leader, Fiona voiced out, causing Gustav to slowly turn around. Her eyes widened as she spotted the decapitated head in Gustav's hand dripping with fresh blood. It was that of Chief Brad Voltan. A decapitated, smiling head. Mission complete, Gustav voiced out as he slowly placed the head on the floor. Scored Leader Y. Fiona seemed quite disappointed as she voiced out and turned speechless. Gustav stared at her with a cold look. Did you forget the details of the mission? He voiced out. Yes. I mean no. But. Fiona couldn't find words to express herself as she stared at the blood-soaked floor. At this point, the others arrived within the room as well. They came in through the door one after the other and stared at the bloody scene. They realized they arrived late and Gustav had truly assassinated Chief Brad just as he said he would. We're leaving, Gustav voiced out while moving forward. They parted ways for Gustav to pass through as they kept staring at the apartment for a few more moments before turning around to follow him. The squad moved back to the coffee shop with Gustav. The alarm systems of the building had already gone off, so they couldn't remain in the mug house. There was a high chance that even the other governing bodies had no idea that Chief Brad was staying in such a place, but now everyone would know. A small item placed on the side of the wall in Chief Brad's apartment fell off as the sign of a blood-stained hand print appeared on it. The mission is complete. I'll contact the base and let them know our work here is done, Gustav stated. Good job everyone, he added. They all nodded with smiles on their faces and even shook each other hands with joyous looks even though the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Fiona wasn't happy that Chief Brad was just assassinated like that, but she understood how missions worked, so she couldn't hold a grudge against Gustav. She even realized that she was letting her sentimentality get the better of her, which wasn't good for a person in a military-like organization. They all realized that in the end Gustav's decision was for the better since it would help the situation of the city. The civil war had gone on for over 5 months already and it would set back the economy of the city by a lot. Lives had been lost and assets destroyed. Gustav proceeded to contact the base of the news and they began preparing an extraction team for them outside the city. The mission was to be completed in 2 months, but Gustav and his squad completed it in 1 month and a few days. This was a 4-star mission completed, so everyone was glad that this would add up to their accomplishments, which would assist in making them climb up the ranks faster. In the meantime, all that was left for them to do was rest and maybe look around the region before they finally left this city tomorrow. This was where everything started for Gustav, so he had come to hold a kind of sentimental feeling towards the city. He had complete 2 missions in 1 location. One thing he was glad about was the fact that it wouldn't be plagued by destruction anymore, so maybe it would look more beautiful than it currently did after everything destroyed had been rebuilt. 2 weeks later within the second base, Gustav sat in the living room where he and Miss Amy along with Red Shadow had stayed. A small round object was in his palm and he proceeded to tap the surface. Truin. A projection of Miss Amy appeared in his line of sight and she began speaking. After 5 minutes the recorded projection stopped and Gustav sighed. He had replayed this projection about 5 times already in the past and was replaying it again. Sorry Miss Amy, but I really do need to check on Boss Danzo. It's been too long since I heard from him, Gustav voiced out with a slightly guilty tone. What Miss Amy had mentioned on the projection was information on where she was at the moment and what she was doing. She wanted Gustav to come join her there after he got back from the Lineage city mission, but he had other plans. Gustav had been in the second base for up to 2 weeks due to the meetings he had been having with the high-ranking officers here and getting the rewards from completing the mission. It turned out after giving reports of the whole event, the mission was recategorized as a 5-star mission. This made it 2 5-star missions that Gustav had completed so far. There was also the event where some officers tried to sneak Sahil out of the base and were caught due to Gustav's release of information to Miss Amy. After Miss Amy passed across the warning to the base which they took heed of, she also gave Gustav the credit, telling them the source came from her student. They would have liked to argue that it might be inaccurate, but no one was willing to get their heads removed when they knew who they were dealing with. Getting the credit for that also boosted Gustav's rep within the MBO since it helped them in rooting out some of the unfaithful MBO agents and stopping a criminal from escaping. Now that he was done with everything he needed to do here, it was finally time for him to leave. Chapter 659. Within a bustling city shrouded in a sandy fog, A massive pearl-shaped star could be seen high up in the sky, burning with fiery and dazzling yellow flames. Even though the city was shrouded in a sandy-colored fog, it didn't hinder visuality. It only disturbed the colorization of the air, and wind could be seen moving from time to time, contrary to normal places across the world where the wind was invisible. The city was well structured with many tall buildings and good roads. Some places oozed with small fiery energy at different points, and when a vehicle in movement made contact with these points, they would disappear and appear in another location. Even though the city was quite large, it was surrounded by a massive layer of sand. Not ordinary sands but golden-colored sands burning with yellow-colored flames. The view from above was one where the city seemed to be situated right in the middle of vast lands of flaming sands. The sands were ablaze and never stopped burning, but at the same time, they were perfectly fine and not being disintegrated. The blazing sand-covered lands were at least 4 times larger than the city situated within. This city was called Burning Sands. According to legends, during the descent of the meteors, which were suspected to be chunks and parts of the destroyed planet Humbad, a massive piece of flaming meteor fell on this part of the Earth which was initially a desert. The entire desert was set ablaze, and the sands kept burning even when the government tried to quench the flames using such different methods. What they noticed after this continued for months was the color of the sands change. The sands became golden in color and gave off a weird energy circulation to the surroundings. The government found a way to take some pieces of these burning sands to test it and realized that it carried energy within. They found a way to harness the energy, and in the current age, the creation of healing supplements and drugs for bloodline boost came from this breakthrough. Without the proper equipment, it was impossible to even get a piece of sand and harness the energy within, so only the government could do this because a normal person would burn to ashes coming into contact with the sands. The city created within was known as one of the best places for a soothing vacation, according to many tourists. Being cascaded in the warm energy from the sands surrounding the city added to longevity and was particularly soothing to the body. It had been rumored that a lot of sick mixed bloods with one incurable ailment or the other had undergone change after visiting this city, so it usually has a lot of people trying to visit. However, Burning Sands City always limited the number of tourists visiting their city, so it was quite hard to unless you were lucky or had connections. This didn't mean they didn't have a high population, but compared to other well-known cities across the world, they had the smallest amount. One couldn't walk on the sands surrounding them, so the only way in and out of the city was through flight. Only within the city would one find land vehicles, and these vehicles only operated within the city. No one ever went out of the city through land vehicles unless they were trying to commit suicide because it would result in an explosion. Within the city's central airport, a young male dressed in a red jacket and jean pants could be seen walking out of the airport along with many others who had just arrived in the city as well. He had dirty blonde hair with an extremely charming face and a well-crafted jawline. His build was quite buff with a muscular 6 feet tall frame. His eyes darted across the place with a look of intrigue and sharpness. "So this is Burning Sands City," Gustav muttered as he walked at a leisurely pace while looking around. Gustav breathed in with a slight look of delight. The air sure is flavorful, he thought. He had already seen the reason why it was called Burning Sands while on the aircraft earlier. This city was literally on the other side of the Earth, far from his original city, Plankton City. "So over here," someone voiced out up ahead after spotting Gustav's figure. A long hovercar similar to the build of a limo but looking even more luxurious was waiting up ahead. "Are you the one?" Gustav asked as he arrived in front of the car. "Yes, I'm your assigned driver Fumar." "You must be Sir Gustav. Nice to meet you," the young-looking male chauffeur voiced out politely, reaching out to shake Gustav. Gustav received his handshake and voiced out, "Just Gustav is fine." After saying this, he moved into the car through the wide-open side door. "Oh, all right, Sir Gustav," Fumar voiced out as the door closed by the side, and he moved towards the front to get in. The people in the surroundings couldn't stop staring at the luxurious-looking lengthy hovercar. Whispers of how expensive it was and how Gustav was probably some rich kid could be heard from the background by people who wouldn't mind their business. Others just stared at it with admiration as it drove away and went back to their business. Gustav couldn't help but wonder what exactly was the energy from the sands, because he could feel his body taking in the energy lingering in the surroundings as he breathed in. His organs even seemed to be enjoying the energy-filled air he kept breathing in. He could tell that if he remained in this city and continued his training here, he would be so much faster and stronger than his peers. The energy from the burning sands was even said to even unlock hidden potentials, and being exposed to it has changed the internal structure of so many people, Slarkovs, humans, and mixed bloods alike. Chapter 660. Gustav could tell that the reason why mixed bloods didn't come here to train was that it was hard to get access into the city, and even if they did, training couldn't be done here extensively. Also, there was no telling how it would affect their anatomy, but so far, every report about the city was quite good. Zwoon tilde as they blazed through the streets of Burning Sand City, Gustav looked around. It was just as advanced as Plankton City, and there were some spectacular sights to see as well. The blazing checkpoints in the city were actually called dimensional stars. The moment contact was made with the dimensional stars, the object that made contact with it would be teleported to another part of the city. Plankton City had teleportation circles and rings, while Burning Sands had dimensional stars. Plankton City was more advanced since it made traveling easier for even pedestrians due to the teleportation circle. The dimensional stars only worked with a certain mass of object, and normal-looking human Slarkov's mixed bloods were out of the equation. Gustav kept looking out the window at different shapes, structures, and even the floating rail up above. He spotted the massive star-shaped pearl, blazing with dazzling flames in the sky again. He had no idea what it was, but he knew it couldn't just be a pretty object. It definitely would have some kind of use, but that was of no importance right now. Gustav was more concerned with arriving at his destination to begin his search for Boss Danzo. He recalled the call he received from Boss Danzo 3 days ago. Boss Danzo, Gustav exclaimed the moment the call connected. SKKRYYSSH tilde dash my boy. SKKKRYYSSHGH. A. Problem. SKKKRYYSSHGH. For some reason, the communication from the other side didn't sound so clear. For every word Boss Danzo said, there would always be a glitching sound in between, which cut off part of his sentences. Boss Danzo, I can't. Can you repeat what you said? Gustav voiced out since the whole statement started to sound confusing from breaking off several times in between. SKKKRYYSSHGH. I said. SKKKRYYSSHGH. Problem. SKKKRYYSSHGH. Then suddenly, the call was disconnected. Boss Danzo. Boss Danzo. Gustav kept calling out, but there was no response. He proceeded to try connecting again, but it wasn't going through. He could tell that something was wrong somewhere because one word kept being repeated when the sentences were being cut off. Problem. After continuously trying to get back to Boss Danzo, Gustav could not do so and had to find the communication center within the second base. He asked for the last call position to be traced, and according to the tracking system, it came from Burning Sand City. Gustav sighed in relief as he confirmed that Boss Danzo was still in Burning Sands. He proceeded to ask for a more accurate lock-on position within the city, and he was pointed towards a section of the city. Tokwon District, Gustav muttered as the car arrived within a particular part of the city that was filled with multiple business buildings. This area was practically a market square and was always busy, filled with people moving to and fro. According to the more accurate lock on the position of the call, this was the area where Gustav received a call from Boss Danzo. He had no idea what was going on, but he hoped Boss Danzo would be all right. Tokwon District covered quite a large area since it was a business district. Still, Gustav was ready to comb through looking for Boss Danzo. However, his first plan was to settle down in one of their hotels first off before he started his endeavor. He could also meet to police to find Boss Danzo for him, but he felt his search might be more efficient than relying on them. There was no MBO base or tower in this city, but there were still MBO officers deployed here from time to time to keep the situations relating to mixed bloods under control. The crime rate relating to mixed bloods wasn't very high due to the city barely letting tourists come here, but it still happened occasionally. Sometimes, the mixed bloods culprits escaped with the crime due to the low number of MBO officers here. This couldn't really be blamed on the MBO since the people in power controlling the city regulated the number of officers being sent here and also refused the MBO proposal to build a tower here just like Plankton City. The officers being deployed here could only make do with what they had. Gustav wasn't even coming here as an officer, or he might have been denied access. He came as a tourist, and the MBO sponsored his trip because, why not? The higher-ups in the second base felt he needed the vacation after both of his accomplishments in the last few months. He could stay for as long as 2 months here before returning back to duty, but at that time, only a few weeks would be left before he returned to camp. They advised Gustav to refrain from using any destructive abilities within the city due to the uptightness of the city laws. One of the laws banned mixed bloods from battles and using bloodline abilities in public areas to ensure order. More powerful mixed bloods had the power to bring down buildings and destroy areas, so the leadership of the city wanted to avoid such things happening. The moment mixed bloods were caught exchanging attacks with abilities, they would be charged with felony. And even within secluded areas, if mixed bloods were caught battling, they would still face minor consequences. The hovercar stopped right in front of a building, 251 stories high. The building looked quite icy-colored with reflective window panes and beautifully designed compared to the rest of the buildings in the vicinity. One could see the sign above that read, Faviola Relaxation Palace. This was the only hotel within the Tokwon district. It was also one of the most luxurious hotels within the city, said to be rated 10 full stars. Chapter 661. I'll be close-by, sir, if you wanna go anywhere else later. Fumar voiced out as Gustav got off the car. Fumar had given Gustav his contact information, so Gustav could call him when he felt like leaving the hotel later. Gustav knew he would probably need that since he wouldn't be really making use of his abilities within this city, but he could also tell that he might have to break a few laws later on and properly make use of his abilities if things weren't going his way. Gustav got off the car and walked towards the entry point of the hotel. Get out of here, kids. I will contact your parents immediately if you don't leave. A loud masculine voice immediately drifted into Gustav's ears the moment he arrived at the reception area. What's wrong with you? I paid you, didn't I? Refund my money then. A younger masculine voice stated with a tone of rebelliousness. We don't do refunds. You and your little girlfriend, get out. The former voice resounded again. I'm not leaving till I get my money back, you fat red pig. The younger masculine voice resounded again. Some people had already gathered around the vicinity staring at the commotion with awestruck expressions. Even when the security tried dispersing them, they ignored them. In front of one of the counters, a man dressed in tight blue suiting with a big and round body seemed to be in a heated argument with a teenage-looking boy who seemed no older than 15 years of age. The boy had a 57 tall build, just like Endrik with scruffy black hair, while the man he was in an argument with was about 52 in height but visible rows of fat could be seen outlined on his suit. It wasn't that the suit was tight. It just happened to be that the man was oversized. Behind the boy was a young girl who looked like she was no older than 14 or 15 years of age. Her eyes shone embarrassment and shyness as she looked around and spotted the people watching them. She tugged on the boy's shirt while looking down with an embarrassed expression. Let's leave, she kept voicing out, but he ignored her. The boy kept on arguing with the man who happened to be a staff here due to not being refunded after paying for a room. The man who obviously refused this youngster the room also stopped the workers behind the counter from refunding him. Conflict. It never gets old, Gustav said internally as she stood behind a queue on one of the counters 3 places towards the side. No, it never. Especially when you're around, the system voiced out in his head. Hey, what do you mean by that? Gustav stated in his head with a tone of annoyance. The system ignored his question and answered with a light giggle instead. TCH, Gustav moved forward and arrived in front of the counter after the people ahead of him were done. My room has been booked already. He began explaining to one of the receptionists who tapped on the holographic display in front of her, checking for Gustav's information. If you and your little girlfriend want to commit immorality, go to another place. We don't allow such acts between kids here. Who are you calling kids? If you don't let us in, then refund my damn money, you pig. Leave before I tell the security to drag you both out of here. I dare you to do it and suffer the consequences. Refund my money. This organization doesn't do refunds. They seemed to still be in a heated argument. Meanwhile, Gustav got his room number and key card. After being given the directions on how to head to his room, he turned towards the left and began walking forward. He was walking right towards the area where the whole argument was going down. Unlike everyone who avoided that area in particular, Gustav walked through with a poker face like all the scene playing out wasn't even happening. As he passed by the side of the two and arrived right beside the young girl, he heard her voice out the boy's name again. Damien, let's leave. She voiced this out while pulling his sleeves, which affected him, pointing at the man. The boy suddenly swung his elbow backward subconsciously to free his grasp, which in turn headed for the girl's eyes. Gustav turned towards the side with speed and reached out to grab the elbow right when it was only a few centimeters from her face. The boy exclaimed as he felt the grip on his elbow and turned around. He spotted the dirty blonde hair, a stunning-looking young man behind him, and felt his face was a bit familiar. The girl already flinched backward, but she knew if it wasn't for Gustav grabbing onto the elbow, her eyes might have sunken by now. Be careful, kid, Gustav voiced out as he let go of his elbow. Thank you, the girl voiced out in appreciation. Oh my goodness, Siri, I'm so sorry, Damien apologized as he realized what would have happened. It's okay, let's just leave, she responded shyly. She couldn't handle all the glares shooting at them from the people in the vicinity. He nodded in response and turned around to give the fat man a piercing glare. Are you sticking up for them, mister? Why don't you learn to mind your business? The fat man in front voiced out just as Gustav moved to the side to leave. Gustav, who was already leaving before, paused his feet as he heard that. I was gonna let it slide before, but now. Gustav muttered as he turned around and began walking towards the man with a cold look. Since you said that, how about I stick up for them just like you assumed? Gustav's face looked so cold at the moment that the fat man subconsciously shrank back when they made eye contact. Refund the kids cash since you ain't giving them a room. Don't be a thief, Gustav voiced out while looking down on the 52 fat man. We cannot do that, sir. It is against. The man suddenly turned respectful as he began voicing out, but Gustav cut him short before he could complete his sentence. It's not a request. It's a demand, Gustav voiced out before grabbing hold of the man's collar with his right hand and lifting him up to reach his eye level. The people in the vicinity had looks of awe as they stared at the way Gustav lifted him up effortlessly. Refund it, Gustav voiced out again. I could sue you for. The fat man was speaking again when Gustav cut him short. It would be very unwise to test my patience. Do you want to see which one comes first? Gustav asked. What? The fat man, who was still kicking in mid-air due to still being lifted, had a confused expression on his face as he voiced out. Gustav leaned closer to his left ear and whispered close to it, your death or the arrival of the cops. You wanna test out which one comes first? Chapter 662. The fat man instantly froze with fear as chills spread across his spine. Gustav's tone induced so much fear in him that he involuntarily shivered. There didn't seem to be any form of hesitation in his voice. Even though Gustav clearly looked younger, the aura of power circulating around him made the man feel he wasn't one to be messed it. Yes, we can do that, the man voiced out with a wry smile as he tried composing himself. Damien and Siri stared at each other with a surprised expression, not understanding what was happening. Gustav proceeded to drop the man, who turned to the person behind the counter. Refund Mr. Damien's payment immediately, he commanded. The lady behind nodded and began making the proper transactions. In a few moments, Damien was refunded, and the people in the vicinity were still shocked, staring at the scene as they couldn't understand how Gustav handled the situation. Gustav turned to the side and began leaving. "Wait, big brother," Damien voiced out and ran across the hallway to catch up to Gustav before he could turn towards the corridor area. "Don't call me that," Gustav stated. "What can I call you?" Damien asked. "Gustav," Gustav responded with his name. "Oh. Thanks, big brother Gustav," he said while bowing with a smile and respectful look. "Just Gustav is fine," Gustav responded with a dismissive expression and turned to the side. "Wait, big brother Gustav," Damien voiced out again. Gustav paused his steps and turned around. "From the looks of things, you're new in this city," he voiced out as he brought out a card. "Do give me a call if you need help with anything here. I would like to repay my debt to you. I was born in this place, so I know every nook and cranny," he said while passing the card to Gustav. "Thanks once again, big brother Gustav," he voiced out and bowed quickly before turning around and running out of the premises before Gustav could respond. Gustav stared at the small black card with contact info on it. After a brief moment, he decided not to throw it away and kept it in his storage device. He turned around and walked into the corridor he was headed for earlier. Outside the building, Damien and Siri got into a luxurious-looking hovercar that was already parked by the side waiting for them. "That pig, I will make sure I have him punished." "I'm sorry, Siri," he voiced out as he got into the car. "It's fine, Damien. We can check in there on another date when we're both bigger," Siri said with a shy look. Damien reached out to pat her head and rubbed on her hair affectionately. "Don't worry, big brother has another place we can head to where we can have a good view of the city," Damien voiced out with a smile. A look of excitement appeared on Siri's face as she heard that, but then her face had a bit of confusion written on it as she recalled something. "Damien, who was that big brother that helped us?" she asked. "Oh, that was big brother Gustav. He's such a cool dude," Damien responded. "Big brother Gustav?" Her eyes widened with realization. No wonder he looked so familiar. "Damien, that's Gustav Crimson," she added with a tone of amazement. "Gustav Crimson? Impossible. Wait. Oh my goodness. He is the one." Damien's eyes widened as well as he realized this too. "What is he doing in this city?" Siri voiced out with a tone of curiosity. At this point, Gustav had already arrived in his room on the top floor. It was quite the luxurious penthouse. Gustav unloaded his things from his storage device and placed them in different parts. After he checked around the place, he moved towards the main living room and stood in front of the massive window pane where he could see the view of the city from. This building was one of the tallest buildings in the city, but it still didn't come close to being as tall as the MBO Tower in Plankton City, which had its tip poking into space. Gustav moved towards the balcony area, causing the glass-like door to shift open as it sensed his presence approaching. The wind greeted his face, blowing his hair backward due to the high height in the sky. He was practically in the clouds here, making the ground barely visible. However, Gustav could still see clearly even without making use of God eyes. Gustav looked up and proceeded to jump a little. "Pa." He grabbed onto the ledge of the roofing area and pulled himself upwards. He landed on the small golden eagle statue protruding from the side and, from there, leaped towards the roof of the building. Gustav landed right atop the building where the wind first drifted across his place fiercely, causing his clothes to flap and his hair to blow backward. Gustav had left his hair unkempt for these past 10 months, so it was close to reaching his shoulder area. This was why it was harder for people to recognize him even though he was a fast-rising sensation back then during the MBO test phases. Gustav moved forward and leaped to the top of the massive pole spike protruding from the middle of the rooftop. He landed on it and squatted while staring down at the city from this point. God Eyes has been activated. This height gave him the chance to check through several structures while making use of God Eyes. Gustav's eyesight instantly zoomed in on the building hundreds of feet ahead, and he scanned through the floors one after the other with the image of a certain person in his mind. This method seemed crude, but Gustav reckoned it was easier than visiting the police station in search of Boss Danzo. There'd be a lot of processes that would take time, and the cops may not be efficient in finding him properly. Chapter 663. It might take weeks, and he didn't want so much time gone before he found Boss Danzo, seeing as he might be in trouble. Gustav proceeded to scan from building to building one at a time. It was a long and arduous process, but his brain and eyesight were functioning so fast that he only needed to stare at a person for 0.1 seconds to scan their face and figure out if they were what he was looking for or not. It took over 2 hours for Gustav to scan this area of the districts, checking every person within the buildings, streets, and even public roads. At this time, it was already nightfall, but surprisingly, even though the skies were still bright, Gustav looked up, staring at the star-shaped flaming pearl up in the sky. It was still dazzling with immense flames radiating like an artificial sun in the sky. The light from it prevented the city from entering nightfall like it was supposed to. Yes, the time displayed that it was night, but the skies were still as bright as ever due to the radiating light from it. The burning flames of the sands surrounding the city also acted as light to prevent any form of darkness as well, so Burning Sands City could be classified as a city that never sleeps since it was 24 hours daytime. Gustav's crimson and green-colored eyes zoomed in on the massive star-shaped pearl in the sky. He could already see the energy readings accumulating by the side of his line of sight, which depicted that the floating structure had an immense amount of energy. Gustav kept zooming his eyesight on it, wanting to see through it since he was intrigued. His eyes felt like it was in flames as his sight phased through the flames. A sizzling sound began to ring out as Gustav's sight continued piercing through the dazzling flames, heading for the surface of the main structure. His eyes looked extremely strained as his forehead creased up and his face squeezed. He gritted his teeth in pain and continued trying to sear through it. Just when it looked like he was close to phasing through, Gustav suddenly closed his eyes. Pant, pant, pant. He breathed in and out profusely as blood dripped out the sides of his eyes, rolling down his cheeks. Gustav opened his eyes after deactivating God Eyes, which was completely strained and reddened. It was obvious he had sustained some injuries trying what he did earlier. Swipe. He cleaned the trails of blood left across his face from his eyes. Regeneration has been activated. It nearly fried my eyes, Gustav muttered as his eyes began healing up. He was curious about what exactly this floating mass of flaming pearl in the sky was, but he wasn't ready to completely ruin his eyes this night because of it. If his eyes took in more damage, it would take longer to heal. Within a structure where different monitors displayed different parts of the city, officers moved around the place. "Sir, I spotted a person on the rooftop of Faviola Relaxation Palace," one of the officers clacking on a holographic keyboard voiced out. "Give me a clear picture," the officer who seemed to be in charge voiced out from behind with his hands locked together behind him. A large display of a building on a holographic screen appeared up ahead, which was 3 times bigger than the rest. Gustav could be seen squatting atop the spiky pole that shot out from the middle of the rooftop. "What is he doing?" the officer in charge behind asked with a confused tone as he spotted Gustav's eyes glowing. The others in the room had confused looks as well since they didn't know what they were looking at here. "Reference his face and get me a database on this young man," the man behind commanded. In a matter of seconds, Gustav's face was scanned and searched up on the city's database as they tried to bring up information on him. Truin, Truin, Truin. Lots of words began piling up on the screen as the AI displayed flashes rearranging the words appearing. Information locked. A loud robotic voice was heard next. Everyone stared at the screen with a look of confusion. The multiple other officers clacking on the holographic keyboards tried as much as possible to get through the firewalls blocking the piece of information on Gustav, but it was all futile. "Sir, we can't get through," one of them voiced out. He hasn't really committed an act of felony just yet. Watch out for the young man and report any suspicious activities of his in public. I'll deal with the issue of his information myself," the man stated and proceeded to walk out of the room. Meanwhile, at this point, Gustav was back in his room making plans for the next day on what part of the district he was going to check out next. There were practically 4 sections for him to check out, and he had scanned through one already. He was hoping he would be able to check everywhere within the vicinity in the next 2 days and find Boss Danzo. The longer time he spent, the more anxious Gustav got since he practically had no information on what was going on. First night in the city even though it's not a night. Let me stroll around for a bit, Gustav muttered as he changed out of his outfit and wore a black hoodie. Donning the hoodie on his head, he walked out of the penthouse. The next day arrived in a flash, and Gustav once again was up since early in the morning. Last night nothing interesting happened, but he did get to witness the splendor of the city better from down there. He saw some street acts, close-by bars, and even some virtual reality gaming activities added with bets. The city also seemed to have a licensed and registered brawl organization called the Peasants' Battle. Chapter 664. The city also seemed to have a licensed and registered brawl organization called the Peasants' Battle. Here people went to watch fights between ordinary people and bet against who would win. Anyone at a legal age could join since it wasn't against the law. Gustav found many interesting things about this particular district and understood why it was truly a business district. He just hoped he would be able to find Boss Danzo on time. First of all, he decided to check his daily tasks for the day. Daily tasks: 1/3 take down 5 hostiles. Daily tasks: 2/3 visit Grayscale Pharmaceuticals. Daily tasks: 3/3 sprint across the surface of the second tallest building in the city 3 times. You sure have it in for me today. What's with the hostiles? Gustav asked the system in his head. Not my fault. Auto-generated remember Kikiki, the system voiced in Gustav's head with a light chuckle. How am I supposed to take down 5 hostiles? What if no one shows me any hostility today? Gustav asked with a frustrated tone as he felt the system was too inconsiderate with this daily task. Not my problem. Make people get hostile to you and beat them up or something, the system responded with a fake yawn afterward. Gustav moved out of the penthouse to complete the daily tasks and decided to start with the third one first. Since there wasn't any rule against using mild mixed blood abilities that didn't cause destruction, he felt there wouldn't be an issue completing that. Sprint has been activated. Gustav sped across the streets of the city towards the area where the second tallest building was located. It was quite distant from the Faviola Relaxation Palace, but Gustav couldn't make use of his ride prepared for him. He imagined calling Fumar to take him on a ride to where the second tallest building was located and, after arriving there, telling Fumar to wait while he got down from the car and proceeded to run up and down the building thrice. After that, he would go back into the car and tell Fumar to drive him back to the hotel. It all seemed silly to him. What would be his explanation for why he only drove here to run up and down a building 3 times? Although he wouldn't need to explain to anyone, he felt it would be better if he just ran there himself. I'll have to do something about my speed skills later, Gustav thought as he ran across the road swerving from side to dodge the pedestrians. Gustav was a bit worried because Sprint and Dash happened to have maxed out their level some time ago. The system didn't give him any hints on whether this was the limit for them both or not, so he didn't know what to do about them. The level of his speed would be close to being stagnant for a long time if this was the limit. His speed would only increase based on the level of his bloodline rank, which was currently slow and increasing right now. The only reason he wasn't too worried was the fact that he could still add attribute points to speed, so even if it was going to improve slowly, making use of Sprint and Dash at the level they currently were would still multiply his speed level, making him faster than normal. This can't be the limit, right? Gustav asked internally, but the system didn't respond. Gustav decided not to push it. He would find out eventually. Whoosh. Lots of people on the side of the road had their clothes flapping from the outburst of wind as a dark streak cut through their midst. There were gasps of astonishment since some of them could spot the figure and realized it was a person. The mixed bloods, in particular, was able to tell and felt whoever that was would be very powerful due to the fast speed. This was because many mixed bloods who were even more powerful than Gustav were unable to move this fast. However, in a fight, that didn't mean Gustav would win. Many powerful mixed bloods were able to react to speed quicker than theirs. Gustav arrived at the building after 20 minutes of running across the city. Starry Sky Properties. A firm and colorful sign could be seen at the top area of the 430-story building. Swooshu tilde Gustav didn't need to join sprint and dash together to run across the surface of the building. Small tapping sounds reverberated across the vicinity as he ascended across the surface of the building amidst the stunned gazes of everyone. It only took about 30 seconds to run across the smooth-surfaced window panes and run back down. Fwoosh tilde Gustav came back around and ran across it again. The people working within the building were at a loss as to what was happening. It was only close to 2 more minutes to complete his 3 times scaling across the building, and at this point, someone was about to call the cops, but then they realized it wasn't happening again. Gustav was already gone. Daily task completed, 1/3 sprint across the surface of the second tallest building in the city 3 times. Gustav stared at the notification in his line of sight as he paused his running at a particular street close to the hotel area. Now to complete the second. Only the crazy one will be left after this, Gustav muttered with a sigh as he tapped on a device that displayed the map of the city. He checked for where Grayscale Pharmaceuticals was located. He walked along the side of the road headed back towards the hotel, which was just 2 turns away on the other street. I can tell Fumar to drive me there, Gustav thought out loud as he disengaged the map. He suddenly felt eyes on him and turned around. Gustav mumbled after looking around and only see regular pedestrians moving around just like him. Chapter 665. This district was always crowded with people, so it would be impossible to spot one person staring at him. Multiple people could subconsciously stare at him, but this particular one he sensed felt intentional, which was why he turned around. Gustav proceeded to continue on his way. He didn't really have time to play detective right now since he had to complete his daily tasks and continue looking for Boss Danzo. Arriving back at the hotel, Gustav moved towards the garage where Fumar was already waiting for him. "Good morning, boss," Fumar greeted him as he moved into the car. "Just Gustav is fine," Gustav responded after sitting within the car. "All right, boss, where do you want to go?" Fumar asked with a wide smile while looking back. "It's like my words are going through one ear and coming out the other," Gustav said internally while rolling his eyes. "Grayscale Pharmaceuticals," Gustav responded. "All right, boss, sit tight," Fumar voiced out as he turned on the engine. They zoomed out of the park in a few moments and began heading there. Behind a pillar by the far end of the garage, a fat body-structured man shifted out the side, staring in the direction the car zoomed off in. His eyes squinted as he kept looking with a dissatisfied expression. "Boss, I heard you're the same person from a year ago who came first in the MBO entrance tests," Fumar voiced out as he sped through the city. Where did you hear that?" Gustav asked. "Small talks from my superiors," Fumar had a look of astonishment as he responded. "So it truly is you?" Fumar could barely focus on the road even with his eyes widened in astonishment. He wanted to look back and stare at Gustav once again, but he knew that would be inappropriate, so he maintained his sights on the road. "Focus on the road. Who I am isn't important," Gustav stated. "Yes, boss," Fumar responded with a respectful tone. "But boss, you really went through a lot of changes." Fumar suddenly started talking again. Gustav sighed at the back seat as he had to listen to Fumar tut away during their journey. After some time, they arrived in front of a large skyscraper shaped to look like an upside-down pipette. The sign, Grayscale Pharmaceuticals, could be seen above, which meant they had arrived at their destination. This was a place located on the west side of the city, quite close to the city walls, which barricaded them from the burning sands outside. Gustav got off the car, ready to move in. "Boss, I'll wait here for you to finish your business," Fumar voiced out while getting out of the car as well. "There will be no need for you to do that. You can go, for now, Fumar. I will spend a lot of time looking around the place. I'll call if I need you," Gustav stated before resuming moving towards the building. Fumar wanted to refute, but Gustav was already at the entrance of the building before the words could leave his mouth. "Oh, all right then," Fumar mumbled and moved into the hovercar before starting the engine and zooming off. The instant Gustav went through the entrance, he got the system's notification. Daily task completed, 2/3 visit Grayscale Pharmaceuticals. This one was pretty easy. What was the point of giving such a daily task? Gustav muttered with a low tone as he moved around on the ground floor of the building. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Gustav could hear the voices of people gathered together in a large group, so he turned to the side to look. He spotted a holographic stand on the east side of the ground floor which stated some information. Arkham Potency, First Stage Serum. Gustav read out some words. Right in front of the stand, multiple people were lined up in a queue, and the staff dressed in official medical outfits were attending to them. Gustav could hear some words like, "You know it's just in its first stage of testing, right? Did you read the terms and conditions of the agreement? We will not be held responsible for any. So it's a serum test, and these are voluntary test subjects." Gustav already understood what was going on a few moments after reading the situation. "Can I help you, sir?" A lady in a medical outfit called out to Gustav from the side. "No," Gustav responded bluntly and turned around to leave. Just as he walked a few steps forward, a loud voice was heard from behind. "To what do we owe the honor of the MBO's most talented youngster visiting our organization today?" A strong masculine tone was heard from the other end, matched with powerful footsteps. The other workers in the vicinity spotted the person who was approaching from the other end, and all started greeting him with respectful looks. Gustav paused his steps as he heard that and turned around slightly. "Might you be interested in being our Arkham Serum first subject?" The man voiced out again as he approached Gustav from the other end. This man had long black hair that reached his lower back area, and he looked no older than 30 years of age with vibrant-looking slanted eyes. The most surprising aspect was his height. He was 12 feet in height, which was twice Gustav's height currently. His hair, which was reaching his lower back area, was the same height as Gustav, 6 feet in length. Gustav's face showed no expression as he turned around. "I stumbled into this place by mistake. I was already leaving," he voiced out and resumed walking forward. As he arrived at the entrance, a big hand reached out to grab his shoulder from behind. "Come on, even if you stumbled upon this place by mistake, I'm sure fate brought you here. Forget about the serum. How about I give you a little tour of the place?" the massive man proposed. Gustav turned his head to the side, staring at the palm, grabbing onto his left shoulder, and pulled his shoulder forward, releasing himself from the grasp of this massive man. Chapter 666. "I'm busy, maybe next time," Gustav voiced out before walking out the entry point. "Oh bummer," the massive man voiced out with a slightly disappointed look. Did he just refuse Sir Zill's offer? Oh damn, that kid must be really something to refuse a tour offer from him. The officials were surprised as they saw Gustav moving further and further away from the premises. "I guess I'll have to repay my debt to you some other time." The massive man who was known as Sir Ziel smiled as he voiced out and turned around. It would seem the ceiling wasn't high for no good reason. If this structure was built in a normal way like others, Sir Ziel's head might be brushing the ceiling from the moment he walked in. It was obvious that he was a mixed blood because only mixed bloods would grow this tall without having any body defects. Normal humans would have internal defects if they grew to this height. Although treatable, they would never be as bulky as this man who had the width of a tree. Gustav, who was already quite a distance from the premises, already squinted his eyes as he turned around. He couldn't understand why, but the massive man gave him a kind of uneasy feeling. "Is there any reason why you sent me there?" Gustav asked inwardly. The system still didn't respond to him, which he found quite suspicious. "I don't have time for this right now. I have to find Boss Danzo," Gustav voiced internally before moving around the vicinity. Hours later in the afternoon, Gustav was headed back towards the hotel. He had finished scanning through another section of the city, the area where Grayscale Pharmaceuticals was located. Gustav was heading back once again with disappointment after not finding Boss Danzo in this area as well. After this, he had 2 more sections to cover, but he wanted to head back to the hotel in the meantime. He had spent a lot of energy points making use of God Eyes, so recuperation was necessary. Gustav kept thinking about how he'd easily find Boss Danzo if he had unlocked life signs tracking before Boss Danzo left. He had stored the life sign pattern of everyone he cared about, excluding Boss Danzo because Boss Danzo was already gone before he obtained the power. He couldn't help but sigh as he walked through the same alleyway that led to the street where he sensed being watched. Gustav closed in on the end of the alleyway, which led to a broad road with good visuality, but then he suddenly paused his footsteps. "About time you showed yourselves," Gustav smirked as he voiced out. Frere Wu tilde 7 dark figures suddenly phased out of the walls of the buildings by the sides. Gustav turned around at this point, and the visible look of joy on his face could be seen as these dark figures walked towards him. I was starting to worry about how I was going to complete the third task. "This is perfect," Gustav said internally. These dark figures wore a hoodie and holographic masks, subtly revealing a smoky face to hide their real looks. They turned to the sides to stare at each other, which depicted they were surprised to see Gustav being in high spirits even when he was being ambushed by 7 people. "Come on. I don't have all day," Gustav said while turning his neck violently sideways, which made popping sounds. He clenched both fists tightly, and they made the popping sounds as well. "It's been 3 weeks. I need the practice." Gustav's expression suddenly turned cold once again as he voiced out. At this point, all 7 figures phased forward like phantoms, conjuring different abilities as they attacked Gustav. Gustav slid backward first, dodging the fist of flames thrown at his head, and kept slanting further backward to dodge the rest of the attacks. Pa! His palm slapped the ground as he suddenly spun around with his right leg stretched out. Bang! His leg crashed into the face of the first one, sending the dark figure flying, and kept swinging towards the next one beside him. Fuwarf tilde the second one scattered into a black burst of smoke for a moment, causing Gustav's leg to phase through him. "Interesting. Maybe since I didn't get the last one, I might be able to get this one," Gustav thought as he leaped upwards the moment he regained his balance. A massive 6-foot ice-shaped scythe swept underneath his feet as his body ascended. Several attacks were thrown into the air while his body was still in mid-air. Gustav repeatedly spun across the air as his arms turned brownish-red, becoming more muscular and larger. Size manipulation has been activated. The instant after he activated partial bull transformation, he proceeded to use size manipulation next. The group down saw the massive shadow looming over them and tried to move away as fast as possible. Bang! A humongous brownish-colored fist slammed down in the middle of the alleyway, flattening 3 of the black figures in one go and causing winds to blast across the vicinity. KRYCVH. Bang! Bang! Several window panes were broken due to the impact as a small crater formed in the middle. The other dark figures who managed to get away before it touched down stared at each other for an instant before suddenly dashing out in all directions. One could tell that underneath the guise of the holographic mask, they had panicked expressions. They didn't know that they were coming after a monster. The 3 who got flattened had already passed out in the crater with blood-soaked bodies. As the 4 left dashed in different directions to prevent Gustav from catching them all, Gustav proceeded to merge sprint and dash in that instant. Combination has been activated, sprint plus dash. The 4 running in every direction suddenly slowed down in his line of sight. Gustav proceeded to reach down and pick up broken parts of the ground shaped in spiky ways. Chapter 667. Arching his arm backward while holding onto one, his muscles bulged immensely as he gathered a lot of power into his arm before flinging it out. While the first projectile was traveling towards the one moving southwards, Gustav had already turned to the east to fling out the next one with force as well. He repeated the same actions in the rest of the directions and proceeded to deactivate combination since he didn't have a lot of energy points at the moment. Poochie. Loud piercing sounds rang out along with screams as 3 of the 4 dark figures got stabbed through by the flying projectiles. The force at which Gustav threw it caused their bodies to be lifted across the air as it stabbed into them and slammed them against a wall, pinning them to it like they were being crucified. The last one turned into a puff of black smoke for an instant, causing the projectile to phase through him, so he was safe. He arrived in front of a hovercar up ahead and was about to go in when Gustav's figure blasted through 200 feet in nearly an instant, arriving behind him. Grab. Gustav grabbed hold of his neck before he could get in and slammed him against the ground 3 times. Bang! 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 The dark figure instantly passed out after the 3rd slam amidst the stares of the pedestrians walking along this street. Gustav ignored the panicked glares of everyone and dragged the dark figure back to the alleyway where the rest of his comrades were laid out as well. Daily task completed, 3/3 take down 5 hostiles. The notification for completion of the 3rd daily task appeared in Gustav's line of sight, which he ignored in the meantime. Plop. Gustav dropped him right beside the others in the crater and turned to the side to move towards the first dark figure who was bleeding out while sticking to the wall. Gustav punched his face, destroying the holographic mask. The smoky face created by the holographic mask instantly dissipated, and a woman's face could be seen. She was bleeding from her nose, and a look of fear was displayed on her face as she stared down at Gustav while coughing out blood. "I would ask who sent you, but I think I already know," Gustav voiced out and turned around to start walking along the alleyway like he was returning back to where he came from. The other dark figures stabbed to the wall were also conscious, turned their faces to the sides to see where Gustav was headed. Close to the end of the alleyway, he suddenly paused his footsteps and squinted his eyes before turning towards the left. Fui tilde Gustav dashed forward with his arm arched backward and threw a punch at the wall. Bang! As his fist tore through the wall, a loud shriek was heard along with the crumbling of that side of the building. Grab! As Gustav pulled his arm out of the hole on the wall, a short fat man could be seen in his grasp, lifted above the ground. His face was bleeding as he kicked desperately, trying to free himself from Gustav's grasp. "Please, spare me. Spare me," he cried out while holding on to Gustav's hand. This man was the same man he had met the day before in the hotel, trying to prevent the teenagers from getting a room. "Why did I not expect this?" Gustav chuckled as he voiced out. He had forgotten that people always tried to take revenge when he put them in their place. Just as Gustav was about to speak, the blaring sounds of sirens rang out as the cops arrived on the scene. He turned to the side as he spotted them getting off their vehicles. "Freeze. Hold it right there." They surrounded the vicinity in a matter of seconds while inspecting the scene. "Get a paramedic over here," one of them voiced out while standing in front of one of them who was stabbed to the wall. "Sir, drop the hostage," one of them voiced out while approaching Gustav with a massive cannon-like weapon. Others also followed beside him and pointed out weapons at Gustav. "Hostage? What are y'all on?" Gustav asked with a cold look as he turned around to stare at them. Minutes later, the whole situation was sorted out after the fat man confessed to sending the mixed bloods goons after Gustav. The cops apologized to Gustav for suspecting him to be the culprit that initiated the whole situation, to which he just scoffed at and proceeded to walk out of the alleyway. "I ain't the one with masks. Why are the authorities so dumb?" Gustav said out loud as he passed by the side of a cop. None of them could hold it against him for saying that since they nearly arrested him. The culprits were apprehended and all taken away for treatment first. Gustav arrived at the end of the alleyway and tapped a small device that displayed a holographic image of Boss Danzo. He was thinking of going back to ask the cops to search for him, but he just crossed it out and turned to the side to keep moving. A hovercar suddenly stopped by his side, causing him to stop his movement and put away the device. Gustav mumbled as he turned to the side while the door of the hovercar opened up. "Big brother Gustav," a loud shout was heard from within as Gustav spotted the same teenage boy he saved yesterday dressed in school uniform. "Hey," Gustav greeted half-fastly while turning to the front to leave. "Come join me for a ride," Damien suggested. "I'm busy right now, maybe next time," Gustav responded while moving forward. "I saw the picture just now. Are you related to that person?" Damien suddenly asked before Gustav could get too far. Gustav paused his footsteps and turned around while squinting his eyes. "He is someone I'm looking for. Why?" Gustav voiced out with a suspicious tone. "Oh, you're looking for Mr. Eldorado. I know where you can find him." Chapter 668. Oh, you're looking for Mr. Eldorado. I know where you can find him, Damien voiced out with a tone of excitement. Mr. Eldorado? Who's that? Gustav asked as he walked back towards the hovercar. The man picture you were checking out, Damien responded. You must be mistaken. He isn't. Before Gustav could complete his statement, Damien was already tapping on some buttons within the car. Truruian Tilda, a holographic image of Boss Danzo looking older with a beard, appeared within the car. Mr. Eldorado, Damien said while gesturing at the image. How? What? Gustav was confused as he stared at the image of Boss Danzo. Of course, his eyes weren't failing him. That was truly Boss Danzo, which begged the question of why this kid knew him by another name. Let's go for a ride. I'll show you where to find him, Damien voiced out. There was no way Gustav would say no to this. He immediately moved into the car and sat beside Damien. Zri Tilda, how do you know him? Damien asked as the car zoomed off into the distance. That's not necessary. Just tell me where he is. Gustav seemed antsy as he voiced out. Okay, but I doubt anyone into the underground fights hasn't heard of Mr. Eldorado, the 10-hit combo finisher, Damien stated with a light chuckle. The what now? Gustav voiced out with a confused expression. The 10-hit combo finisher, Mr. Eldorado, Damien stated again. Gustav was really starting to wonder if it was the same Boss Danzo who parted ways with him over a year ago. Tell me everything from the beginning, Gustav voiced out. Everything? Well, for one part, it's kinda illegal, which is probably why you haven't found him. Damien began explaining everything to Gustav from the start. Gustav couldn't believe his ears as Damien told him the tale of how Boss Danzo became known as the 10-hit combo finisher. If anyone ever told him that Boss Danzo could engage in a fight or illegal related activity, he would never believe it unless he saw it with his own eyes. The words coming from this teenager were very hard to believe. He just couldn't picture the character he had known Boss Danzo for as this Mr. Eldorado character. He couldn't connect them in any way except for the fact that they looked exactly the same. Another thing that bugged Gustav's mind was how the kid has so much information about illegal underground fights to this extent. He killed 27 people already? Gustav voiced out with a stunned tone as Damien narrated to a point. Yes, it was exciting to watch, Damien responded with a look of delight, but then he noticed the expression on Gustav's face. You seem surprised, Damien voiced out. The person I knew would never harm a soul. Maybe he's not that person anymore, Gustav muttered with a tone of suspiciousness. Gustav continued listening to Damien's narration till they arrived in front of a particular building. So far, what he knew about Boss Danzo was the fact that a few months back, he suddenly appeared in the underground fighting club as a new fighter under one of the bosses who they call ring lords. Apparently, since he appeared, he had been a big sensation amongst the fighters and the audience as well. Boss Danzo looked like a weak middle-aged man, which was why he took the crowd by surprise when he managed to defeat some of the most powerful fighters in the underground fighting club. He was known for his finishing move, which consisted of an unbreakable 10-hit combo. The moment he unleashed this move, it was guaranteed that on the 10th hit, the opponent would lose their life because the final hit was a lethal strike. He rose through the fighters' rankings due to his feats, becoming one of the crowd's favorites who big moguls bet on during his night fights. Boss Danzo had gone by the name Mr. Eldorado this whole time. According to Damien's information, so far, the underground fights had seasons and periods where they occurred, and only people with deep-rooted backgrounds and status were able to attend. Even though it was illegal, they had viewers online as well that tuned in from their houses to watch. Normal people had no idea where the fight matches took place, and those who did never revealed it. Gustav couldn't wrap his head around why Boss Danzo would be doing this, but he was sure that something was definitely up somewhere. Now he just had to focus on finding him. Why are we here? Gustav asked as they got off the car. The building right in front of them was the Grayscale Pharmaceuticals, where Gustav visited this morning. We have to meet my grandfather first. He will have information on the next fight as well as the location, Damien voiced out as he moved forward. It turned out that the location for fights changes at times, so they couldn't just visit anyone since there was a probability that the next fight wouldn't hold there. Also, unless there was a fight held at a certain location, it would be impossible to see Boss Danzo.
Your grandfather works here? Gustav asked as they moved in.
Well, you can say that, but he's more like the owner, Damien chuckled while voicing out.
The owner?
Gustav was quite surprised as they headed towards one of the corridors. They arrived at the elevator area and got teleported to the last floor in a few moments. They arrived in front of a long corridor that led towards one large door at the end. Two men in medical outfits could be seen coming from up ahead. One was a gigantic 30-year-old looking man with flowing black hair, while the other was a middle-aged looking man approximately 6 feet in height with short blue hair and glasses. The gigantic man, about 12 feet tall, was the same man Gustav met when he arrived here in the morning, Sir Zil. They seemed to be engaging in a conversation as they walked down the corridor, and it was at that moment that Gustav arrived with Damien.
Grandfather, Damien voiced out with a look of delight.
Hey kid, you're back, and you are with company, Sir Ziel voiced out as Damien continued walking forward.
He's your grandfather?
Gustav voiced out with a tone of confusion as he stared at Sir Ziel.
Chapter 669. He's your grandfather?
Gustav voiced out with a tone of confusion as he stared at Sir Zil. Yes, this is my grandfather, the great scientist Zil, Damien voiced out with a proud tone.
Oh,
Gustav was a bit surprised as he also walked forward. He couldn't believe that this man who looked no older than 30 years of age was actually a grandfather. Thinking more about it, Damien mentioned his grandfather owned the place, and Gustav happened to meet Sir Zil in the morning. The manner in which Sir Ziel spoke made him believe he had a high authority in this organization, but he never would have thought Sir Ziel was the actual owner due to looking this young, and now it all made sense.
Gustav Crimson, we meet again,
Sir Ziel stated while stretching out his hand for a handshake.
Gustav mumbled and shook the hand in return.
Looks like you honored your word of us meeting another time, Sir Ziel said with a smile as they separated hands.
Not really.
I'm here for another reason, Gustav responded. Well, what matters is, you're here, Sir Ziel responded with another smile. The truth was, he probably wouldn't have come back here if Damien wasn't related to Sir Ziel.
You both have met.
Damien was surprised as he heard the dialogue. Mr. Crimson visited in the morning. According to his words, he stumbled into the facility, Sir Ziel stated.
Yeah.
We only met by coincidence, Gustav said with a low tone.
Coincidence?
This whole situation just feels a bit weird, Gustav said internally, hoping the system would chip something in, but there was no response. Interesting, maybe Big Brother Gustav was looking for me, Damien said with a light chuckle. I really appreciate you saving my grandkids the other day, Sir Ziel said with an appreciative tone before Gustav could reply to Damien's statement.
It's not a big deal.
Wait.
Grandkids?
Gustav raised one eyebrow up as he voiced out. Yeah, Damien and Siri said you helped them at the hotel reception the other day, Sir Ziel said.
That wasn't your girlfriend?
Gustav turned to the side to ask Damien. No, Siri is my little sister, Damien clarified with a hint of confusion on his face. It would seem Gustav and many other people who witnessed the scenario had made the mistake of thinking the siblings were dating, not knowing they were actually related by blood.
Oh,
an awkward silence ensued as Gustav exclaimed. I'll get going now, sir, the man by the side who looked like he could father Sir Ziel voiced out. All right, Parker, we'll continue our discussion later, Sir Ziel nodded at the man who proceeded to walk towards the exit of the corridor. All right, let's get down to the business of why you're here in my office, Sir Ziel said with a hospitable tone and gestured for Gustav to follow him. Minutes later, within a luxurious and comfortable-looking office that had a wide view of the city, Gustav could be seen sitting on one of the sofas. Sir Ziel sat on the opposite end with Damien right beside him. I see, so you're here to find Mr. Eldorado, Sir Ziel said with a contemplative look. Damien and Gustav seemed to have explained the situation to him. Originally, we top holders who are given the location for every event are supposed to keep it to ourselves, but I owe you for helping my grandkids, so I don't mind revealing information to you, Sir Ziel voiced out lengthily. But can you tell me your relationship with Mr. Eldorado? You also know him by a different name, Boss Danzoham. Sir Ziel had a tone of curiosity as he added. His family to me, Gustav responded bluntly. Hes like the father I never had, Gustav said internally as he stared at Sir Ziel. So, how can I find him? Gustav asked again. The information is yours, but can you promise we'll meet again? Sir Ziel requested with a polite tone. That's not a problem, Gustav replied immediately. All right then, Sir Ziel smiled in response. By night, which was still daytime in Burning Sands City, Gustav sat within the penthouse with a red thick-looking card in his grasp. The card had a blood-colored emblem in the middle. 3 days from now, eh? Gustav muttered as he kept the card within his storage device. Apparently, Sir Ziel had given him information on when Boss Danzo's next match would be and also access to the location. Gustav felt he would probably still be able to find Boss Danzo on his own earlier if he checked around the city. However, after the disclosure of information from Sir Ziel, he realized how wrong he was. It turned out that the battles didn't happen in Burning Sands City exactly, but very close to it. How such a thing was possible was beyond him since the outskirts of the city was covered in miles of burning sands. He realized that Boss Danzo must have called him when he had the chance to be in the city or something, since there was a high probability that he wasn't here at the moment. This brought him to the question of what exactly was going on and why Boss Danzo was a part of an illegal underground operation. From what he knew so far, only normal people with no abilities were allowed to participate because, according to the crowd, it made things more interesting since they were weaker than mixed bloods. However, they could still use technological-based weapons. It was obvious that something must have happened for Boss Danzo to be in such a situation. From cook to a killer. This doesn't make any sense, Gustav mumbled with a sigh. He had decided to get to the bottom of this, and the only way was by asking Boss Danzo directly, since no one knew how he arrived there or became a part of the fighters. Thinking to this point, Gustav began making plans for the next 3 days. Within a small dark room, a short, stout man stood in the middle of a round table where several powerful figures were seated. Eldorado, are you prepared? Gustav still checked around the city during these 3 days and confirmed that Boss Danzo truly wasn't within the city. Wherever they were hiding out was close to the city but wasn't within. This made Gustav intrigued about how they did it, since only burning sands existed around the city. One couldn't find any structure for miles, neither could any structure exist on them. All of his questions will be answered today by nightfall. He had communicated with Sir Ziel today, and he would be meeting up with him and Damien in front of the pharmaceuticals so they could leave together when the time came. During the last 3 days, Damien helped him gather information on the ring Lord Boss Danzo was under. Apparently, he was quite influential in the city for being one of the best businessmen, and nothing could link him to the illegal underground battles even though he was one of the 3 creators. Gustav learned about the whereabouts of his businesses and the supposed 17 abodes within the city. The ring lord, who was known as Vanisher, was said to move around a lot, so pinpointing his precise location at a particular point in time was very challenging. Especially when he had 17 different houses scattered across the city. He was said to be very rich and powerful and also had deep roots within every law enforcement agency within the city. This was one of the reasons why he was able to get away with committing unlawful acts. Gustav had asked Damien during these times why his grandfather allowed him to watch the fights privately. His response was, "Grandfather said I need to get used to seeing deaths since I have to join the MBO one day." Dree and Tilda, a small reddish portal opened up a few feet away from them, which was big enough for the car to fit in. Damien turned around to return back to the car after this happened. The driver drove straight in, and the portal disappeared after they phased through, along with any traces of it ever appearing there. Arriving under what seemed like a tunnel way, the driver kept driving along the route that seemed a bit left curved. Gustav was a bit intrigued as to where they were at the moment, so he asked, "Where exactly is this?" "We're currently traveling underneath the burning sands," Sir ZL answered. "How is underground not hot enough to shatter the walls and melt the car?" Gustav felt this didn't make sense. Knowing how hot the burning sands were, according to research, it should even be hotter underground. That's because the flames don't burn that deep. The golden sands are reacting to the oxygen in the air, which keeps them burning forever. But oxygen cannot reach deep into the earth. At a certain point, it's obstructed, Sir ZL explained. I see, Gustav now understood based on Sir ZL's explanation. He never knew the burning sands were reacting to oxygen. He thought it was just an unexplainable phenomenon. Sir ZL was a scientist, after all, so he'd know more about this than others. Anyways, Gustav felt things made sense now as he activated God Eyes. Looking up, his sight went through the car's roofing and through the roofing of the tunnelway as well. Sand components could already be seen as it kept traveling for more than 1,500 feet before arriving at the surface where he could see the flames like they were right in front of him. Gustav felt his eyesight affected and retracted it. "We're here," the instant he deactivated God Eyes, Damien voiced out. The rooms were structured around the massive fighting stage in the middle, so everyone could watch from different angles without any obstructions. The room acted as a form of protection to prevent any fighter from attacking the spectators or any unexpected incident. The glass in front, which gave the spectators their view of the fighting stage, was also very sturdy and laced with protective energy to prevent any breakage. Since the stage was a few feet lower, it meant the spectators would have to look down from their exalted platform. Gustav was still moving around the circular corridor, looking for the best room. He spotted one that could only contain about 4 people and moved towards it to go in. Flashing the red card he was given by Sir ZL, the door slid open for him, and he went in. The sign, which displayed 3/4, changed to 4/4 the instant he went in as the door behind him closed up. 3 other men in good-looking outfits were seated on 3 out of the 4 seats positioned in front of the massive see-through glass up ahead. They all turned to stare at Gustav with slightly surprised expressions like they were trying to read him. They just assumed he was some kid with a rich background or something and went back to discussing amongst themselves like he wasn't there. Gustav sat on the seat on the far right and stared at the circular stage beyond the see-through glass. Without even activating God Eyes, he could tell that the see-through glass was quite strong. This was the best room to be in since it had a small number compared to the others, just in case he wanted to try anything. Gustav spotted the small opening by the west side of the stage, which he was obviously where the fighters would come out from. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.